Plaza.
Sure.
This is Albuquerque, the Old Town Plaza, where a church as old as the city itself stands watch on this, the final day of our Great American Southwest Bus Tour. Good morning, America. I'm Charles Gibson.
And I'm Jen London. It is Friday, November 20th. This is the Church of San Felipe de Neri. It was built in 1706, which is the same year that Albuquerque was founded. And this is kind of the quintessential southwestern city. I think it's warm, colorful, hospitable.
The people here are very hospitable. I have been warmly received here on a couple of visits to the Albuquerque Balloon Festival, which is great fun. There is marvelous scenery here if you get a chance to take a look at it. By contrast, this is also the area where the world's greatest scientific minds gathered 50 years ago to unlock the secrets of the atom, and they forever changed history, of course. We'll take a look at that. We'll also give you a sample of this area's art, music, and dance.
And you can't come to New Mexico without visiting maybe one of the most beautiful places in our nation, and that is Santa Fe. And Spencer Christian is there this morning. Spencer, good morning.
Good morning, Joan. Right you are. It's a beautiful, beautiful city. You know, all southwestern cities have their own beautiful churches, but look at this one, St. Francis Cathedral, built back in 1869 in the French Romanesque style, which really sets it apart from the rest of this city's Spanish architecture. I'll be spending the next couple of hours here in Santa Fe showing you the remarkable sights of this city. Charlie?
We get to our program from Albuquerque and Santa Fe in just a few moments, but first we go back to New York for the news and weather of the morning.
And a good morning to you on this Friday morning. 2 months from today, Bill Clinton
To conduct secret research on a dangerous new weapon. They chose a remote desert site about 100 miles north of here. The area was called Los Alamos. The lab has the same name, and the weapon, of course, was the atomic bomb. It was in 1943, the height of the war, that Los Alamos was founded, high in the New Mexico desert at a former ranch school. Everything about Los Alamos was shrouded in secrecy. The lab was referred to only as Site Y. Its mission was given the code name, the Manhattan Project, and the bomb itself was simply called the Gadget. For 2 years, Site Y was home to many of the world's greatest physicists: Enrico Fermi, Edward Teller, Robert Oppenheimer. Amidst the beauty of the high desert in barren and barely adequate labs, they worked day and night, 6 days a week, to create what they hoped, and possibly feared, would become the world's most destructive weapon. Finally, in early July 1945, the Gadget was ready to be tested. It was driven 200 miles south to the Trinity test site and hoisted atop a small tower. The scientists had no way of knowing whether the bomb would work, or if it did, just how powerful it might be. A storm delayed the test for a few hours, but just before dawn at 5:29 a.m., on July 16, 1945, the scientists of Los Alamos got their answer. 3 weeks later, in August, a duplicate bomb was dropped on Hiroshima. 3 days after that, another was dropped on Nagasaki. And it was September 2nd, 1945, that Japan surrendered. World War II was over. Joining us now for a look back at Los Alamos and the Manhattan Project, two guests this morning. Berlin Brixner is with us, a scientific photographer who supervised the filming of the atomic test. Also with us is Richard Rhodes, author of The Making of the Atomic Bomb, and it's good to have both of you here. I was always under the impression that this was a small group of scientists working out in Los Alamos, but as I reviewed your book, I was struck by the sheer size of the project and how many people were involved.
The project started in 1941 with maybe 2 roomfuls of equipment. By 1945, it rivaled the U.S. automobile industry in scale.
100,000 people?
100,000 people working in huge factories, as well as, of course, at Los Alamos.
How did they do so much so fast? We talk about all the gridlock now in government, but they did that amazingly fast.
If there were 3 ways to do something, they did all 3 instead of taking the time to decide which one was the right one. The desperate search was to get it done before, as we thought, the Germans would do it.
I was going to say, we were convinced the Germans were doing the same thing because they had discovered fission.
They discovered fission in 1938, and they had good scientists. It was the first arms race, except as it turned out, the Germans weren't working on the bomb.
Our intelligence was wrong. They weren't doing it at the time. Interesting, when they tested the bomb at the Trinity site, there was at least one very reputable member of the staff who thought perhaps that the nitrogen in the atmosphere could ignite and the whole world would blow up.
Edward Teller had speculated about that, but they had done the numbers very thoroughly, and I think they finally ended up with odds of 1 in 6 million, which were good enough.
All those people working on this project, producing how much uranium?
This will give you some idea. This is the size of the bomb core of the Nagasaki bomb, about 10 pounds of plutonium in this case.
And that's
the
what they
uranium
developed
bomb was a little bigger.
Yeah. As you, Mr. Brixner, photographed this, and as you worked on the project, was there an awareness of just what was being unleashed?
Well, yes, we understood that we were trying to make a bomb that could be used to stop the war. And so, but the uncertainty was that we didn't know how big the plutonium bomb explosion would be.
As you looked through your lens that day with those famous photographs, tell me what your impressions were, what you thought.
Well, when the bomb went off, the viewfinder was simply blinding, and I was unable to see anything but the brightness of it. I looked to the side, and I saw the Oscuro Mountains nearby lit up with seemed to be brighter than the sunlight.
Were you frightened by it?
Well, no, I didn't have time, and I was trying to run the camera and be sure that I was getting pictures, and so then I looked back into the camera, and there was the tremendous ball of fire.
After it was over, very sobered, all the people that were there at the site?
Yes, there was just silence. There was a public address system right beside me there, and it was completely silent. There wasn't a sound for maybe 2 or 3 minutes. It was just amazing.
Richard Rhodes, there has been so much discussion because it was so few days after that that we actually used the bomb, drop it on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So much discussion about whether that was the right thing to do. Do you have any feeling what the long-term effects of all of that were?
All of the explosives that were blown up in the Second World War totaled about 5 million tons. By the height of the arms race, the Soviet Union and the United States had put together 10,000 million tons of explosives. What that means is nuclear weapons made war so destructive that the United States was willing to lose wars, Vietnam, rather than risk a nuclear confrontation.
And do you think the fact that we saw, with the actual test and then the explosions in Japan, the destructiveness of the bomb, really was what so sobered the world that it wouldn't be used?
I think that, plus then the buildup of weapons afterward. Everyone realized they were just too destructive. And they set the stage for the end of the Cold War all these years later.
Mr. Brixner, do you still look back and think, my Lord, I took some of the most famous pictures in history?
Well, I do. I was just so lucky to be in the right place at the right time and have the opportunity to take those pictures. It still amazes me that I could do such a thing, yes.
Great history made that day. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, both of you, for being with us. And Good Morning America will continue. Stay with us. We'll be back.
It's holiday home sale time at Regis Bernard Furniture, and that means it's time to dress up.
Santa Fe. Good morning, Spencer.
Good morning, Joan, and you're right, magical it is. You know, when you think of great art, cities like Paris and Florence, New York immediately come to mind, but the Southwest has a center of art all its own, and it's right here in the ancient and beautiful mountain city of Santa Fe. The moment I saw the brilliant, proud morning shine high over the deserts of Santa Fe, something stood still in my soul. So wrote D.H. Lawrence during his stay in Santa Fe in the early 1920s. The special beauty of this magical place has inspired artists and writers since the late 1800s. Georgia O'Keeffe revealed the sensuality in its native flowers. Photographer Laura Gilpin captured the luminous, stormy skies. And Ansel Adams immortalized the epic landscape, sometimes from the roof of his car.
Santa Fe really became an art colony in the 20s, in the roaring 20s, when the sensitive minds fled our country to go to Europe for a sense of being and a sense of the past, a community that was at once exotic and had a sense of their own being in the past. And if they couldn't make it to Europe, they came to New Mexico because they found that same kind of community here with the Native American Indian community and with the Hispanic community. We became a poor man's Europe. in the 1920s. They just found this a wonderful place to create.
Santa Fe has tried hard to preserve that character. The old Spanish Pueblo style has survived intact, thanks to rules which keep building heights at a minimum. The plaza dates back to 1610, when the city was founded by the Spanish, and still provides shelter for Pueblo Indians who gather there to sell jewelry and crafts. The Indians have lived in this area for 800 years in villages like this one, San Ildefonso. They have fought hard to preserve their sacred grounds and ancient beliefs and customs.
The clay itself comes from the earth, so you have to respect the clay. And you only take what's needed, and you always make an offering when you're going to take the clay. And any batch of clay that you make, you use all portions if possible. What's left, you actually make into figurines, but none of the clay is wasted or taught not to waste.
For most of us, Santa Fe serves as a cultural magnet, with its world-class opera, its eclectic art scene, and shops and galleries galore. But some worry the town is changing, on its way to becoming an Adobe theme park. Will that endanger the serenity the artists here seek?
They get out of the tourism feel, the growth of the town. They escape and they find their own identity, and I think that's why a lot of them stay here, because it still is a place where there's a lot of space and a lot of opportunity to do whatever you want to do.
And joining me now is a man who has one of the world's dream jobs, the mayor of Santa Fe, Mayor Sam Pick. Good to have you with us this morning.
Thank you. I'm delighted to be here, but sad I brought you some tacos from Tia Sophia's restaurant, and we don't have time for you and I to eat them today.
Well, maybe during the break we'll have a chance to munch on them a little bit.
Let's do it.
You know, I understand your family has been here in Santa Fe since the 1920s. Why have they stayed on so long? What is so great about this town that you've stayed in here all those years?
You're looking at it. You know, it's the beautiful weather. You know, next week they're going to open up the ski run. We can ski in the morning, golf in the afternoon, maybe go to an opera, see a couple of gallery openings, buy some great art. What else is there?
You know, everyone you talk to around here goes on and on about the wonderful things about Santa Fe. Isn't there any downside at all?
Oh, of course. You know, there's always a problem of the haves and the have-nots, and so my job and that of the city council is to try and help the have-nots and bring everybody more on an equal playing field, and that's something we really work hard at here.
I understand the city is known for its artists and its eccentrics. Any of the more eccentric people around town you can tell us about?
Well, out in your audience, they're all eccentric, but you know what's unusual? Just yesterday, we named a park after one who died a couple of weeks ago. He ran for president a couple of times. He was a tremendous artist. He was the only person I've ever thrown out of the city hall for about 5 different council meetings, and we named a park after him, so what can be better?
That's great. Good city spirit. Mayor Pitt, great to have you with us this morning, and it's great to be in this wonderful city of Santa Fe. It truly is a delightful place.
We enjoy having you.
Good. Good luck to you. And Good Morning America will continue in just a moment after this.
Hi, I'm Henry Barber. This is my grandson. We're the Navajo Indians from New Mexico. Good morning, America.
Good morning. Today we are in Old Albuquerque, New Mexico. It is the final stop on our Great American Southwest Bus Tour. I'm Jen London.
And I'm Charles Gibson. Good to have you with us on this Friday, November 20th. And this is the 10th day that we have been on the road. This is it, our final stop. 11 for you, 10 for me. But it is the last stop on our Great American Southwest Bus Tour. We've had a wonderful time. We go home with nice memories of very hospitable people and some marvelous scenery. This morning we give you one last look at the art and the music and the sights of the Southwest, including a fascinating piece that Joel Siegel has on the art of Georgia O'Keeffe, who's so well depicted of this area. But right now, let's go back to New York with the news and the weather of the morning.
And a good morning to you once again. This time around, we begin with promises, promises. Bill Clinton in the Capitol yet.
Route 66, and we'll show you how when Good Morning America continues.
You're just in time. Just Old Glory.
It's you, ever plan to motor west. Travel my way, take the highway, that's the best. Get your kick on Route 66.
In Albuquerque, it is known as Central Avenue and runs right through the heart of town. This is the home of the Route 66 Diner, where I met a group of folks making a pilgrimage on the old road from Chicago to L.A. Among the travelers, this married couple who had spent their first night of wedded bliss in a motel on Old 66.
We're just enthusiastic about Old 66. I mean, we hate to see the road be declared dead when it's really alive and ready to go, and it's so much pleasure to drive.
I think Route 66 represents everything that Americans love. It's America before we became generic.
Michael Wallace has written a book about the historic old road and the affection that many still feel for it.
It allows us to dip back in time and I think absorb some of that old lifestyle that we miss and long for.
It winds from Chicago to L.A. More than 2,000 miles all the way.
Wallace and I set off on a journey heading out of Albuquerque in style in a borrowed 57 Chevy convertible. First stop, about 15 miles west, was a prototypical curio shop in Rio Puerco.
This is the old trading post. You can get everything in here.
What about these snake guys here? This is essential Route 66 stuff?
Yeah, everybody's got to get their rattlesnake ashtray.
For the eyes that move.
Eyes move very nicely, yeah. Very ominous.
Yeah. This is my favorite here.
Yeah, I like those too.
Pueblo Indian snow globe?
Yeah.
You gotta love that. You have to love that. Storm clouds loomed as we continued west. Rain soon followed. But even in the wet weather, there was something beautiful, even haunting, about the highway that John Steinbeck once called the Mother Road. So this is a stretch of Old 66 that's gone to ruin.
Yeah, this is classic ghost road right here.
And where are we, and why is this notable?
We're at Correo, a town that it means mail in Spanish, and this was a place where there was a post office, some stores, and a cafe, and most notably, a shaggy little creature, a little dwarf, a small man who had come out of the adobe earth in the boom days of 66 and hustled the tourists and salesmen over poker games, and he always cheated and he always won.
Back in the 1930s, Route 66 carried Dust Bowl refugees heading west to a hoped-for better life in California. In the 40s, soldiers training for and shipping out to war. And of course, countless tourists, whose commerce kept alive roadside towns like this one.
This is Budville.
Scenic Budville.
Scenic Budville.
Named after a Mr. Bud?
Bud Rice.
Bud Rice.
He started this whole thing back in 1928.
It's lovely this time of year.
It's great, even in the rain, huh?
Gallup, New Mexico.
Gallup is the site of the El Rancho Hotel, the on-location home for movie stars who ventured out of Hollywood to make Western films. Maxine Scott was the waitress here back in the old days.
John Wayne, when he was here, he brought his horse and came through. Into the bar.
Into the bar in the hotel?
In the hotel. And he told the cocktail waitress, give me a beer and give my horse a beer.
Did he get it?
He got it. You bet he got it.
Yeah, your kick on Route 66.
Thank you, Steve. Now, 42 minutes after, coming up, a legendary artist and her love affair with the Southwest. When Good Morning America continues.
And one of the people who have best interpreted the marvelous visions in this area is the renowned artist Georgia O'Keeffe. And Joel Siegel this morning has a look at the woman and her work.
When I got to New Mexico, that was mine. As soon as I saw it, that was my country. It's something that's in the air. It's just different. The sky is different. The stars are different. The wind is different. I shouldn't say too much about this because other people may get interested, and I don't want them interested.
Georgia O'Keeffe. Even if you don't know her name, you know her work, the images she painted. On one of her first trips to New Mexico, she stayed at the Ghost Ranch. There was no sign by the side of the road then. There was no road, just a longhorn skull to mark the trail. O'Keeffe painted it and took trunks full of desert-bleached bones back to New York and painted them.
The bones do not symbolize death to me. They are shapes that I enjoy. It never occurs to me that they have anything to do with death. They are very lively.
Through her eyes, and she found art everywhere. A juniper bush, a red poppy, At the Ghost Ranch, the view at her living room window of a mesa called the Pedernal. At the Ghost Ranch, a short walk past her kitchen door, a dry waterfall. She'd paint away what she called the non-essentials and leave the artist's essence, shape, and color. Born in Wisconsin in 1887, named Georgia for an Italian grandfather, Giorgio, she met, loved, lived with, and later married photographer Alfred Stieglitz, who helped bring 20th century art to America, whose 500 photographs of Georgia O'Keeffe are an astonishing work of art on their own.
She was just unlike any other woman or man I've ever met, and once she got an idea and she wanted to get something done, nothing would stop her.
Juan Hamilton, today a sculptor of international renown, lived and worked with Georgia O'Keeffe here at her home in Albuquerque.
She fell in love with the Abiquiu house for two reasons. One, there was a garden, and she was sick and tired of having to drive 70 miles to Santa Fe for lettuce. This is the other. It's what an artist does, take something we've seen thousands of times and sees it in a whole new way. Even if it's something as simple as a door.
The door, different views. You can see how she's one of the pioneers of what we call abstract art. And O'Keeffe, who was sometimes reclusive, believed doors were for painting and keeping people out.
One of the famous stories is of this woman that came to the door, and O'Keeffe came to this gate right behind me here and said, "What can I do for you?" And the woman said, "I just came to see you." And she said, "Front," and stood forward, turned sideways and said, "Side," and then turned around and gave her back and said, "Back," and walked away.
One of the great artists of our century, her life spanned our century. She died in 1986. She was 98 years old.
I have been very fortunate. The things that I've been doing have been in touch with my time so that people have liked it.
They really are haunting paintings. We turn to art of a different nature, and we go to Santa Fe, where Spencer is.
Okay, Charlie, well, Georgia O'Keeffe is just one of the many artists and artisans to whom Santa Fe has been an inspiration. Today, over 5,000 artists practice their craft in the northern New Mexico area, and the eclectic mix of American Indian, Spanish, and contemporary art that can be found here is why many call this city an artist mecca. Now, I'm at the Institute, actually, I'm at the Institute of American Indian Arts Museum, and here on this table we have many examples of the different kind of art that can be found in this area. The famous black-on-black pottery here, which is known from the nearby area of the San Ildefonso Pueblo. They have the contemporary Adam and Eve figures here, which shows the Spanish influence. Down in front here, the storytellers. And this purse made of cut beads by Marcus Ammerman, who's a Choctaw Indian. There are many, many different types of fantastic art that can be found here in this city and in the northern New Mexico area. We invite you to visit it. Now, the sound of the Southwest, flamenco guitar of Ottman Liebert, coming up in just a moment as Good Morning America continues.
Boy, oh boy, it's gonna surprise you.
Right now, earlier in his career, Ottmar Liebert's music was described as nouveau flamenco, but that's really far too limiting a description for the multitude of sounds and rhythms on his latest album. It is called Solo Para Ti, which means Only for You, and it is also recorded by his band Luna Negra, who are also with us this morning. He's actually a native of Cologne, Germany, but about 7 years ago, he made his home in Santa Fe, New Mexico, not far from here, and we persuaded him to come on down here to Albuquerque to play for us today. What brought you here?
I was living in Boston, and I was on my way to Los Angeles, and I visited a friend who was born and raised in Santa Fe. I just didn't want to leave.
Fell in love with it? Mm-hmm. So what do you get from living there? Tell us the experience, because everybody else calls it kind of a magical place.
Well, once you get over that Rachel Abojada, you're in a different country. It's not the United States, really.
What do you mean it's not the United States, really?
It's different. It's really different.
People try to get a description of that.
Well, you have, the light is different up there, the air is different, and you've got 3 different cultures, you know, Anglo, Hispanic, and Indians, and they're fairly well living together. It's pretty exciting.
Well, what are you going to play for us today?
Duende del Amor from the last album.
From the last album?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll get out of your way here and let you play. gentlemen, with Luna Negra. And Good Morning America continues from Albuquerque, New Mexico after this.
Haines home-style gravy is made like your
Our neighbors in
homemade.
a battle over nuclear waste. Spencer?
Also, Joan, this morning, great food and some fantastic dancing from the land of enchantment as Good Morning America continues. Stay with us. A promotional fee paid by Continental with service to every major ski resort in Colorado and
Well, we're coming to the end. It has been a wonderful 10-day bus tour through the Southwest, and we're just now picking up, or we could at least pick up a few souvenirs. Actually, we could probably take them if we didn't tell anybody. But pick up a few souvenirs on this, the last hour of our Great American Southwest bus tour. Good morning, America. Welcome to Albuquerque, New Mexico. I'm Charles Gibson.
And I am Joan London. It is Friday, November 20th, and that was the right time and place, I guess, to get a few mementos for the kids. We are in Old Town Plaza. Meanwhile, Spencer Christian is in Santa Fe. Hi, Spencer.
Hi, Joan, in beautiful Santa Fe, also a place where you can empty your pockets. We're going to have a lesson this morning on shopping wisely for Southwestern souvenirs. And we're going to visit an ancient city that dates back to the 12th century. Charlie?
Thanks, Spencer. We're going to get back to our program from Albuquerque and Santa Fe in just a few moments, but let's go back to New York for the news and weather.
And a good morning to you once again. At this hour, a major story unfolding in England, a major fire at Windsor.
If so, they have a prize. In theory, a black hole is what's left when a massive star collapses onto itself, compacting so densely that its gravity traps any matter, including light, that comes near it. The object found by astronomers, seen here through a telescope on the ground, is in a galaxy 45 million light years away. A radio telescope sees the galaxy like this. Great jets of hot gas squirt away from the black hole trillions of miles into space. Put those pictures together and the evidence builds.
There are no alternative explanations. I repeat that. There's no other way we can think of for this energy to come from. But that doesn't mean there isn't another way. It's just the lack of our own imagination.
Almost conclusive proof will come in a year or so when the Hubble telescope's optics are improved. Then Dr. Jaffe will be able to measure the speed of the material closest to the black hole, and if it matches the expected, that's as close to proof as they can get. Jim Slade, ABC News, Washington.
Checking in once again on the major story unfolding right now in Britain, the fire at Windsor Castle, the royal family's home just outside of London.
Left Charlie and myself on our own for the last leg of the bus tour. So now I want to take you back a day and let you relive our trip to Albuquerque, New Mexico.
Today's drive featured the spectacular landscape of New Mexico, and we'd been invited to the San Augustine Ranch. It's just west of the White Sands Missile Range in the shadow of the Oregon Mountains. Rob and Myrna Cox rolled out the welcome mat.
Joan, is this my wife, Myrna?
Hi, Myrna.
Charlie, how are you?
How are you, sir?
Proud to
Nice to see you.
You're in the land of enchantment.
The ranch is over 9,600 acres, so there'd be plenty to explore.
We got your horse all saddled.
Do you?
You ready to go?
Charlie's horse all saddled?
That's right.
We got to get this guy on a horse.
You know,
Come
I've
on.
never been on horseback in my
Are you
life.
serious? You've never been on a horse? I got to see this.
I'm not sure you will.
I got friendly with my horse, Myrna's Appaloosa Hondo.
Yeah, how are you? Want to go for a ride?
This is Charlie's horse. We call him the Widowmaker.
No.
This really was Charlie's first time on a horse. Looks pretty good, doesn't he?
But then I don't know what I want him to do either.
Yeah, there she goes. Showing off.
Come on, Charlie.
Nice and easy. That's it. That's it. 3,000 pounds of extra oats if you're nice and easy. Do I not know what I'm doing? Thank you very much.
I think you did absolutely great. Just great. I'm so proud of you. And boy, is he going to hurt tomorrow.
When we think back on this trip, surely one of the highlights will be our ride with a real cowboy and our once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to literally ride off into the sunset.
My old partner, Cowboy Chuck. He was great, just great. Spencer, you missed a good one.
I guess I did, Joan, but I'm happy to be where I am now. I'm getting up in the world. Here I am now atop the Institute of American Indian Arts Museum in Santa Fe. You know, Joan, there's a living history in the Southwest that makes this part of the country especially significant and especially beautiful. In fact, it is here that you can still see how people lived centuries ago.
In the rugged New Mexico landscape, on a massive sandstone mesa 40 stories high, an ancient city basks in the sun. It is called the Pueblo of Acoma, and people lived here as early as the 12th century, long before Columbus was born. The city is still very much alive today, home year-round to some 20 Pueblo Indian families, descendants of the city's founders, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited places in the United States.
If visitors came to Acoma today, they would still see the housing as it was centuries ago. Now, people's dress is slightly different today, but the homes, the houses, are still the same.
Acoma residents still live without electricity or indoor plumbing. And outside, they still repair the adobe and sandstone walls the old-fashioned way, with mud. The design, they say, works as a natural thermostat.
See, the adobe, the mud and all that keeps the coolness and the hotness in during the winter and the summer. So during the summer, you can walk into one of these houses and it'll be nice and cool. But during the winter time, you build a fire and all that, it'll be nice and warm.
While most Acoma Indians no longer live full-time in the old Pueblo, where tourism is now a big industry, many cherish ancient traditions.
We need to keep our culture alive, keep our people alive. We have to keep these things going on, because if we don't, it's going to die out. What are our kids going to learn? What are they going to know? They're not going to know anything.
Traditions are also maintained in the 18 other Pueblo Indian communities located near the Rio Grande in northern New Mexico. At the Taos Pueblo, for example, craftsmen still ply their ancient trades. 1,000 years old, the Taos Pueblo is the largest existing multi-story Pueblo structure in the United States, a kind of early version of an apartment building. This woman is making pottery at the Santa Clara Pueblo.
The traditional way is how I do it, and that's how I've learned, and that's how I've done it, and that's how I teach my children.
Fine work like this has made Santa Clara famous, as have the Puye cliff dwellings. These prehistoric homes were built into the volcanic rock and out from it. Cliff dwellers lived in structures like this one until about 400 years ago. The architecture was far ahead of its time.
The cliff dwellings are the first passive solar heated dwellings. As you notice, most of the cliff at this side is facing south. With the southern exposure, you get the most sunlight and the warmest heat during the winter season.
In fact, modern homes all over the Southwest pay homage to the Pueblo style, a way of architecture, and for Pueblo Indians, a timeless way of life.
It is now 15 minutes past the hour. American Indians in a battle over nuclear waste. Good Morning America continues.
We saw that by moving its wheels toward the corner.
Controversy near here. As we mentioned earlier, the nuclear era really came of age in New Mexico. And since that time, 112 nuclear power plants have been built in the United States, and they produce 20,000 tons of spent nuclear waste every year. Well, where to put it? Needless to say, not many states want any part of nuclear waste dumps. But what if an Indian reservation came forward and said it would take it? The Mescalero Apache tribe in south-central New Mexico is considering construction of a dump site on its land. Surrounding communities, needless to say, are up in arms. So with us this morning, Frederick Peso, he is secretary of the Mescalero Apache tribe, and Bill Karn, a village councilman from the neighboring community of Ruidoso. And I thank both of you for being here. Why would you want to take what no state wants to take?
Well, first off, we're a business-oriented tribe, and we're looking at this as a long-term business investment. We were invited by the United States as a sovereign tribe to take a look at it, and this is exactly what we're doing.
And certainly the United States would pay money if you would take it, but why would you want money? States are offered money to take it as well. They say no. Why would you say yes?
We are doing the study now because we have to take a look at what we're doing in a long-term sense. Things that you take for granted that we have to take care of. We have to look at all our unborn generations and make sure that they have the proper education, that they have the employment, that they have housing, and all of these things.
But are you worried about the safety of it?
The safety is part of the study. We're looking at that also. We have not decided that we're going to take it.
Governor King says New Mexico doesn't want it, but you have autonomy over your own lands, and therefore what he says really doesn't have any sway over you, right?
We are trying to work with them to see that, let them know what we are doing, and as we progress with the study. Yes, we are a sovereign group, and we are looking at this on our own.
Bill Karn, as Frederick says, they essentially can do what they want in this area. If they decide to take it, and granted it's just under consideration now, but if they decide to take it, there's really nothing that you surrounding communities can do, right?
Well, basically part of the problem is miscommunication, because some of the newspapers have quoted the president tribal chief, Wendell Chino, saying it's not going to be on the reservation. And if it's not going to be on the reservation, then it falls under the auspices of the governor, Governor King, and he can tell DOE to take it and go away.
But if they decided at the end of this study to put it on their reservation as it now exists, is there nothing you could do?
Well, part of our problem is the National Nuclear Regulatory Commission has already said that the DOE does not need an MRS facility. They can store the spent fuel
MRS
at the
being the place where you store this.
Monitored Retrieval Storage Facility.
Right.
They've already said that they've got places at the existing nuclear reactors to store for the next 40 years. So the DOE needs to get on with a permanent repository and stop wasting taxpayers' money.
And I hear you looking for alternatives, but the possibility still exists that the Mescalero could say, yes, we'll bring this here. And at that point, I'm asking, do you have any recourse?
Well, only through the court system, probably. But, I mean, we have so much to lose in Lincoln County. I mean, the Mescaleros and Ruidoso are in the same boat. It's called tourism. They operate the ski area, largest ski area in the Southwest with a gondola. We have the world's richest quarter horse racing. Museum of the Horse, Lincoln County, New Mexico, the Lincoln County Wars.
And it is the safety aspect. It is the safety aspect that primarily worries you.
If one of these containers were to breach, certain agencies have said that it would create a kill zone of about 250 square miles. And that kills tourism.
Let me come back to ask you a question, though. Granted, the surrounding communities don't want this. It's still under study with you. If you decided to bring it in, do you have a moral right to do it with the surrounding communities?
We are working with doing the study right now to find out if it is safe. And we are also a business tribe. We also are very heavy into the tourism business. And we have to look at that also.
But just listening to the two of you, it sounds to me, if you decided yes, it would sour relations with the surrounding communities in
not
a way
necessarily. A lot of the information that is going around now is a lot of misinformation and a lot of ignorance as to what the nuclear program is all about. The United States decided to set up the Nuclear Policy Act, and they did invite us as a tribe to take a look at it. We are doing this because we need to look at the future development for our children and see that they enjoy their birthright.
Bill, let me ask you, if they decided yes, would it sour relations, do you think, between the tribe and the surrounding communities?
A lot of the communities, they've all passed resolutions against it, including the various counties. We hope that the Mescaleros, we look at Department of Energy's offering $10 million a year after the facility is built, $5 million a year, as a way that they're picking on economic disadvantaged tribes who need the money. And as Fred, I understand Fred's trying to look out for his children and his future generations, but they're trying to make them put a price tag on their soul.
I thank you both. I hope this gets worked out amicably, whichever you decide. Thank you very much. Frederick Peso, Bill Karn.
New Deal Mercantile, the home of the competition, is having a holiday savings celebration.
Their project.
under normal wild conditions, their reproductive rate is relatively low, and the loss of any of the animals is critical. And it's critical to the future of that herd.
Towner says a hefty reward of $2,500 will be offered for information that leads to the arrest of the poachers. And we'll have more news in a moment. Interstate 25 near Truth or Consequences waited for more than 3 hours to catch a glimpse of hosts Joan London and Charlie Gibson. However, they got much more than expected. London and Gibson not only got off the bus, they shook hands and signed autographs for about a half an hour. Gibson then even did a little jig to the music of some local fiddlers. They were eventually guided out of town by police to continue their Great American Southwest bus tour in Albuquerque. Taking a look at our current weather conditions on this Friday morning, skies off.
I'm Bill Cummings. We're the bus drivers for the Great American Southwest Bus Tour. Good morning, America.
And our many, many thanks to Dwayne and Bill. Those guys have taken us all these many miles, I think 2,000 or so at this point, all the way here to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Good morning, America. I'm Joan London.
And I'm Charles Gibson. It's Friday, November 20th. They have been terrific. We're in Albuquerque. Spencer's over in Santa Fe. Hi, Spencer. How are you? But before we go any further, we have to tell you what happened to us on our way to Albuquerque from El Paso yesterday.
It was unbelievable.
We were tooling along on the highway, and Interstate 25 we were on. 5 police cars put on their sirens. We thought we were getting a ticket. Wrong. This was a police escort. They were taking us on a detour to the town of Truth or Consequences, New Mexico.
And there were about 500 people came to greet us. They had been waiting there since like noon. So they've been waiting 5-6 hours. They were terrific. There were fiddlers there, and we just wanted to take an opportunity to thank all those people because we really, really appreciate the gesture. Now, also coming up, we're going to be talking about how to buy arts and crafts, and also we'll have a performance by New Mexico's Ballet Folklorico. Right now, though, we'll go back to New York for the news and weather.
Anna, good morning to you once again. A symbol of Britain's monarchy is in flames this
today. When we come back, the spicy taste of Santa Fe. It is a far cry from Tex-Mex when Good Morning America continues.
Things you never heard about a brand cereal before.
This is just a handful of freshly grown local ingredients. The chefs here are putting the signature of the Southwest on some contemporary American dishes. And joining me now is John Davis, the associate chef at Mark Miller's Coyote Cafe. Good to have you with us, John.
Great to be here. Welcome to Santa Fe.
Well, thank you. It's good to be here. Now, we had asked you to bring 4 or 5 flavors along that epitomize the Southwestern eating experience. What are the flavors you've brought for us this morning?
Today I brought 5 essential ingredients to Southwestern cooking. Today I brought some fresh corn.
Right.
Some chilies, both dried and fresh. We have some New Mexican greens, some dried New Mexican red chilies.
Right.
We have some fresh serranos, some poblanos, and some red poblanos.
Okay.
Also, we have some beans. We have some black beans, some anasazi beans, and some painted pinto beans.
That's easy to say.
Yeah, right,
okay.
Easy for you to say.
Right.
And some fresh cilantro and some fresh papaya.
Okay, now tell me about the flavors you've chosen this morning to incorporate into contemporary dishes.
Basically, we're going to do 3 salsas today, and our first is our black bean and corn salsa. We have some black beans, some fresh corn, some serranos in that chili, in the salsa.
Can I hold this up?
You can hold that up, sure.
Okay. Okay.
I've chosen to go ahead and serve that with a salmon dish.
That looks great. That looks great. See the salmon there with the beans on top and the salsa?
There we go.
Great, yeah. Okay. And what else do you have here?
We also have some papaya salsa here. This is a very sweet salsa. It's made with fresh papaya, some serranos, orange juice, cilantro, as well...
Go ahead. This one right here.
Right there, as well as some fresh lime juice.
Now, what if I wanted to make my own salsa? What would be the basic guidelines I should follow?
You know, Spencer, there are no real special guidelines to make salsa. The main thing is that what you want to do is use fresh ingredients, use local ingredients, and also you want to experiment. You know, you're not bound by any convention.
Do that.
Yeah, so what you want to do is just sort of play around with it.
Now, is this a salsa you've got over here, too?
Sure thing. This is a roasted serrano salsa.
Right.
And what I've done with this salsa, I had blackened the skins. And that,
wow.
And what that does, that sort of emphasizes the flavor of the chili.
Right. That looks great. This is fantastic. Now, what is your favorite of all these? Can I taste one of these?
My favorite has to be the blackened serrano because it's really hot and the chili flavors really come through.
Let me take a little taste here.
Isn't that good? That'll wake you up morning, noon, or night, won't it?
Wow! I feel like a fiery devil. This is great.
Take care of your sinuses as well.
I should mention to our viewers, whew, it's good, but it's really hot. If you'd like this recipe or these recipes or any of our recipes for this month, send a $2 check or money order to Good Morning America, November Recipes, 1535 Grant Street, Denver, Colorado, 80203. Woo, boy! John, that's great. It is. I've got Bill Clinton's voice now. We'll continue in just a moment.
All right.
Stay with us.
Thank you.
Something new. Color tiles.
Authentic native blankets and jewelry, but it's also easy to be taken by things that look authentic but are not. So how to be crafty when shopping for Southwest crafts? Well, our consumer editor, Paula Lyons, went in search of some answers.
Santa Fe, they call it a city with an artist's soul, and certainly the work of its Native American jewelry makers and weavers has never been more sought after, the artists better paid, or more satisfied carrying on their traditions.
It's the attitude, the philosophy, the values that the weavers have, and they would always say, "Nijonago anale," and that means make it beautiful. You've got those beautiful qualities within you as a person. Project it to what you're doing.
To me, it means my livelihood, first of all, but I wanted to see the old traditional ways kept. It's something to have and to hold on to. It's very important.
But as the popularity of Native American arts and crafts has grown, not just here in Santa Fe, but everywhere, so has the potential for the novice collector to be duped, either into paying too much for a particular item or buying an imitation piece of jewelry or weaving passed off as the real thing.
I will have people call me and ask me if this is a real Navajo rug that they've purchased. And very often, and unfortunately, I'm always in a position to, evaluate the rug and tell them that it isn't.
To some, authenticity may not matter, but if it does to you, how do you protect yourself? Santa Fe Gallery owner Ray Dewey says, with knowledge.
I think they should buy probably several very good reference books and study them and read them. Ask many questions.
Genuine Navajo rugs are each one of a kind. The designs originate in the weaver's mind and are transferred directly to the loom. There are no patterns or sketches followed. The first rugs were actually blankets, like this one worn by a chief. The visual impact, fineness of the wool, tightness of the weave, and history of the pieces contribute to their value and help determine their price.
A good textile generally will not be on sale.
While copycat new rugs made in Mexico do turn up occasionally, authenticity is a far bigger problem with Indian jewelry. Here along the Portal outside the Palace of the Governor's Museum in Santa Fe, you can be sure all the jewelry is handmade by Indians using real silver and natural stones. The museum sees to that. With other street sellers, you can't be sure. Jewelry expert Sandy Bob has several examples of imitation Indian jewelry that illustrate the problem. This belt buckle, for example, has a real stone, but it's made with fake silver. This bracelet is made of genuine silver, but 3 of the 4 colored stones are actually made of plastic block.
To the naked eye,
That's right.
they really look real. Someone really has to know what they're doing.
Absolutely. And this is why it's very, very important that you deal with a reputable, ethical dealer.
Ethical dealers are key when buying rugs, too. But rug expert Bill Bob had this warning.
Places probably that you have to be a little more cautious in shopping are traveling trunk shows, auctions. If you see signs like reservation traders, 50% off prices, 70% off prices, there's something to question there. You have to know off of what price.
Be conservative. Buy what you like, buy what you can use. Try not to be carried away because it's easy to do here.
The Bobs would have to agree.
Set your budget with your brain and buy with your heart.
Good advice. Thank you, Paula. Right now, 47 minutes after, the spirit of New Mexico in music and dance when Good Morning America continues.
Generations to be part of one.
We wanted a lively finish to a marvelous week and a half in the Southwest, and so we have the Ballet Folklorico de Nuevo Mexico, accompanied by the Mariachi Nuevo Tapatio, in a performance of what else? The Mexican Hat Dance.
Your oatmeal, sir. Oh, species of birds and more than 100,000 glaciers. But you'll find there's just one way to experience Princess. Because there's no place on Earth like Alaska and no cruise line like Princess. It's more than a cruise. It's the Love Boats.
Furs, your everyday lower price.
Includes shipping and handling. Please allow 4 to 6 weeks for delivery.
Good Morning America is brought to you by Kinko's.
Best store possible and who came out here this morning. And also we need a goodbye from Santa Fe, New Mexico, where Spencer Christian is.
Right, Joan? What an amazing couple of weeks it's been. We've great places, and there's no better place I can think of to wrap up this tour than right here in lovely Santa Fe. I've been here before, and I'll come back again if they let me. See you next week, Charlie and Joan.
If they let you, that's the big if, Spencer. Again, 8 stops along this trip. We have had help from the affiliates in all 8 cities. Can't single them out or name people by name. There's just too many, but thanks for your technical help. It has been wonderful.
And also, all of you who have put down your coffee and come out and shared your chilly mornings with us. Thank you all. We'll be in New York on Monday. We'll see you then. Have a safe weekend.
Accommodations provided by the Albuquerque Hilton. Warm hospitality with the famous Ranchers Club restaurant. The Albuquerque Hilton captures the unique flavor and artistry of the great Southwest. Southwest Tour motor coaches provided by Hemphill Brothers. Hemphill Custom Tour Coaches take your show on the road. Hemphill Brothers Coach Company of Nashville, Tennessee.
a thrill. God, what a thrill.
Good morning, America. I'm Charles Gibson.
Studios, a theme park and a movie studio just outside Kentucky.
All right, terrific. Look.
Picked up again late this afternoon, and they are headed for residential areas, but so far the heroes in all of this have been the helicopter pilots who have been dropping water. They call it painting the line, keeping this fire somewhat in check. It is now on the east side of Topanga Canyon, not too far from an area called Pacific Palisades, which is one of the prime real estate areas, of course, in Southern California. Those fires are still burning out of control tonight, but they at least have them checked for the moment, Katie. It has been a wild 8 days out there. I think that the last number I saw, 1,000 homes have burned to the ground altogether.
215,000 acres, Tom, have been charred. It's really hard to appreciate the enormity and the horror of all this unless you're right in the middle of it, either as a resident or a firefighter. It's incredible.
That's true, and we're going to have updates throughout the course of this program and on this NBC station. It does look like it's going to be another long, exhausting night for firefighters and residents. You have been seeing these pictures all day and for a week now, but nothing quite like what you're about to see. Now, correspondent Mike Betcher has been in the middle of all this with camera crews since last night.
When a fire becomes a storm, when embers fall like hailstones, and smoke turns day to night, man can hope only for the tiniest of victories. A helicopter is nothing but a pesky gnat. A fireman's hose is no more powerful than a squirt gun.
Get to the front door! I want the front door open! Okay.
Retreat. Fight. Retreat again.
Hey, let's get more hose! Get some help up here!
Until there is no place left to run. Jim and Millie Mae aren't budging. Malibu is their home. They didn't leave in 1970.
That's the one where my little daughter said, "We're going to die, aren't we, Dad?"
And they're not leaving now.
Please don't leave us. Now, in 1970, my wife and daughter and I saved our house because we had no equipment. Okay, well, right here. Is that your car, sir? No, that's the guy who lives down below. He's up at the house. Okay. I know they tell people to leave, but we saved our house once, and we ain't leaving. Hurry up! We need more! Quick! It's on the back of the house!
Surrounded by fire, but tired of retreats, the firemen make a stand at the maze.
Ready? Here.
And ordinary people come to stand with the firemen and the maze.
Are you from Pepperdine? No, I'm not. So wherever you're from, we're delighted to have you.
I'm just a resident.
Nice to meet you, Dave. Appreciate all your help.
The fire toyed with them. They could have been overrun at any minute. Then, as capriciously as it struck, it left, heading for other prey down the hill. One small battle, one small victory.
Come down, come down, come down.
Along another hillside, on another narrow canyon road, in the face of the same fire, a different squad of firemen also need a small victory. Actually, they need a small miracle.
Watch yourself, Eddie.
They know defeat. Last August, 2 of their number were killed fighting another California firestorm. This mission won't be any easier. Stop the fire from crossing Las Virgenes Canyon.
What happens if this gets across over here? It goes all the way to Pepperdine, all the way to Latigo, Corral, and then it ends up at Point Doom.
But ammunition, water, is running low.
We can't afford to turn it off. Leave it on. If we run out of water, we run out of water.
Instead, they use what is in plentiful supply. They decide to fight fire with fire. A backfire was lit.
You're able to get the fire burning into itself. Instead of having the fire come to you, you bring the fire to the fire itself.
This is a California Maginot Line, in effect. And like the Maginot Line, they're not that convinced that it's going to work. They're trying to stop the fire from hopping over into this canyon. There's some high-dollar real estate over there, research facilities, a university, Pepperdine University. How you doing? Good. Think it's going to work?
Well, so far so good. It looks really good.
Clean it up and then bump down the road. Come on, bring it out.
Not everyone was so sure.
My biggest concern are these hot embers moving across the highway, getting in this canyon, and once it chases up the hill, we've lost it. It's not slowing it down any at all.
Even 100 hose lines probably wouldn't have helped. The fire crossed the canyon and continued its march. Black earth marked the fire's advance. There was a lot of black.
No sense, it's going to burn down.
Man, you know the people who live here? No, I don't. Well, I'm going to go back inside and get some of the crap out.
Michael, hey! Come on! Help out!
Firemen and women joined him.
Oh, watch it! Get it up! Get it, Debbie!
It's on the side. It's going to fall down.
Personal stuff. Let's just go for the personal stuff. Look for some type of farming cabinet.
Forget the china. Forget the china.
Coming through.
The home's owners had evacuated. Strangers had only seconds to decide what to save from another's lifetime.
Whatever pictures you can find, they're irreplaceable.
All day, Assistant Chief Bill Schultz had watched the fire move. Always, he and his men moved with it. After 29 years on the Linwood, California Fire Department, he was only 8 months from retirement. This was not the kind of day a short-timer needs. Caught, literally, in the middle.
This is a firestorm.
It's a firestorm. It's up high. It's going circular, round and round like this.
So are we in the middle of it?
Pretty much.
Okay, get ready. Watch yourself, guys. It's going to get hot.
Trapped would better define their predicament.
Okay, here it comes, guys. Yeah, let's clear off the deck, guys. Come on. Right up here is okay.
What's happening? Got it. What's happening?
We're getting a fire. We're getting a fire whirl.
We're in a firestorm.
It's all in here. That's why we're getting this big gust. We got fire above and below us.
No one was hurt, but the fire was not finished.
Stay behind me.
The fire was so intense that it had consumed almost all of the oxygen around them.
Here it comes, guys. Big time fire. Big fire, big fire.
The fire had spent its strength on this spot and these men. Chief Schultz had spent his, too. In 29 years of firefighting, he had never been in the eye of a storm.
Do you ever stop and think, I've been a fireman long enough, I don't want this anymore?
Yeah, I'm going to retire July 1st. And I'm thinking, I hope I make it.
As long as the sky burns orange, July 1st seems like an awfully long time away.
I'm tired. I'm tired.
You cannot overestimate the heroism of those people who are in the middle of it, including, I dare say, getting those pictures for us, the NBC News camera crews, who were at great peril, and some of them got a little bit singed, but they're not in trouble.
But those firefighters are amazing, Tom, and many of them are operating on no sleep for 2 or 3 or 4 days at a time.
It's another live picture of Topanga Canyon as it burns up the east side now. President Clinton was live on television tonight to the West Coast saying that there will be at least $15 million in emergency relief available, and all the people from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Agency, are there as well.
And just a few minutes ago, Tom, officials confirmed their worst fears. This fire in Topanga Canyon was the result of arson.
We'll be back later.
When I first met Alec, I just knew he was my husband.
I didn't know at all precisely what was ahead of me, but I knew I couldn't say no.
Alex is a very caring, very warm, extremely intelligent person. To me, Alex is a hero.
9 women, 9 friends. Women who share more than
and Sunday afternoon outings on the lake. They share the same husband. Alex Joseph, his 9 wives, and his 19 children may be America's most modern polygamous family.
I like this lifestyle. I like his wives. I like his family, and I think...
40-year-old Boudica Joseph has been married to Alex for nearly 20 years. She's a real estate broker. 40-year-old Elizabeth married Alex shortly after Boudica did. She's a lawyer. All the wives work. There's a park ranger, a graphic artist, saleswomen, and the town clerk.
Alex gets annoyed when I say this, but I really see it as a feminist lifestyle because it frees you to pursue without guilt, career, or whatever your interests are. And I'm enough of a traditionalist. If me going off to law school would have meant he didn't have somebody fixing breakfast or do his laundry, I wouldn't have gone.
What are the benefits to this arrangement?
Well, there's lots of them. Not nearly as much work. The benefits of a large family without all the work. Financial, practical, washing dishes, cleaning clothes, cleaning house, all that.
You know, I used to tell my mother when I was younger I was going to marry this perfect woman, and she said, boy, you're in for a real disappointment. And she finally admitted that I went ahead and had done that.
Married the perfect woman.
Yeah.
In 9 different people.
Yeah, why not?
Alex Joseph and his 9 wives have made their home here in Big Water, Utah. It's a tiny, dusty town on the Colorado Plateau on the edge of Navajo country. It is hundreds of miles from any major city. It's hard to get to, and they like it that way.
Well, I just didn't want to distress my neighbors, so I figured if I didn't have any neighbors, they wouldn't be distressed by my lifestyle.
You're going to teach me?
No, I'm not teaching them at least.
If others find it distressing, the Josephs find polygamy natural.
There, now it's straight again. See?
Oh. Come in!
The family lives in a cluster of homes within shouting distance of each other. 4 of the wives double up and live together. 5 of the wives and Alex have their own homes.
What are these, Dad?
I don't know what it tastes like.
Hi, Diane.
They gather once a week for a family dinner. Most other nights, the wives take turns cooking for their husband.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody comes here if they feel the urge and puts their name on the calendar when they want to have dinner with him. See, Diane's a very nice person. She'll take a lot of days.
Diane has him over every Wednesday night.
Yeah, look, Joanna's a little lacking on the,
Joanna's had him over for dinner once this month.
Yeah, but Margaret doesn't even pretend.
I hardly ever feed Alec. And I haven't fed him for, gosh, a year probably. It's wonderful.
I can eat wherever I please, and it's not uncommon for me to go fix my own dinner. 5 on this side, 4 on this side is how much?
9.
What?
9.
That's close.
How does the finance part of this work?
Well, we pretty much all run our own affairs. We all pretty much pay for our own groceries, our own power bills, our own clothing.
And you all chip in to support Alex?
Well, no, Alex takes care of himself.
I used to be a Viking.
Over the years, Alex has done it all, from flying helicopters to police work to selling ginseng.
Alex, computer is initiating.
Today, he's into computers, publishing, and real estate. And he's the mayor of Big Water. It's a wonder he has time for 9 wives.
She had this angry look in her. She did that night, too. How does this work logistically about seeing Alex on an individual, personal basis, not with all the other wives?
As far as sex, spending the night with him, we don't have a calendar on the wall. We just say, is anybody staying with you Saturday night? And he says, no. I said, well, may I? And it's just that simple.
You've never had a night where 2 wives said, we'd like to be with you?
Last week, not this week.
What happened?
Well, we're family. We work it out. It's not a problem.
I was surprised Don asked a week ahead of time yesterday. I'd never do that. He'll forget.
Explain it just to make you think, where's the spontaneity?
Well, but that's why I say basically, as a general rule, but there's plenty of spontaneity. I mean, he's amazingly available, okay? It's not like you got to stand in line to get a night with him. 99 out of 100 times you could call him at midnight and say, can I come up? And he'd say yes.
Really? With 9 wives?
Yeah. It's amazing.
Actually, Alex goes without dinner and sex and getting his bed made lots of times. Because we all think somebody else is doing it.
Who said that?
No wife complains of a lack of attention or affection from Alex. They say there's enough of him to go around. But all admit to private battles with jealousy.
Polygamy can be harmful for people in an emotional way. It can be.
Psychiatrist Jess Grossbeck has treated a score of patients from polygamous marriages and has studied over 200 others.
I think it probably affects the children most because they have to identify themselves many times, and it's a struggle for them with the kind of friends that are outside, not living plural marriage, and the ostracism that brings to them.
Do you, brother Alec Joseph, take sister Agnes Paulette Combs?
Not all of Alex Joseph's marriages have worked. He's been married a total of 13 times.
I do.
The marriage to Paulette didn't last. She left on good terms, but others did not.
You're not just marrying Alec, you're marrying us, the wives, too, you know. And I found that if the women didn't develop a relationship with the other women, they usually left.
And so if you're here just for Alec, you're done, you're finished, because it doesn't work.
How long?
And they're really good at running people off that do that.
How do you do it?
Just, we're mean. We're just really mean.
Although polygamy has been illegal since the late 1800s, there are now more polygamists in the United States than there ever were.
Many of them have retreated to the isolated areas of the Mountain West, where they created quiet communities like this one, where they don't have to live in secret, and where most of their neighbors are polygamists too.
The people of this Montana town don't want its name revealed. They don't want outside interference. This is a place where church rules are strict, where children are taught about the prophets and what they call the principle, the lifestyle of polygamy. Here, polygamy is sacred, the key to eternal happiness. They call themselves fundamentalist Mormons, but the official Mormon church rejects them and their belief in plural marriage.
In this town, what is a typical polygamous family? How many wives might somebody have? How many children might somebody have, typically?
Oh, typically maybe 2 or 3.
2 or 3 wives? Can you tell me how many kids you have?
I suppose I could tell you that. I have 28 children. And
unlike the Josephs, most polygamists are reluctant to speak to outsiders. Ted, who asked us not to reveal his last name, is a spokesman for the community. He worries that too much attention could destroy what he and his neighbors have built.
Since Waco, we're considered a cult by the government and other people. We just want to be left alone. We don't want to hurt anybody. We don't want to cause anybody any harm or problems. We just want to be left alone to live our religion.
Some of the people in this town remember the last time the law came after polygamists. It happened 40 years ago in a place called Short Creek on the Utah-Arizona border. Even the young have heard of Short Creek, and they're very careful when they leave here to shop or work in the outside world. Valette Stoker is one of Sean Stoker's 2 wives.
One time we were in Missoula at Kmart, all 3 of us. And if we ever happened to see one of Sean's work, which we did that day, then I automatically become Sean's sister.
You're introduced to Sean's sister?
Yeah, if they happen to see me, but if they don't, you know, I just run and hide behind an aisle or something somewhere.
The Stokers say that they're more concerned about persecution than they are about prosecution. After all, polygamy is a misdemeanor in Montana, and local lawmen tell us they can't remember ever prosecuting polygamists.
Here's Tamara's boat.
In Utah, polygamy is a felony, but Deputy Attorney General Reed Richards says that his office has more important things to worry about.
If you're going to send people out to investigate crime, maybe we ought to look to crime that is violently going to affect other people. It's going to injure other people, such as child abuse, rapes, murders, and so forth.
But as for Alex Joseph, he says he wants more than just to be left alone. He wants his lifestyle to be legal.
If we just take the principle of personal liberty, that a person should be allowed to do anything in the pursuit of his own freedom that doesn't interfere with someone else's, then it's nobody else's business. And it most certainly isn't the government's business.
Wanted to be free, to live the way he chose to live and be who he could be.
We are a real family. We're not just women that live in different houses and we're all married to one man.
Tell me how you feel about all the other wives. Deep, abiding friendship, the love of a friendship. And do you feel that society should accept this arrangement for what it is and not judge it?
Well, no,
if they accepted it for what it is.
You think there'd be more of it?
Yeah. Yeah, if people understood, if intelligent people understood this lifestyle, there'd be a lot more of it. There really would.
Incidentally, there are very few women with multiple husbands. When we come back later,
who loves to talk, although rarely about himself, is going to do just that. Who is Rush Limbaugh, and does a private man fit the public image?
Talent on loan from God. Rush Limbaugh in New York, the doctor of democracy. Coming to you from high atop the EIB building in Midtown Manhattan, ensconced in the prestigious Attila the Hun chair of the Limbaugh Institute for Advanced Conservative Studies.
Rush Limbaugh has a lot to be self-satisfied about. He has the most successful talk show in radio history, an audience of over 18 million people a week on 626 stations.
Here is Rush Limbaugh.
We are up to day 209 of the Clinton presidency, which has us all in its evil clutches. 1,200.
Limbaugh also has a successful television program, syndicated late at night. And his first book has been a bestseller for over a year. So if Rush Limbaugh is so popular, why do so many people love to hate him?
The fact that he's constantly knocking Clinton, I mean, from day one. Anti-anything that's good. He's the devil.
He is someone who caters to the worst prejudices in other people.
I walk out here tonight and I heard somebody shout, "Overkill!" And it's because of these ribbons that I am wearing. Here they
Limbaugh
are.
has managed to antagonize liberals, feminists, gays, and environmentalists, among others.
The green, right here, save the rainforests.
Political correctness. How do you feel about that?
Just another word for totalitarianism. It's just another way for the people, predominantly on the left. Liberalism is I think political correctness is actually just a new name for liberalism.
How do you feel about homosexuals?
Well, you know, homosexuals are going to exist, and I have no objection to what anybody does in their bedroom, but at the same time, I don't want somebody getting in my face and saying, I'm gay. You must like it, you must love me, and you must accept everything I do. I don't get in everybody's face and say, I'm straight. Half my brain tied behind my back just to make it fair. Rush Limbaugh serving humanity in New York on the EIB network.
His talk radio competitor, Larry King, has said Limbaugh is a zealot who's made a career out of bashing people. Nightline's Ted Koppel, who's had Limbaugh as a guest, views him differently.
He's extremely articulate. Rush Limbaugh is, I guess to the left, he is sort of like an aching tooth. They can't stand him, but they can't leave him alone. And to the right, he's like cotton candy. They just keep gobbling him up.
And the supply is prodigious. 15 hours a week on the radio, 5 half hours on television. But that's Limbaugh the performer. For all his broadcast brashness, he carefully guards the private Rush Limbaugh. We wanted to find out what's behind his public face. Will you tell us what it is that you basically believe?
I'm a mainstream conservative. I don't consider myself a right-wing, although I have, as I look at the newspaper accounts of my goings and comings, I see that I have come up with a third name, ultra-conservative, Rush Limbaugh.
Do you mind?
No, I think it's part of the territory. I think what I do is shine the light of truth on things. And then the reaction is, well, let's label this guy something that'll discredit him. Let's call him a bigot. Let's call him a racist. Let's call him ultra this or ultra that.
Yeah. Do you care? I mean, does it hurt?
I've looked at myself as a harmless, lovable little fuzzball, and so now, I have.
No kidding.
Yeah, I'm just touchy-feely. I'm not a threat to anybody.
Come sit on my lap.
I would love to. I've wanted to for the longest time.
This is probably the place to bring up one of the most controversial things you've ever said, calling feminists feminazis. And you've said, I love the women's movement, especially when I'm walking behind it. Now,
Sure.
that's kind of funny. But
Yeah, kind of. It's uproariously funny, and it's harmless.
to you, it's uproariously funny.
No,
Okay.
it's harmless.
Let's just define this for people who say he calls them feminazis.
But I don't.
What do you mean?
I
You
don't.
did.
Well, no, I never did call feminists feminazis. There are a select few feminists who I call feminazis. And you have to really work hard to earn your way into the feminazi status. You know what feminazi really is a woman who is so consumed with the advancement of the feminist agenda that she gets mad when a woman who's pregnant who was going to have an abortion is talked out of it. And women who think that all sex is rape, even the sex in marriage, because women are just
you're saying extreme. You're saying feminizing is extreme. What about when you say feminists are ugly women who need dates?
I never said that.
Well, sort of. You said it a little more elegantly.
Well, I'll give it to you. I once wrote in a newspaper column I had, the 35 Undeniable Truths of Life. Number 24, feminism was established so as to allow unattractive women easier access to the mainstream of society. Well, you know, I think one of the things that, look, Barbara, this is nobody, I try to explain this, I don't know how many times.
I don't know why people don't understand it. It seems so simple to me. Feminazis, ugly women.
Now, but see, I have been aided and abetted by this continued misrepresentation of what a feminazi is, and by the continued misrepresentation of what my views on women are. I am perceived as hating women.
Do you? No. You love women.
I love women.
What influence do you think you have? Can you make people vote a particular way? Can you really change their views?
I can. I think I'm validating. I think I am ratifying what people already think, and I think they're happy because I'm one of them. Also, I have fun. I combine, I think, two things that are not found anywhere else in the media, television, radio, newspapers. I combine irreverence, the sense of humor, with the serious, credible discussion of consequential issues. And there is no one else who's doing that, left or right.
Larry King criticizes you and says that you bash gays and you are not as generous in your opinions as you might be. What do you feel about him?
I think, in truth, Barbara, if I may be bold, he's just overcome with a little bit of envy and jealousy. And who am I? Nobody ever heard of me 5 years ago. I've come out of the woodwork and have taken over an area that Larry King thought was his by divine right.
The Rush Limbaugh of 1993, adored by his fans and successful beyond his wildest dreams, is the product of failure meeting determination. He's been fired from 5 radio jobs in a career that began in high school. Calvin Chapman was his guidance counselor.
He was just so excited about radio, and I never did get him to do all of his homework.
Rusty, as Rush Limbaugh III was called then, worked after school at the local radio station in his hometown of Cape Girardeau, Missouri.
KGMO, Cape Girardeau.
It's a city of 35,000 on the Mississippi River, about 100 miles downstream from St. Louis. But for Middle America, it is mainstream. And growing up here, Rush was able to avoid much of what was going on out there.
I didn't want to be identified with my generation, Barbara. I didn't wear blue jeans. I still don't. I didn't wear tie-dyes. I didn't protest America. Never did. And so I wasn't part of the consensus.
He wasn't exactly a loner during high school, but he was shy and overweight. He was no classroom Casanova. Did you ever play spin the bottle and it landed in a girl and she said, yuck?
Yeah.
Okay. She did, right?
I was about, this was, let's see, when was this? This was, gosh, junior high. Doesn't everybody play spin the bottle in junior high?
Yeah, but every girl, but, Rush, when it gets to the person, the girls don't go, yuck.
Oh, I'll bet they do. You think I'm the only guy in America that's had that?
No, but you're the only one I'm talking to. The Limbaughs were pillars of the community. Rusty's father, Rush Jr., was chairman of the county Republican Party and a man with strong political opinions. He died in 1990. And according to his father, Rush Limbaugh Sr., now 102, Rusty adored his dad.
He looked up to his father and wanted his father's point of view, and he followed it. He adhered to his father because he believed in him.
Rusty disappointed both of his parents when he dropped out of the local college after just a year to pursue a series of radio jobs.
My father set me down. Let me tell you what's going to happen, Rush. You're not going to make a decent salary. You're not going to maintain the social standing that you've become accustomed to. You won't find a decent girl to marry. What woman wants to marry a man who can't support her? All he ever did was insist that I get a college degree.
And I thought, what's he going to do? Being a disc jockey all his life, he's not going to, you know. But because I knew he could do better. I really did.
But for a while, he didn't. his radio career floundered, and in 1979 he left the business to take a sales job with the Kansas City Royals. He stayed 5 years.
I read something that you said then. You said, I have never been lower. I was empty, directionless, futureless.
I said, I'm 32 years old and I've blown it. I've got nothing to show for what I have done. I have failed at everything I've done. I've been fired from every job or been forced to quit every job.
So flop, 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 flop.
Yeah. I mean, I was always the guy with a lot of potential. And a friend of mine said, what do you do best? And I said, well, obviously what I do best is say things on the radio. Well, you've got to do that. You've got to go back to that. I said, no, I already, failed at that. I already screwed that up. And I nevertheless went back to radio, and I was never better on the radio than after I'd been out of it for 5 years. And so it really began to blossom in 1984 when I moved to Sacramento, California. An immediate action.
It was in Sacramento that Limbaugh perfected his format of no guests, some telephone callers, and mostly non-stop host opinions.
Let's figure out how much we spend per person on health care.
He gets ready for each day's program with 3 to 4 hours reading. And even while he's on the air, he keeps up with news and electronic mail from listeners on his laptop computer. But when opportunity knocked, the chance to host a nationally syndicated program from New York, he found the transition difficult.
When I came to New York, I was a psychological mess. The fact is that in Sacramento, I was not just a big fish in a little pond. I was a whale in a bathtub. I mean, I owned the town. So I assumed there'd be some fanfare with the arrival. And there was none. Sacramento, where's that? You're going to do your show nationally? Who cares? And for the first 6 months, I was nobody. And in the business you and I are in, being nobody is tantamount to being a failure.
But his career blossomed in New York with stunning professional and financial success. Even his father stopped worrying.
Your father lived to see you successful.
He did. He did. Wildest imaginations probably were surpassed in the degree that he saw me, but...
He saw you one night on Ted Koppel.
Saw me on Nightline. It was my first time. It was exactly 1 month before he died. And when the show was over, I talked to my mom later that night, and she told me how proud he was.
His dad turned around to me and he said, where did he get all that? How does he know this? And I said, well, he got it from you. And it really pleased him.
But as his public following grew, Limbaugh's personal life did not keep pace. After the microphones and cameras shut down, he seemed to as well.
He's very shy. He's very sweet.
Roger Ailes is Limbaugh's television producer and his friend.
He sometimes comes across as more brusque than he intends.
Insecure?
We're all insecure. I think Rush wants to be loved.
You also had 2 marriages that went bust.
Yes.
Why?
Married for wrong reasons, I think. The best of intentions, for the wrong reasons.
Were you a good husband?
Well, I think I was. Absolutely. I think I'm one of the best catches waiting now. I think I'm one of the best kept. Oh, really? When it comes to husbands, I think I'm one of the best kept secrets in America.
Your first wife said that you were so intent on your work there was nothing left for anyone else. Your second wife, Michelle, said you were a couch potato.
Look, you're identifying a lament that is common throughout most marriages at some point or relationships, and that is someone, either the husband or wife, is not paying enough attention. And, men, I do think that men define their self-esteem by virtue of their careers. I think most women define their self-esteem or take it from the success of their relationship, their family, or their marriage.
Yeah, thank God for Rush Limbaugh. But these days, Limbaugh seems to prefer career women. He isn't seen often on the social circuit, but when he is, it's usually with women who've made a name for themselves.
Anyone you want to meet?
You know, I was wondering, I was going to ask you, I may as well do it now, I was going to ask you if you could arrange maybe for me to meet Joan London. I mean, I've met her, but, you know...
You can't pick up the phone and say, hello, Joan?
I probably
Rush?
could, but what is it? Look, you could probably put in a good word for me.
Say that he's not a bad
talked
guy.
to him. Yeah, he's a harmless, lovable little fuzzball.
I'll call Joan for you and tell her that you're a harmless, lovable little fuzzball.
Yeah.
Keep up the great work.
Will do.
There are a lot of people who think Limbaugh's lovability could translate into politics.
I don't. You know why? Because you're all right.
Thank you, brothers. We love you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Rush, you want to ever be in politics?
No, as sitting here today, telling you this, I have no desire to go
You
into
could be
politics.
very effective that way.
I can't see doing the basic thing one has to do in politics.
Which is?
Put your hand out and ask people to put something in it. Money. When money is in your hand, people want to pay back, and it's never with money. And it's say goodbye to independence. It's say goodbye to who you are.
With all the stuff that's written about you, and all of the stuff that you say people make up and so on, what's the biggest misconception?
They can't discredit my views, Barbara. They can't discredit my discovery of the truth because it's not based on anything phony. But boy, if they can label me as some kind of oddball, somebody in a childhood, my father beat me, or I'm still on a mission to prove my father wrong and all this, I am a threat to a specific group of people in this country known as liberals. I don't want to be a threat. I don't think they should feel threatened. If they do, it must be because I'm saying things about... It's only the truth that hurts, Barbara. It's only the truth.
Say something lovable and modest, please. Just please say something modest.
So, I have for about an hour. So,
I can't remember.
Something modest about why my show's a success.
About anything.
I can credit it to the good taste and refinement of the American people.
Well, this Sunday in the Chicago ceremony, Rush will be inducted into the Radio Hall of Fame. And then there's Mad Magazine. Its readers recently voted him the winner of a poll to name the celebrity they think should receive, quote, unnecessary root canal work. Taste, as they say, is in the eye of the beholder, or should we say, the ear. You may love him or hate him, but the one thing about Rush Limbaugh is, once you have heard him, you can't ignore him. Well,
practiced here.
You know everything about the family, and then you can be a part of that family.
Okay, come on. Come on, Jack.
Hey. Good morning, ladies.
Dr. Haines practices in Vivian, Louisiana at North Caddo Memorial Hospital, which he helped to keep open.
You're looking better. I don't know if you're any prettier now.
Oh, yes, I'm fine. Family doctors, especially those in the country, have to be expert in everything from geriatrics to pediatrics. Dr. Haines loves being a country doctor and wants to make sure others will follow in his footsteps. So he not only practices rural medicine, he preaches it. He worked to create and fund a one-year fellowship to expose young doctors to the need for rural medicine.
Until you've had to drive, an hour to get even the basics of medical care, you really don't begin to understand.
But Dr. Haines also emphasizes the rewards.
And it's not necessarily the money, but how the people really feel about you when you've done something great for them or helped their family.
14-year-old Chad Smith fell through a pier a few weeks ago, damaging his kidney and spleen. There were no visible signs of injury, but Dr. Haines knew something was wrong.
And what amazed me was the quick split-second decisions that he made when he walked into that emergency room. He began to give everyone orders.
And acted quickly enough to save Chad's life. Just as the community depends on Dr. Haines, he depends on the land.
Someone may be dying, and you have to make the right decisions and give the right medications in order to save that person's life. So you kind of clear your mind early in the morning while walking and get ready for a new day.
Jim Angle, ABC News, Vivian, Louisiana.
And that's our report this
front, pointing out the things you'll be seeing.
The coach gets 7 miles to the gallon and costs around $300 to fill the tank. If you'd like to step inside the vehicle, it'll be open to the public from 7 to 9 tonight at the Montwood Bank located on Yarborough.
Only one lucky lotto.
Got your tonsils. They gotta come out. Never mind, I'm going in after him. And then the move for the garage door to go up. I said don't open the garage door. I want the garage door to stay down. Close the garage door. Close it.
Okay. And I got the eggs from all the cows.
Now all I gotta do is pull this tractor with this trailer. Oh, no, that one's silly. Are we there yet?
How dare you play soccer without me? I'm almost as good as Pele. No, Pele's almost as good as me. Wait a minute. Paid leg, get it? I'm not laying more eggs till I get paid.
Here I am, vacationing in the Alps with nothing to do but ride an old sheep.
Old? I'll show you old. I'm going to run you all the way to Italy, by way of Spain. Pick up those feet and move them. Come on, shirtless loser, get going. I'm your worst nightmare, you insulting Nimrod. Oh, look, there's Julie Andrews. The hills are alive. Run for the hills.
I must run for safety in that waterfall over there.
Podcasting the bouquet.
I'm sorry, I'm already spoken for. Now, how am I going to explain this to the bishop?
Believe it or not, the bride is carrying a frying pan with her, and you'll never guess where. Okay, maybe you will. I guess they didn't throw rice because this guy's in the beach ball business. I'm glad he's not in the fertilizer business. Now listen closely to the Limbaugh caller, if you can decipher it. If you can't get to the piñata, go after the guy holding the piñata. Words to Live By, Book 7. Backing away from the piñata hitter is only wise if you've cleared all the toys from the driveway. Words to Live By, the movie. Never make a blindfold out of cheesecloth. Epilogue, Words to Live By. If you're asked to MC a piñata party, find a polite way to say no. No!
Welcome, I'm Fluffy. You must be Claude. I don't mean to be rude, but get out! I also work alone.
Sweetheart, don't throw it far away. I want to be able to get a close-up of it. Go ahead, laugh.
All he wanted to do was lift his kid up so he could see the chopper better. What he didn't know was it attacks bad hair.
Haven't those batteries run down yet? Maybe I can hurry them along. No matter what, you're not getting any of this grub.
Hey, I got my new RC remote control plane here. Let me bring it around for you. There it comes. 1-to-1 scale.
Right tap, left tap, right tap, left. Uh-oh. Oh, I bet they didn't laugh like that when it happened to Cinderella. I can see the reviews now, and they're not good.
Okay, so I joined this little theater group to meet girls. Is that a crime? I think I'll get to know this one a little better. Oh, you're a good kisser. I'd like to see more of you. Ew. Well, on second thought, maybe you'd rather be alone with that thing on your finger. I can see the reviews now, and they're not good.
Stop while you riff away, okay, Stretchy? Go ahead.
Okay. Shock it, Jimmy, baby, baby, baby. Shock it.
Every
Every time you kiss me, hit me like a punch. Ready, 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 oh my. Hey, I want just a piece of what she's got. Rock it to me, baby, baby. Rock it to me, baby, baby.
Here we go.
This is a scene stealer.
All aboard the Great Pacific Coast Highway Bus Tour. This is Charles Gibson.
And Joan.
This morning, the shuttle, which landed at Biggs Army Airfield, just finished a 2-week jaunt in outer space. And it's piggybacking its way back to Cape Canaveral at 7:47. The giant jet must stop every 600 miles in order to refuel. Several shuttles land at Biggs Airfield each year because of their large runway that's needed for landing. The Columbia Space Shuttle weighs 200,000 pounds. Pretty impressive sight, too.
Stuff, yeah.
Happy we could help.
Good morning, America. I'm Joan London.
And I'm Charles Gibson. Good to have you with us on this Monday, November 8th. And we have cranked up the buses again today as we start our Great Pacific Coast Highway Bus Tour. And what a place to start. We are on Rocky Point along Big Sur. And for those of you who don't know it, Big Sur is as beautiful a piece of coastline as you would want to find anywhere. It is 80 miles of coast between San Francisco and Los Angeles. It is rugged, it is awesome, it is undeveloped, and luckily State Route 1 just snakes along the shoreline, giving people incomparable views. If you want to get an idea of just what kind of pictures you're going to see from here today, take a look at the sun rising over the mountains just a few moments ago. And we're going to give you some beautiful pictures today because this is a place where millions of people come for inspiration.
Well, Big Sur is the perfect place for us to begin our journey along the California coast. Its physical beauty can almost make you forget that many problems trouble the state of California, problems caused by nature, and of course also problems caused by humans, the unemployment, unchecked immigration, crime. And we will explore some of those problems even as we celebrate the beauty of the scenery here. We will also visit a castle built by William Randolph Hearst, newspaper royalty of an earlier generation. We'll find out if the same kind of devastating wildfires that were down in Southern California can also happen here. And we will examine why Californians are so zealous about protecting the environment. Really, you just have to look around here and you can see why. But right now, if you look behind us, out there in the water, actually on that big boulder in the middle of the water, is Spencer Christian. That's Point Sur Light Station. Hi, Spencer.
Hi, Joan. Hi, Charlie. This is a great location, great place to start your week. The Point Sur Light Station contains all the houses of a self-sufficient 19th century lighthouse facility. Beautiful location. And we're going to be talking about lighthouses and light stations in this hour and their importance to coastal navigation. And speaking of the coast, take a look at this. What a view here. I'm about 270 feet up right now from the surf on a block of volcanic rock. Actually, we'll eventually get all the way up to the top, about 361 feet above the surf. You can see the fog rolling in here now, but that's okay. It's been away so long, it's truly been mist. We'll have that and more coming up a little bit later. Charlie?
Thanks, Spencer. Those are the kind of pictures you'll see today, but let's go back to New York first for an update on the storm.
Some little Big Sur residents with me, and this is really the next generation that will inherit all the problems that we were just hearing about. But right now, I want you to take a look at the spectacular part of California in which they live, and that is Big Sur. Big Sur is an 80-mile stretch along the central California coast where serene mountain forests give way to dramatic seascapes. Wild and primitive, accessible only by a winding 2-lane highway, it remains protected and virtually unchanged, like a place outside of time.
Conservationists and environmentalists have talked about the importance of wildness to the human spirit. And I think that's what draws people to this area. Big Sur is a land that does not serve man's material needs, really. It serves man's spirit.
Big Sur, or the Big South, is what early settlers to the north in Monterey called this area. Driving down from Monterey, you'll first come to Point Sur Light Station, which sits atop a huge volcanic rock. A few miles farther south is Pfeiffer Big Sur State Park, where nature trails allow you to wander through tranquil redwood forests. On the other side of the highway is Pfeiffer Beach, where beauty changes from tranquil to awesome.
It's not a passive shoreline that we see, the crashing surf against the rocks. It invigorates, it inspires, and it feeds man's spirit.
Pfeiffer Beach is named after one of the pioneering families who homesteaded Big Sur in the mid-1800s. Most of the land is still owned by those families, the rest by the State Park Service. Commercial development is highly unlikely as residents are determined to keep things just the way they are.
That's probably my biggest lesson living in Big Sur, was trying to not adapt the habitat for my purposes, but to try to adapt myself to fit into the habitat here.
If you want to spend the night in Big Sur, accommodations range from a few modestly priced roadside motels to places like the Ventana or Post Ranch, where the setting may be rustic, but the accommodations are chic and very expensive. But most visitors to Big Sur stay at one of the several campgrounds.
It's a spectacular drive, and much of Big Sur is highly visual. But to be able to spend an overnight within the redwoods, begin to absorb the beauty, and begin to absorb the spiritual nature of the Big Sur coastline. It reveals itself in magical ways.
While Big Sur's beauty is eternal, it is ever-changing. The hills, once described by poet Robinson Jeffers as lion-colored in the dry months, turn lush green with the winter rain. The expansive beauty of a sunny morning can instantly change to the haunting beauty of coastal fog creeping up the hillsides and enshrouding the forests. The author Henry Miller, a longtime resident of Big Sur, once wrote of this enchanting spot, "This is the face of the earth as the Creator intended it to look." And some of my little Big Sur residents here, this is Spencer, right? Your name's Spencer? Can you do the weather like our Spencer? What is it today, sunny? Yeah, it's sunny. And we also have a birthday going on here. This is Kenley right here. And how old are you? Are you 7? All right. And when we come back, anybody here been to the Hearst Castle? No. You've been to the Hearst Castle, haven't you? It's very pretty. We're going to take a look at that beautiful Hearst Castle about 80 miles down the coast south of here when we return. Pretty place you live in.
Hi, I'm Justin Garrett, and I'm here with the staff and guests at Esalen Institute in Big Sur, California.
Well, I'll tell you, that's about as raucous as anything ever gets at the Esalen Institute. Good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Gibson.
And I'm Joan London.
And we are on Big Sur, the first stop of our Great Pacific Coast Highway bus tour. Just to give you a sense of how pretty this is, we've got a picture just of the water beating up against the rocks, which is just down below us here. I mean, you see this picture and other pictures and one after the other, and I can't pick which ones are most interesting to show you, but it is a beautiful spot along here, and you can drive this entire Big Sur coastline, about 80 miles, and it is, I think, as beautiful a drive as I've ever seen, yeah. Those folks were saying good morning from the Esalen Institute. The Esalen Institute actually is right down south on Highway 1 here, just a couple of miles, and you're going to find out in our 8 o'clock half hour just why it is that about 10,000 people come to the Institute every year. They come for contemplation, they come for life renewal. It is very California. Yes. It is quintessential California there. I'm not sure a place like the Esalen Institute could exist anywhere but California, but it does, and we'll show it to you later on.
80 miles south of here is a pretty nice house. Yes, actually, it's a castle on a hill built by a king of publishing, that is, William Randolph Hearst. I mean, where else can you find a house with 32 bathrooms, you know? So it's going to be a beautiful tour that we're going to have.
Run from one to the other. Also,
Harm DeBlay, our geography editor, will be here to talk about whether the fires that devastated the Los Angeles area, the Southern California area, could happen up here. And meanwhile, we can actually see a big, huge boulder in the water just south of us, where Spencer Christian is standing by at the Point Sur Light Station.
Right, Jonah? And what a location this is. This is absolutely gorgeous, and way off in the distance there at that rocky point, I can just about see you guys, to see the lights over there, so I know where you are. You talk about the water crashing up against the rocks over there. We've got water crashing up against our rocks here, too. This is a beautiful scene. We're about 360 feet above the surf level. And aside from the sense of beauty here, you also get a sense of the isolation up here at the Point Sur light station. Back about 100 years ago, in fact, they were so isolated they had to build a little makeshift railroad up the side of the cliff here, and 396 footsteps to bring supplies up. And we're going to tell you more about what life is like here for the lighthouse keeper in this half hour. But
coming up next, a tour of Hearst Castle when the Good Morning America Great Pacific Coast Bus Highway Tour continues here on Good Morning America.
William Randolph Hearst was a publishing tycoon, and he built his house with a fortune that he made by bringing the news into our homes. And what a place he built. It is about 80 miles south of here, finished in 1947. It is called San Simeon, and it's a jaw-dropper that you must see. A true example of the phrase that a man's home is his castle. High atop La Cuesta Encantada, the Enchanted Hill, sits a castle that you'd think was built for a king. And it was in an era that William Randolph Hearst was king of a media empire that included 26 newspapers. And it was an era when homes like this one could be built. It took almost 3 decades for Hearst and architect Julia Morgan to build this 137-acre estate, starting in 1919. The Mediterranean and Spanish-style architecture fits the climate in San Simeon. The estate is designed like a Spanish village, with a central house that looks like a cathedral and 3 guest houses, all overlooking the Pacific Ocean.
It's beautiful. It's like any castle you've ever seen in Europe that's much, much older, so you can see they did a wonderful job.
The castle opened to the public in 1958, not long after Hearst died. Today, it's an historical monument attracting almost 1 million visitors a year.
Let's go and look at the building William Randolph Hearst called home.
And here's what tourists discover inside Casa Grande, the main house. Of the 115 rooms, you'll find not just a couple of bedrooms, but 26. Bathrooms, 32 to choose from. The kitchen is the size of a restaurant. And so is the dining room, 2,000 square feet. For relaxation, there are 2 libraries, a billiards room, tennis courts, and 2 pools, one indoor with diving board, and the outdoor Neptune pool that took 12 years to complete. The upkeep, as you can imagine, costs millions, but it's all paid for by tourists who come to pay a visit to the castle built for a publishing king. It's just amazing. Most people don't have an extra bedroom, much less 3 guest houses. Well, we're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, keeping the beacon lit for a trusty light station. That with Spencer when Good Morning America continues. Out there is a very old and very significant part of the history of this area. It is the Point Sur light station where Spencer is. Spencer is himself rather significant, but not too old, but he's going to show you the light station, Spence.
But getting older by the moment. Well, Charlie, we're going to shed some light, so to speak, on lighthouses, past, present, and future. And joining us to tell us all about lighthouses and light stations is Bob Llewellyn, who is the chairman of a volunteer group known as the Central Coast Lighthouse Keepers. And Bob, before we get to explaining exactly what the duties of a lighthouse keeper are, why don't you tell us the difference between a lighthouse and a light station, and what's the significance of this particular one here at Point Sur?
Well, the lighthouse is just the building itself that projected the light out to the mariner. But in California, the lighthouses were built rather late after the gold rush, and they were all built at once. And they were stretched along the coast, and they were very isolated. This was the Wild West in those days.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And so these people had to have everything they needed right here. And for instance, right next to us here, the ground, where everything you see green growing, these were the former gardens where they raised their produce. In the background, we have all the dependency buildings that went with the lighthouse. We have the barn, the blacksmith shop. The building next to me here, this large building, is the triplex. 3 keepers' families lived there. In this other building right here, the head keeper had this all to himself.
Oh, okay. So the lighthouse keeper would live over here in this smaller building.
The head keeper, the chief keeper. And they had everything here they needed.
Now, tell me exactly what the duties of a lighthouse keeper are. What do you do?
Well, his main function in life, the principal thing, was to keep that light going. He also had a fog signal here. It was operated by steam, interestingly enough. They would use 100 cords of wood a year to keep that going. Later on, they had a radio beacon to maintain, too. So they had the center of their work, which was to keep that light working. Then, besides that, they had all the maintenance that went with all these buildings. They had to go get their groceries for long distances. A supply ship would call here several times a year.
This particular lighthouse or light station is now a state park?
This is a California state park now, and our volunteer groups raises funds, and we lead tours here.
You talked about the isolation earlier, and the fact that, you know, what it was like in the Old West, and you just mentioned going to get groceries. I would imagine that would be a pretty big chore, because there's no store right around here, there's no school here. So what was life like for the lighthouse keepers and their families?
Well, it took 2 days to get to Monterey on a wagon road. And the state highway didn't reach here until 1937, so they were still having a hard time getting down there. Very rugged road. The big tender would come down here, a large ship, and bring in supplies, and they would haul them up the side of the rock here.
By a little makeshift railroad?
Right.
Yeah.
And then back here at the blacksmith shop, they had a full forge, and that was unique on this part of the coast, so a lot of the local ranchers would come here to get jobs done at the forge, and they would exchange things to help the lighthouse keeper.
Life is a little bit easier for you these days, I hope.
Much easier, much easier.
Bob, thanks a lot for shedding some light on the lighthouses, and we're going to continue to tour the property as the program goes on.
Thank you for coming.
And coming up next, we'll visit with our science editor, our geography editor, Harm DeBlay, will tell us about the vulnerability of this region to wildfires as Good Morning America continues.
The big news story last week was, of course, wildfire, also along the Pacific Coast Highway Route 1, but hundreds of miles south of here in Southern California. But the truth is, virtually all of California is quite vulnerable to wildfire, including the area that we are in. And as to why that is, we've asked our geography editor, Harm DeBlay, to join us at this beautiful spot this morning. And indeed, this area right here has had its share.
One of the biggest fires in California history happened in Monterey County in 1977. The people here at Big Sur are still talking about it. 178,000 acres burned. And, of course, we know about the fire in 1991, the terrible fire at the Oakland Hills, with 25 casualties. So it is not confined to Southern California at all.
Why is it that we don't see these kind of wildfires, though? In other parts of the country, we don't see them in the east, really, these kinds. We see
not on this
forest
scale.
fires, but...
Not on this scale. And the reason for that principally is that the east gets its rain during the summertime. It's a moist period. But here in the west, in California specifically, rain comes in the wintertime and the summer is dry, so that the vegetation from May to November dries out. Then if you look at this map, there's an additional problem, particularly for the south. Look at the proximity of the desert to the coast here.
The coast,
and then when a high-pressure area develops over here with a load of hot air, and then over here a low develops, you get a movement of air in this direction. The Santa Ana winds that come like a freight train down those valleys, and the vegetation's dry. All you need is a down power line, a careless camper, and you've got a fire.
It's like a formula for it. Does that formula exist anywhere else in the world besides here?
Well, in fact, it does. If we have a look at a world map, this is called a Mediterranean climate here. And if you look at this map, you'll see that it happens not only in California, but also in central Chile, at the Cape of South Africa, in Australia, which is number 4 on that map, of course, and in the Mediterranean region that has given a name to the climate. And what happens particularly in Australia, and that is something that it shares with California, there are eucalyptus trees, which are oily and very inflammable, and the fire will run right across the crowns of those trees. And if there's one place in the world where the fire situation is worse than it is in California, it is here in Australia.
Except that those eucalyptus trees have made their way to California. We saw a lot of them down there.
Exactly.
What's next, particularly for like down in Southern California?
Well, one of the problems now, of course, is that these trees have been burned, the roots have been killed, and now with El Nino behaving the way it is, with excessive rain possible, mudslides is the real problem that California will face next.
All right, let's take a seat right now, and I'll introduce our next guest, which is Craig Anthony. Craig is the Ranger Unit Chief of the 2-County San Benito Monterey Ranger Unit, a division of the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection. And his ranger unit covers, what, 2.3 million acres of wildland?
That's right, 2.3 million acres.
What is the status right now? Is this a heightened fire time for
Well,
us?
you can tell by our beautiful weather that it's the time of the year when fires can occur on the north coast, and actually it's a high danger for us right now.
Do you have as high winds, though, that we see down there with those Santa Ana winds?
Our winds normally are northwest, come from the northwest, and there will be 20 or 25 miles an hour, so not the same magnitude in the south.
I assume that a lot of your firefighters are down in Southern California.
Quite a few this last 2 weeks.
They coming back up here now?
Yes, they're on the way returning now.
Because if you have heightened fire danger here, I imagine you have to keep your people out here.
We try to redeploy the troops and be ready for the next fire.
Have you had many fires, like in the last week or two?
Well, in the last week we had what we refer to as a fire of the 90s, just 4 or 5 acres in Carmel Valley that had the potential, if the wind would have been there, easily could have burned 20 or 30 homes. So those small fires can give us trouble.
Well, let me ask you, now that you have a lot more people living in wilderness areas, does that change fire and firefighting for you?
Quite a bit. There's 2.5 million homes now in the foothills and mountains in California, and oftentimes when a fire occurs, we have to use our forces to protect houses and try to direct that fire away from the houses, which means they're going to get larger.
Which means that instead of being out there containing them in acres and acres, what do you do to just heighten public awareness and to monitor these areas when you do have the increased danger?
Well, we work real hard with homeowners to have them help us by fireproof roofing and clearance. A lot of the things they do prior to the fire really makes the difference for us. So it's education and continuing to work with those homeowners.
And you find the people up around here are quite aware and...
Well, very aware. We had a fire in 1987 in Pebble Beach. It only burned 160 acres, yet it burned 34 homes. So we're very aware of the fire danger on the coast.
All right, it's such a beautiful, beautiful area. You hate to see anything destroy any of this. Thank you very much, Craig Anthony, of course, Farm to Play. And Good Morning America continues from beautiful Big Sur, California after this.
Highlights of Good Morning America's Great Pacific Coast Highway Bus Tour are available on home video. To order a video cassette, please call 1-800-543-4GMA. The cost of the video is $25.
Morning America's Great Pacific Coast Highway Bus Tour is brought to you by...
Environment, a big issue out here, and also to sing for us amidst this beauty. Right now, Spencer?
Well, Joan, from Point Sur Light Station, we're going to take a look in the next hour at how lighthouses and light stations help keep ships at sea out of harm's way. Charlie?
Just a quick review of the week. Today, Big Sur. Tomorrow, Carmel. Wednesday at Stanford University. Thursday up in the Napa Valley. And Friday, San Francisco. Pretty fair bus tour. Stay around.
Travel provided by...
Good Morning America, I'm Joan London.
And I'm Charles Gibson, welcoming you on this Monday, November 8th, as we start our Great Pacific Coast Highway Bus Tour this morning in one of the most majestic spots, I think, in America. We are at Big Sur, right at Rocky Point along Big Sur, to get you located, actually. We've got a blimp shot here, some beautiful shots being provided this morning by the MetLife blimp. This really is a gorgeous area, and what's hard to realize is that it has stayed undeveloped, and yet it is one of the most popular and attractive coastline areas in the country. I suspect developers look at this and see condos. I mean, 300 miles south of here is Los Angeles, 150 miles north is San Francisco, and actually at one time, even though it's relatively undeveloped now, this was a rather bustling industrial area. On this site, around 1900, there was tanning, there was mining, there was redwood lumbering. We have a shot of something called Notley's Landing, which was a supply depot for all the industries around here, and it was just about on this spot, Rocky Point, on Big Sur, as I say, that around 1900.
And it was the old Coast Trail. Now that's been replaced, of course, by Highway 1. And just down the road on Highway 1, a place that's kind of an exhilarating place that could change your life. It's called the Esalen Institute. We'll take you inside and let you see why thousands of people have gone there over the last few years.
As I mentioned, around 1900, this was a rather bustling industrial area, and you wonder, why didn't it develop? Yeah. Why didn't those developers put in the condos that they see? But keeping this area the way it is, as pristine as it is, has been a constant fight for California environmentalists, so we'll talk to a couple of them in this half hour, find out how they've been able to keep this area the way it is, and also talk about preserving ocean marine life. Spencer is about 2 miles south of us as the crow flies. Spencer?
Charlie, I'm at the Point Sur light station. You know, with the various navigational hazards here along the Central Coast, rocks and fog and whatnot, you can imagine there have been quite a few shipwrecks. And way out beyond me in the mist there is Ventura Rock, where the steamer Ventura crashed and broke up around 1875. And we're told that people used to come and line the coast here when there was a shipwreck to collect the cargo that would wash ashore. We're going to talk about those navigational hazards and how the lighthouses and light stations help keep ships out of harm's way in this hour. Joan?
All right, Spencer, we'll check back with you in a little bit. Right now, a second wave of pioneers who would journey inward to discover the frontiers of human potential. And there is one unique institution, Esalen, which has been instrumental in helping people learn to listen to the music of their soul. Nestled on 120 cliffside acres of Big Sur, the Esalen Institute has been a center for peaceful sabbatical and unconventional education for over 30 years. With its nudist hot baths and its New Age mentality, it may be what the rest of the country thinks of as kooky Californian, but the folks at Esalen don't seem to mind.
Oh, my sister-in-law said, oh, I know, that's that touchy-feely place. I said, eat your heart out.
Cece Chase is a transplant from New York who's worked as an Esalen masseur for 3.5 years.
We're all Californians, and once you come out here and get a taste of it, it's hard to go back to anything else.
Esalen was founded in 1962. Two Stanford graduates transformed the Big Sur hot springs with their version of increasing human potential. The counterculture took notice in the 60s, especially with visits from stars like George Harrison and Simon and Garfunkel. Today, about 10,000 people visit Esalen each year. Most take one of the almost 500 classes with names like the Art of Meditation, Singing Gestalt, and Chakra Integration.
Energizing your chakras in the palms of your hands.
There is also a children's center and a work-study program for extended visits.
I was working at an investment banking firm, and I didn't really know how I got there. And all of a sudden, I realized I hadn't really been living my life for myself. For me, I just came here to kind of become a freer person.
These work-study students help maintain the gardens. Each morning, they have a weather report where they're encouraged to express themselves in many ways.
I feel like I want to scream.
All right, let's do it.
Go, do it, man.
They encourage you to do whatever you want to do. And so I feel like I can do anything I want here. So it feels real free.
We have a very special community here. And sometimes we allow ourselves to let loose and be crazy. And that, to me, is a part of the balance of life.
3 decades later, the spirit of Esalen seems to be intact as a center for serious soul searching or just for some tranquility from a stressful world. And with me now is the gentleman who had the vision to co-found the Esalen Institute back in 1962, Michael Murphy. Nice to have you here.
Wonderful to be here.
Whatever gave you the, I don't know, the vision to, or the confidence to build on your grandfather's land?
Well, here was this magnificent coast and this magnificent land, and Dick Price and I, who started the Institute, thought it would be a fantastic place to invite people to get new perspectives on their life and to revision their lives and to explore the human potential.
So much has changed. I mean, you've somehow, though, been able to resist too much change there and stick to your principles.
Well, we've learned as we've gone along. We've learned a lot of lessons. Our programs have improved consistently. The land remains the same, and it reminds us that this quest for the human potential and to know ourselves and to learn to be more creative in our relationships and all is a permanent quest.
Interesting you say more in our relationships, but it's not even just between two people. Now you kind of want to reach out and to business, right? To American business?
Well, to American business, and many of our Russian colleagues have been coming here over the last 15 years, and what started here in Big Sur has really spread around the world.
What do you say to those people who say, I pulled out a couple, touchy-feely, new age psychobabble kind of place where self-indulgent people sit around nude in hot tubs? What do you say to those people to...
Well, I mean, if the quest, you know, for self-knowledge and to be more creative in relationships, it takes a lot of courage, and it's a noble enterprise, and it's ancient, and all our oldest teachers told us to do that, and so that's what I say, and it's the most ancient quest of the human race is for self-knowledge.
And you picked the right spot. I think
we were very lucky. We were very lucky.
Michael Murphy, thank you very much.
It's a pleasure.
It's 15 after right now, and Good Morning America continues from Big Sur in just a moment.
It's also home to more than 31 million people, which puts the environment in jeopardy, as we learned from the Los Angeles fires, some of them arson.
I think the entire environment is jeopardized, and the connections that hold that environment together are jeopardized in particular.
California's environment is protected by hundreds of laws. The Environmental Quality Act, one of the toughest in the nation, gives the public the right to know what developments impact California's natural resources. When you guys are surfing, can you tell whether the water's polluted?
Sometimes. It depends how much sewage is in the water.
California's 1,100 miles of coastline are protected by laws administered by the Coastal Commission. What do you think you've accomplished in the more than 20 years you've been in existence?
I think the major accomplishments are protecting public access to and along the coast. We've stopped the loss of coastal wetlands. The Coastal Commission led the fight against new offshore oil drilling.
Laws protect the air, too. Smog inspections, for example, are required for all motor vehicles. The law even reaches up to redwoods. Congress is now considering a bill preventing the destruction by a private company of the Headwaters Forest in Northern California. But the legal system isn't perfect. A law requiring the dumping of toxic waste resulted in illness to residents near the Stringfellow dump site in Southern California. Penny Newman is one of the homeowners near Stringfellow suing the state.
We have a choice. We can either begin to utilize the laws that we've passed and protect people and have a bright future, or we can continue the way we're doing, ignoring the laws and continue to hurt people. If we don't make the right choice, California is going to be not the beautiful state that it is now.
And joining me right now, two people who have devoted their lives to keeping this area the way it is, the way you see it. Zad Levy is one of the founders of the Big Sur Land Trust. He is on my right, and on my far right is Margaret Owings, who helped start the Environmental Defense Fund and is founder of the group Friends of the Sea Otter. Appreciate you both being with us. Zad, how close have we come to losing all this?
Well, the development pressure has been very strong, and probably if we hadn't put in a very strong land use plan, one of the toughest in the nation, we would have lost a lot of it by now.
So what is it that controls development along here? State law, federal law? What is it?
Both state and local laws. The California Coastal Act was adopted in 1976, which has strong coastal protection policies, sanctioned by the federal government, also in a Federal Coastal Zone Management Act. So it's obvious that this is a national treasure to be protected by the laws of the nation, the state, and local government.
Now, Zad worries about keeping the land in good shape. You've worried about the marine life along here, which has been seriously threatened?
Yes, indeed, it has. However, I was going to tell you about the land when we first came down here, because we were threatened by a freeway, if you can conceive of such a thing, cutting through the bastions of the mountains going down to the sea and filling the canyons. It was going to be a disaster, and the very reason why people want to come down here and dream about coming down here is to see the very thing that would have been completely destroyed. And my husband and Nick Rossell, and then I, tagging along with them, set about to get rid of the freeway notion and then to start a master plan.
Still a beautiful two-lane road that snakes through here. You can't make a lot of time, but you can see the views. And you do see thousands of sea lions and sea otters as you drive along.
You don't see thousands of sea otters.
I did.
You probably saw the kelp heads of some of the kelp, but I'm glad you felt you saw thousands, because that isn't quite the number that we have. But in the beginning, of course, they were thought to be extinct.
But this is one of the busiest sea lanes, I would suspect, around, running between Los Angeles and San Francisco. Is there still dangers to the animal life here?
Alas, we had the oil. First oil drilling threats, and then the oil tankers going up and down from Alaska, and in very large numbers.
Sad as people drive along here on the highway, are they respectful of this, or are there still pollution problems along here?
No, the public is generally appreciative of the fact that this is a national treasure in terms of keeping it looking the way it is. And I think most of the public is pretty good about that. But it does have to be policed, and we need reminders of that.
And in the final 10 seconds, can you say with assurance that this is safe?
There's never any solid assurance. We have to watch it all the time.
Constant battle. Zad Levy, Margaret Owings on the front lines, in effect. Thank you both for being with us. We'll be back. Good morning, America.
Hi, we're the Almonds and the Hasslers from Salinas, enjoying the day in beautiful Rocky Point, Big Sur, California.
Good morning, America! And good morning, America. I'm Charles Gibson. This is where we are. Where are you this morning?
And I'm Joan Lennon. It's Monday morning in Big Sur. Oh, is it gorgeous?
It is very pretty here. This is the first stop of our the Great Pacific Coast Highway bus tour. And it really is about as pretty a spot as you could start at, the prettiest spot as you could hope for. Kenny Loggins is going to be with us in this half hour. He is, of course, a fine singer. He also has a critical eye for the visual. He has used much of California's beautiful scenery as a backdrop for some of his singing. He recently had a video concert that used scenery like the California redwoods as a backdrop for what he was singing about. And so he's going to be here in this half hour and use some of the spectacular scenery as a backdrop while he sings.
And one of the great minds of this century is the scientist Linus Pauling. He just happens to be a Big Sur resident. And the two-time Nobel Prize winner really says that this Big Sur residency, along with a whole lot of vitamin C every day, of course, is what accounts for him living well and active into his 90s. And we'll be talking with him. Also, just down the way, a little bit down south of us here, on a big boulder in the middle of the water, again, is Spencer Christian. Hi, Spencer.
Hi, Joan. A big boulder in the middle of the water is a pretty accurate description of where I am here at the Point Sur light station. As we mentioned earlier, ensuring the safety of seagoing vessels is one of the primary functions of lighthouses and light stations. And in this half hour, we'll meet a Coast Guard expert in navigation who will reveal to us some of the tricks of his trade. Charlie?
All right, thanks very much, Spencer. We're going to continue to enjoy this spot, take a break, and go back to New York for the news. Minutes after the hour. I don't have to say anything. Just look at this. Can you see that hole in the rocks back there? How many hundreds of years of waves do you suppose did it take to break through and leave that spot there? And you can just find that climbing around in the rocks. When we come back, you're going to meet the Coast Guard commander who keeps ships safe along here from what are treacherous rocks when Good Morning America continues.
And Spencer Christian. Hi, Spence.
Okay, Joan, as promised, we're going to talk about lighthouses, past, present, and future. And here to guide us through our education this morning is the Coast Guard expert on navigation, Commander Mike Hockey. Good to have you with us this morning.
Thank you. Great to be here.
How many lighthouses along the Central Coast are still under the Coast Guard's command?
In California, we have about 25 left. 25 of this size.
That's quite a few. Still fully operational?
Fully operational, yes.
Now, you've got some of the tricks of your trade here with us, with you this morning to show us the difference between, I guess, some of the traditional lights and the new solar ones?
This is the light bulb that we use in our major lights. Is the one you see behind us. It's 1,000 watts, 120 volt.
Right.
Being replaced with this lens here and this bulb.
That's being replaced by this?
Right. This is a 100 watt, 12 volt, powered by solar power. And we'll replace this bulb with this lens.
And I guess the advantage of this is smaller, more compact, and less expensive.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And, powered by 12 volt.
Now, you also have to operate, to put lights in the buoys in the water, don't you?
Yes. And this is a typical light that we'll use on a buoy, or a minor age, as we call them.
Right.
And it's flashing now, probably can't see it.
Want me to hold this for you?
Great.
Okay.
Inside are 6 bulbs, and as the bulbs burn out, because we only have to visit these once a year now, the light burns
this
out,
automatically
the bulb
flips
changes
over?
by itself.
That's amazing.
Comes on, and these are also solar powered.
And for how long a distance can you see these?
This one here is probably, with the red lens, up to 3-4 miles, depending on the size bulb we put in.
Absolutely amazing. Now, each individual lighthouse has its own flash pattern, right, as distinguished from others. Can you tell me about the flash pattern of the one here?
Flash pattern here is it's a 15-second cycle. Once every 15 seconds, the light will flash. The mariner can time that, and if he knows if he sees 4 flashes in a minute, that's a Big Sur light.
So the mariners have to be familiar with all the different patterns so they'll know where they are, so to speak.
Right, and the pattern's listed on the chart, so he'll check his chart and see that it's...
This is fascinating stuff. I wish we had more time with this, but maybe you can continue my education after we're off. Thank you, Commander Hockey. Next on Good Morning America, a Big Sur resident and Nobel Prize winner Linus Pauling with his prescription on a long, healthy, happy, active life. Stay with us.
Talking about how beautiful are the pictures, but I also love the sound of the sea. And just for about 10 seconds, let me have you listen to Big Sur as well as look at it. It is just about perfection here. And this kind of scenery, as you would imagine, inspires those who live near it. One of those is the two-time Nobel Prize-winning Linus Pauling. And our Terry Rowe went to speak to Linus Pauling lately, and you probably aren't surprised to know that Professor Pauling credits the beautiful scenery around here as helping him in his groundbreaking work.
Big Sur on the central California coast is among the most breathtaking seascapes in the world. It's not surprising that a setting like this nourishes great minds. Perhaps the most distinguished resident of Big Sur has lived here on this property for almost 40 years. He is the only recipient of 2 different Nobel Prizes, one for peace and one for chemistry. And if I also told you that every single morning he takes 18 grams of vitamin C, you'd know that I'm talking about Linus Pauling, who at 92 is still going strong.
I have 2 papers on the structure of atomic nuclei on my desk right at the present time. Also, try following the literature on cancer, looking for...
Linus Pauling is one of the great minds of our time. He's compared with Newton, Darwin, Einstein. Pauling laid the groundwork for modern chemistry, fought tirelessly for nuclear disarmament, and he's an avid proponent of better health through nutrition, particularly vitamin C.
Any person who is at risk for cardiovascular disease should take vitamin C and lysine, perhaps 2 grams a day of each, as a prophylactic measure to prevent heart disease from developing.
I visited Pauling about 2 years ago when he was just a young man of 90. While his health has declined a bit since then, he still spends several hours a day working on complex chemistry problems. His mind is still sharp as a tack, but he admits to having to go through the alphabet to remember people's names, and sometimes even that doesn't work.
I thought, I'll go through A, B, C, D, came to F. F. You know, his name begins with F. It's Frank, or Franklin, or Ferdinand, or some name beginning with F. I couldn't think of it. Well, his name is Ephron. It begins with E.
Pauling continues to fight for world peace. And now that the Cold War is over, he worries about the rash of regional conflicts between small countries, cultures, and religions.
I think the United States and France and Sweden and Germany and Britain should all adopt the policy of not selling and giving nuclear, well, weapons of any sort, modern weapons to other countries. So that's one step that we could take.
Linus Pauling has lived in Big Sur for 38 years, and he would live nowhere else.
I think it's one of the most beautiful regions on Earth. There are very few people in this area for 15 miles along here, so that I thought this is a place where I can think about scientific problems or even sometimes political problems and leisurely develop my own thoughts and write them down.
Linus Pauling has truly distinguished himself as a great man of science. But ask him how he'd like to be remembered, and he speaks not of science, but of humanity.
Perhaps I'd like best to be remembered, along with my wife, as a person with a great interest in preventing suffering in human beings and promoting the welfare, the quality of life for human beings.
Linus Pauling, who lives right near here. It's now 12 minutes before the hour. While you were watching that, we just walked over here to get another incredible vista. When we come back, singer Kenny Loggins.
Has released 2 video concerts with Mother Nature supplying the staging, one being the Grand Canyon, and his latest, which is also a record album, is entitled Outside from the Redwoods, which we're going to hear a song in just a moment. But first, a chance to chat a bit. How you doing?
Good morning.
I assume that choosing these beautiful locales is more than just acoustics or something, that you want to say something to the audience.
Right. Well, there's a couple of reasons. One is that musically, the atmosphere in an outdoor concert changes the whole feeling of the music. And also just to bring attention to the beauty, the beautiful places that we have, and
but I know you really
them.
want to preserve it too. I mean, you work
Absolutely.
hard to try to preserve the environment. Did it come to you at some moment, or do you just grow up in California, aware of it, birth of our child or something? What?
I don't know. I think probably date it back to when my children were born. You know, when the first child was born, and you get a sense of, well, you know, son, it's up to you now, and then you get, wait a minute, it can't be up to him yet.
It's got to be up to us.
It's more up to me now than ever.
Yeah.
You know, to get involved and to find out what needs to be done.
Last time we talked, you'd gotten divorced, and you said, I'm looking forward to that next phase of my life. It's here. You've gotten married again, and a little son, a new son. You have 3 other children.
5-month-old, beautiful boy named Lucas.
Luke, yeah. Well, we're going to be working hard for his environment, but right now we're going to hear This Is It. This is a new version of your hit, This Is It, right?
This is a song I co-wrote with Mike McDonald years ago, won a Grammy on it.
That's right.
And now it's back to haunt me again in a new form.
This is Kenny Loggins.
There have been times in my life I've been wondering why. Still somehow I believe we always survive. Now I'm not so sure you're waiting here. One good reason to try. Lord, what more can I say? What's left to provide? You think that maybe it's over, not if you don't want it to be. For once in your life, and here's your miracle. Stand up and fight. This is it. Make no mistake where you are. This is it. Go no further. This is it. Don't be a fool anymore. This is it. The waiting is over. No one can tell you, boy, you know. Who makes the choice of how it goes? It's not up to me this time. There comes a day in every life. This is it. Make no mistake where you are. This is it. Go no further. This is it. Don't be a fool anymore. This is it. The waiting's over.
At JCPenney.
That's right, and tomorrow we'll be talking to the former mayor of Carmel, Clint Eastwood, also Doris Day, who lives there. Last word from you, Spencer?
Yeah, also we're joining tomorrow jazz greats Herbie Hancock and Wayne Shorter. And today I want to thank the MetLife blimp for these awesome aerial photos. It'll be following us all week. Charlie?
All right, bye-bye.
See you later. We'll see you tomorrow. Carmel.
Hemphill Custom Tour Coaches take your show on the road. Hemphill Brothers Company of Nashville, Tennessee.
Foreman.
The sign says the secret is out. Indeed, it may be. The Testors Model Company has unveiled a replica of what is believed to be the newest super-secret military airplane. The model is called the XR-7. The real thing is called the Aurora Project.
It has been seen by people who spend time out in the desert, Southern California and Nevada.
Aviation buffs started suspecting a new secret weapon was being developed when billions of dollars started showing up in the Pentagon budget next to the code name Aurora. Then the sightings began. A triangular plane producing a broken vapor trail and a pulsating sound. In California, unusually loud sonic booms have been rattling earthquake detection equipment.
We've seen about 8 or 9 occurrences, and one of the unusual things about it is this very similar sonic boom always occurs on Thursday morning between about 6 and 7 in the morning.
Currently, at 3 times the speed of sound, the Russian MiG-25 is generally considered the fastest plane in the world. The Aurora, which some experts believe may in fact be a large plane and a detachable smaller one, is estimated to fly twice that fast. The only problem with all of these theories is that the U.S. military says they are all wrong, that no such plane is being designed, let alone being flown.
At the same time, there are people seeing the airplane all over the world, so something does exist.
Does it all sound familiar? It should. A few years ago, testers rolled out a model of the stealth fighter, and the military denied that plane existed too. So take a good look. The military's newest super-secret airplane may soon be appearing in a toy store near you. Tom Foreman, ABC News, Chicago.
And that's our report on World News tonight. Later on day one.
Let the glitter and glamour of Nightline and the Emerald Isle.
Emerald Isle is everything you want to be.
Pepper Tree Square, El Paso.
A few words about Long John Silver's. Add a piece?
Add a filet, Ray.
Add some chicken fillet tummy, dummy.
Add a piece on the side, Clyde.
What's the best value going? Buy any Long John Silver's meal and add a piece. Fish for 79 cents. Chicken for 69 cents.
Edible, ho!
It's a great way to
Go big! Long John Silver's!
collect our holiday crystal and new dessert plate. Just 99 cents with any meal.
Village. It is a place where it has been home to poets and artists and writers and movie stars, including one who is a former mayor, Clint Eastwood, and he's going to be here to make our day just a little bit later. Meanwhile, back behind me, Charlie is in driving distance, driving as in golf, that is. He is at the Pebble Beach Golf Course. Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning, Joan, and good morning, everyone. There's a hush that's fallen over the 7th hole here at Pebble Beach. I've always wanted to talk like a golf announcer, and I've never understood why they talk like they're in church all the time. Of course, there's a hush over the 7th hole at Pebble Beach because nobody's playing it. It's 7 o'clock in the morning and too early for any of the golfers to have gotten here yet. This is, I think, probably the most beautiful hole in golf, certainly the most photographed hole, and this is probably the most famous course in all of golf, Pebble Beach, which is right here just across the bay from where Joan is. Patty Sheehan is down next to the 7th green, and she's going to give me putting lessons a little bit later. I don't think many people realize this is actually a public course, but it's booked up through January. You have to plan long in advance if you want to play here. I was able to sneak in. I get to play 1 green today. Nobody's going to applaud my shots the way they're applauding Joan over there. Spencer, meanwhile, is spending the day with the dogs, the sea dogs, that is. Spencer?
Right you are, Charlie. I am at historic Cannery Row, which is almost like stepping back in time about 50 years. And today my location is not the cannery, the old Hovden Cannery, but Monterey Bay Aquarium, which is built on the same site. And over the next couple of hours, I'm going to take you on a tour of Monterey Bay Aquarium, introduce you to such attractions as Emma the Shark, the giant kelp forest, and the touch pool, where you can interact with the sea creatures. You'll fall for it hook, line, and sinker. Joan?
And Spencer, I'm always here to take your bait. Right now, though, we're going to catch up with all the latest news from ABC News in New York and Morton Dean. Good morning, Mort.
To beat, and if I ever had found a way to make a living, I would become a resident. The Mission Ranch has been around for quite some time, both originally as a dairy and then later as a 32-room resort. Well, the Mission Ranch was going to be torn down. I just felt that it had a lot of historical significance, and I just thought maybe we could give it one last chance. And it's got a lot of significant things. It's worth preserving, I do believe. Well, this restaurant has been here since, it's been kind of an institution since the 40s, I guess, and maybe even the 50s. I used to come down here when I was in the military, especially on Thursday night. That was called Teacher's Night, where the teachers, especially female teachers, would get a break on any kind of libation that they were served. And yeah, I went with a teacher for a while. It was great. Got some education. It was terrific. Well, the view from the property is the Carmel, South Carmel Bay right here, and then Point Lobos Park. That's where Robert Louis Stevenson based Treasure Island. I like golf. It happens to be one of the golf capitals of Western America. That's far enough. And it has the great Pebble Beach golf courses and many fine ones in the area, so I like it for that reason, too.
Well, it almost looks like I knew what I was doing here. Not bad. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is the Hardware Inn. It was in 1971 we started this. And a friend of mine owned it, and he said, wouldn't this make a great restaurant and bar? And I said, yeah, it certainly would. The patio was much of the way it is right now. Gotcha Roth did this beautiful portrait on the wall there, so it's always remained the same, and it's always a hit, as you can see right here. Well, I decided to run for mayor in 1986 because I had was dissatisfied with some of the city council decisions at that time, and I felt that there was a great unrest in the community. So I was trying to encourage someone else to run, and then all of a sudden someone said, Clint, why don't you run? And and finally I had a couple sips of wine or something, but somebody said, you run and we'll support you, so I did it.
Anybody have any comments on that?
Well, as you can see, if you stand too long, you draw a crowd. And I remember when I was doing Play Misty for me in 1970, I was trying to figure out how to do a scene walking down the main street of Carmel and not have people eyeballing the camera and what have you. So we got up there with radios, and they would just tell us, and we'd pull the pickup truck with the camera up, and then we'd long lens it, and we'd just come walking down there. And Donna Mills and I would just talk, and nobody would look.
How's the redhead?
What? All kinds of people come here to visit Carmel from all around the world, and they always have. Where are you from, my dove? From the Philippines, huh? You've been abducted. See what happens? You've been abducted on the street. You're from the Philippines, huh? Oh, great. Are you having a good time?
Oh, yes.
That's fantastic. Okay. This is heading down Ocean Avenue, and this goes right to the beach, where we'll be seeing some of the rest of this program down here on the beach of Carmel, which is quite beautiful, and the sand is especially white. It's a very big landmark in California. There's a lot of beautiful places, but Carmel is to live here and to get up every morning and see a beautiful sight is very good. It's very important for me. Because I'm a visual type person anyway. I like good visuals, and this place has it.
And thanks, Clint. It's 14 after right now, and with me is the current mayor of Carmel by the Sea. Carmel by the Sea is the actual name. Ken White?
That's correct.
Mayor White, is that the official name now, Carmel by the Sea?
Carmel by the Sea. The federal post office has given us that designation, and we love it.
Everyone wants to keep this place, it seems, like it is and not to let things get out of control. I found some rather interesting ordinances. Is it really against the law to wear high heels here?
Yes, we have a ordinance. We have some grates in the streets, and we're very careful, and we've had some people get caught in the grates, so we've just passed an ordinance you can't wear high heels.
Well, gosh, I'm glad I have flats on today, because I'm here as the mayor. I could get arrested. And also, you have ordinances as far as street lights and taking down trees. I mean, you really keep control over your pretty little community.
Well, yes, we have a lot of trees in our community. We love them, and so we take care of them. You can't prune trees. You can't cut trees in the public or private property without permit.
I'd keep real good control of this place, too, if I were you all. Thank you. Nice to meet you. We're going to have the former mayor, Clint Eastwood, with us a little bit later. He'll make our day. Charlie Gibson coming up next at Pebble Beach. We'll be back. Thank you, Mayor. Woo. Even think it's that long. It's
so
probably...
you hit a putter off the green, not off the tee, right?
Sometimes you do when the wind's blowing really hard. It's a great hole. Length absolutely means nothing on this hole. Just because it's 100 yards does not mean it's an easy hole. It's one of the most difficult golf holes in all of golf.
Patty, what is it about water? If there's water on the left and you normally slice, you hook into the water. Water is a magnet for golf balls in a way that and yet for you, it's probably just another something you look at when you're playing.
Well, you have to overcome that psychologically, Charlie, and it's just one of those things that you have to contend with in golf, like bunkers and greens and rough. You just pretend that it's not there.
When somebody arrives here on the green, normal duffer, and this is a public course, I should mention. It always amazes me. It costs an arm and a leg to play. It's about $200 plus to play here, but it is a public course and anybody can play. What's the biggest mistake that duffers make when they're on a green putting?
Probably not getting the ball to the hole. I think everyone knows that the ball won't go in unless you get it to the hole and give it a chance to get there. So make sure that you hit the ball hard enough.
They're always too cautious?
I think that, and probably looking up. You know, they might look up a few.
Yes, when I practiced there a little earlier, Patty was saying, you're looking up, you're looking up. Okay, give me some help here. What do I need to do?
This putt will go just a hair to your left, as I read it here.
Okay.
The water's on our right. The water's behind us. The water's behind us here. There's water all around this green.
All right. On national television, I'm now disgraced myself here.
Get the ball to the hole. That's not too bad. Not too bad. Right edge. Go.
I picked up my head. Ah. All right. Now, yours are supposed to go in, Patty.
Well, mine are supposed to go in.
You've just landed on the 7th green. There's $150,000 at stake. Son of a gun.
Can you believe that?
Yeah, I can, actually. Sure.
Well, I'm not even good.
She's going to quit while she's ahead, as she should. That's where my tee shot would have gone, so that's an apt place.
I owe you $2.
Why don't women and men play together more?
You mean on our tours?
Yeah.
Well, we don't get a chance to do that, and the only time we get to is actually 2 times. The 3-tour challenge, the Wendy's 3-tour challenge, which benefits Dave Thomas's adoption agency, and the mixed team. We do a little bit there.
I know that.
I wish that we could. You know, I think it would help out both of our tours. I think that certainly it would bring attention to the ladies' golf, and people would realize that we really can play the game.
Yeah, it's meant a lot for women's tennis that the women's and men's tour play at the same time at the major championships. Do you think it ought to be done for women?
Well, I think it could be done. I think the logistics are pretty tough, but, you know, I think that it can be done. They put people on the moon, for God's sake, and I think that we could play with the men.
Well, that 3-tour challenge, I know, coming up at Christmas, is that right?
That's right, Christmas and the day after.
Patty, she and I hope you have a great day on Saturday.
Thank you very much.
And she'll be feted, put in the Hall of Fame on Saturday, a well-deserved honor.
Thank you.
31 wins, that's not too bad. We'll be back 23 minutes after the hour.
Hi, I'm Gary Dressler, assistant golf professional here at Pebble Beach Golf Links. Good morning, America.
And good morning, America. I'm Joan Lennon. It is Tuesday, November 9th. This is our second stop on the Great Pacific Coast Highway bus tour. We are in Carmel by the Sea, a beautiful spot. It's here in the Monterey Peninsula. It's known for its many, many golf courses. And Charlie is running back to us right now from one of the most famous, Pebble Beach. We got the MetLife blimp up this morning, providing you with beautiful pictures. many famous residents actually in this community, and we're going to have with us Sylvia and Leon Panetta, U.S. Budget Director. Doris Day is going to be with us. Clint Eastwood is going to be. Oh, get the shot! Get the shot! Here he comes! He's running in. You're late for class, Gibson. See, it was so nice of you to join us. Hi, Guy.
Hi.
Hi.
Good morning.
Also, Nancy Snyderman is going to be with us. See, he was over there. See behind us? You can actually see the Pebble Beach.
Hell of a swim.
All right, we've also got Spencer Christian with us this morning. Spencer, what do you got?
Well, Joan, I'm at the Monterey Bay Aquarium down on Cannery Row, and in the tank behind me we have many different varieties of fish, great-looking fish like striped bass, jack mackerel, leopard sharks, but perhaps the most impressive creature in here is the largest one, Emma the shark. Emma is a 7-gill shark, and she's in there somewhere. She's a little camera shy at the moment, but she was near us earlier. They feed Emma twice a week, and that keeps her from preying on the other fish. And the other fish are praying that they keep feeding her. Charlie?
Thank you, Spencer. As soon as I get my breath, I'll talk.
You want me to talk?
Yes, you go ahead.
Okay, Nancy Snyderman is also going to be taking a look at a program to give some new young residents here a fresh start, those young residents being baby sea otters.
And
right
we go
now.
back for news. Can I do that, Frank?
Absolutely.
We go back for news now to New York. Here's Morton Dean. Baby sea otters are helping.
This is the aquarium, actually built into Monterey Bay. Here, adults and kids alike take a hands-on approach to learning about marine life. Among the most popular animals at the aquarium are the sea otters. Who could resist these faces?
2,700 sea otters live in the Monterey Bay, and here they are a protected species. But sometimes even man's best intentions aren't good enough. Whether it's a fisherman's net, disease, or just a storm, a baby can be separated from its mom. And in that situation, a surrogate mom is needed.
It's a whole process of trying to mimic what their natural mother would do, and hopefully the pups learn from us.
You become their mom.
Yes, we do.
Julie Heimer heads the Monterey Bay Aquarium Otter Rescue and Care Program, which boasts a 95% success rate in returning these otter orphans to the sea.
They know how to swim, but if they don't have stimulation from their mother, if they don't have some type of encouragement or a little push, then the animals won't do it. So as a surrogate mom, we dive down, and hopefully the pup will either watch us or actually follow us. When they first arrive, they're put on a formula consisting of squid, clams, half and half.
So it's a fish milkshake.
Basically, yeah. At 4 weeks of age, we introduce solid pieces of different types of fish, squid, clams, type of food that they'll eat in the wild.
Even with baby otters, a mother's care only goes so far, and a pediatrician's help may be needed. In this case, it's veterinarian Dr. Tom Williams.
We'll put them on fluids because they're usually dehydrated. I'll put them on antibiotics because they're usually really stressed, and that helps for about 5 days. And I'll watch them on a daily basis for at least 3 weeks to make sure they're stable. When you cuddle an otter, they have a cuddle factor of about 99 based on 1 to 100. They're just a really cuddly animal. They are dangerous if you have an adult and try to hold them, yes, with their teeth.
Radio transmitters are placed in the pups, so when they are finally released, they can be tracked. One recent graduate, Jody, makes the job very easy, since he still hangs out in the water just off the aquarium.
Now, that's one of the questions that everybody asks us, you know, isn't it hard to let them go? Yes, I'd be lying if I didn't say yes.
Eventually, all children grow up. After 6 months, Julie makes sure the otters can hunt and care for themselves in the wild. And eventually, the day comes when she returns them to the sea.
Letting them go, and, I mean, it's still scary at that point because you don't know if they can care for themselves. A month later, 2 months later, you see your animal out there, and he's finding food, crabs, urchins, and that's when you can finally breathe and pat yourself on the back.
All right, thank you, Nancy. Coming up next, day 1 of our bus tour, some unexpected pleasures when we hit the road again. We'll be back.
Bus window offered postcard views of spectacular scenery, rugged hillsides, and equally rugged coastline.
And we quickly discovered that we were being followed by our MetLife blimp.
That is so incredible.
bicycle built for two?
Yeah. Yep. Two of them.
People who bike this are unbelievable.
Daisy, Daisy, tell me your answer true.
Right.
I'm half crazy over love of you. It won't be a stylish marriage. I can't afford a carriage. But you look sweet on the seat of a bicycle built for two.
Guys, don't give up your day jobs.
I don't know. I thought we sounded pretty good.
For you, potato chips, popcorn, Oreo cookies.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is all for Charlie.
Oh, it looks like it's the double stuff.
Mini pretzels. You name it, we got it.
Fortunately, more filling fare was awaiting us down the road.
We stopped for lunch at Nepenthe and found it was a feast for our eyes.
We have to face the wall here at this restaurant.
And while we were eating at an elevation of 800 feet, there was an old friend.
These guys still up? The blimp is still up.
Then it was on to our final destination, Point Lobos, and a guided tour on foot. Hi, Joe London.
How you doing?
Park Ranger Glenn McGowan transformed our bus odyssey into a safari.
A little rocky here.
Interesting.
We're going to go a little higher, guys.
Oh.
Real cool.
Gosh.
Whoa. We come across. See if the seal, yeah, there's two seals up there today. The hover seals. The big black slug-like thing laying on the rock.
Right down.
Oh, look at that. Look at he put his little front
Yeah, we
fins
get quite
out.
a few of them down here in the cove.
They're so neat to watch.
From Point Lobos, we could see our next stop on our trip, Carmel and Pebble Beach. Standing there, it looked like we could drive a golf ball across the water. This is a bus trip, after all, so we drove, but the long way, by bus.
It was kind of neat playing tag with the
Absolutely.
with the blimp as we went along.
That blimp's been following us everywhere we go.
Actually, there was one point in the drive where they were buzzing so low with the blimp, we were down trying to grab the ropes.
Yeah, we never quite made that
see
one.
if we could get a ride on there. Maybe that's something we can do before the end of the week.
And coming up next, we have Sylvia and Leon Panetta.
He, the President Clinton's director of the Office of Management and Budget, was in Congress for a long time. A bi-coastal couple, actually, as they travel back and forth across country. We'll talk to them when Good Morning America continues in just a moment. Washington, D.C., of course, is the home of government, but for Leon Panetta, who is President Clinton's director of the Office of Management and Budget, this is home. He and Sylvia Panetta, for 20 years, have maintained a home here, even though he spent a long time in Congress. These were constituents out here that he had to convince to vote for him, so he was campaigning when he walked in just a few moments ago. But Leon Panetta and Sylvia Panetta are joining us this morning. Good to have you here. I should ask you first, since he handles the United States budget, who handles the family budget?
We both do.
Yeah? And is your checkbook any better in balance than the United States checkbook?
Do I have to answer that?
Yeah. Do you have to keep a balanced budget at home?
That's one of the essentials. That's one of the essentials. Otherwise, it'll come back to haunt me in this job.
In the days that I used to cover Congress, I was always amazed at the number of members who maintained their families back home, who commuted every weekend, long distances. Why is that important?
I think it's important for several reasons. One, I think it's important just to stay in touch with your constituency. And Washington, as you know, has a tendency to isolate you from the rest of the world. And I think it's important for members to get out, talk to their constituents, go to grocery stores, walk the streets, and talk to them. Secondly, I think it's just, when you come from a district like this, frankly, it's just great to get your head screwed on straight to go back to Washington, come back and be able to see this and look at the ocean and see the mountains and just get your head restored.
As somebody said when we were here, if he represented a district with this in the background, why would he ever go to Washington?
Well, my sanity has been subject to question for a long time.
It's one thing to commute home every weekend and to stay in touch, as Leon says, if you have a district in Virginia or maybe Indiana or Tennessee, but to come all the way to California, I would suspect that has given you real hardship over 20 years with the family.
I think we've adjusted to it. The first 6 months, I remember, back in 1976 were very difficult because it was an adjustment and we weren't used to it. But after that, the boys and I realized and knew all along that that was the best way for us to live because they enjoyed school here. The bus stop was at the corner. The school was nearby. We were very comfortable. And we like it here. We like it here.
How many round trips would he make a year?
He was home just about every weekend, and of course during district work periods. In fact, that's one of the reasons why I decided to stay here, was because I knew he would be back frequently. And it didn't make sense for us to uproot our family to move all the way back there, when in fact,
he would be coming here so often.
So many members, though. It's hard to keep members in Congress now. And one of the reasons that they say they want to get out is because they have to make those kinds of trips. I remember a member from a remote district in Colorado who had his family there near Pueblo saying to me he saw them for maybe 36 hours a week. And he said, this isn't worth it. Yeah. There's no way that you can compensate a member enough to make him do this and then have to raise a couple of $1 million every year to run for re-election.
No, it is. There's no question it's tough. Incidentally, the answer to your question is about 46, 47 round trips.
You're the one who counted them because he sat in the airplanes, right?
But the fact is that, you know, I think it is important for members to understand that Washington's where you work and your district's where you live. And I think that's important. Members have to travel back and forth. They've got to stay in touch with their constituents. This is a very time-consuming job when you're in Congress, but that's the nature of it. People who select that job have to know that they're going to make 100% time commitment. Fortunately for us, Sylvia ran the offices here in the district, and I was able to come back, and we pretty much knew what was going on both sides, the family side as well as the business side.
Yeah, but you have to stay rooted in the district. That's a good point. There's a balanced budget amendment, which is once again getting a lot of publicity, but interestingly now, some Democrats, liberals supporting it. It's going to be a close vote in the Senate. A, do you think it'll pass? And B, should it?
I think it'll be a close vote, but I've always taken a position against fiddling with the Constitution when it comes down to the guts of leadership to basically get us to a balanced budget. Constitutional amendment is not going to get us a balanced budget. It's going to take tough choices and guts and leadership to get us there, and I don't think you need to use that kind of gimmick to balance the budget.
The president called it a gimmick as well. You think it's just nothing more than that?
No, listen, if we're willing to make tough choices about where we need to make cuts and how we have to raise revenues and how we want to balance the budget, you don't need a constitutional amendment to do that. A constitutional amendment for a lot of members, I think, is an excuse not to make those kind of tough choices.
Leon Panetta, it is a pleasure to see you in your natural domain.
Nice to have you here, Charlie.
We've talked so often in Washington. It's nice to be out here. Your sanity perhaps is in question for going to Washington. Sylvia, thank you for joining us as well. It's a pleasure. And Good Morning America will continue. Stay with us. This area. Presently an actor. I guess we can call him that, right? Clint Eastwood is going to be here talking with us in the 8 o'clock half hour. And also, many great writers have come from this area. Names like John Steinbeck, that you naturally associate with this area, but also Robert Louis Stevenson, Jack London, and Joel Siegel is going to give you a review of the great artists who have come from this part of California.
Yes, Jack London and Joan London, another great writer. Also on our bus tour, we'll go on to Stanford tomorrow. We'll end up then in Napa Valley for a little wine sampling. And last but not least, the beautiful city by the bay, San Francisco.
You're related to Jack London?
Yes.
Good Morning America will continue. Second hour coming up.
Travel provided by Continental, now offering business first with the only first-class sleeper seat nonstop between New York, Newark, and San Francisco, only on Continental.
Good morning, America. I'm Joan London.
And I'm Charles Gibson. It is Tuesday, November 9th. Good to have you with us. How many of you live in a part of the country where in the 9th of November you can head for the beach? We got some folks riding by on horseback down here. Can you see them?
That's great. Look at there's bikes out there, the people playing with their dogs and people on horseback. This is fabulous.
This is an awfully nice spot to be.
All right. Is this the Wild West? Is that where we are?
Maybe that's the way Clint Eastwood is arriving this morning.
These white sand beaches, though, here, and the pine forest, this spectacular scenery is what has been attracting people to this area for years and years and years. And in the late 1700s, Father Serra founded his second California mission on a site adjacent to today's Mission Ranch. Now, Mission Ranch is an inn and a restaurant that is owned by the former mayor of Carmel by the Sea, and, of course, actor Clint Eastwood, and he is going to make your Tuesday coming up here very shortly.
He'll be joining us. This is also an area where many artists have congregated. Not hard to see why, since it's a beautiful area, and artists tend to come to areas that are in and of themselves inspiration. Also, many of them came here around the turn of the century at the time of the California earthquake and fire, when people were, in effect, driven out of San Francisco and came down to this area. Joel Siegel in this half hour will be giving you a review of some of the great writers who have come from this part of the country. Spencer Christian, meanwhile, about 15 minutes away from us today. Spencer, why don't you explain where you are?
All right, Charlie, down on Cannery Row at the Monterey Bay Aquarium. This is a really amazing place, and I'm in a part of the aquarium now called the Touch Pool. Why do they call it that? Because you can touch the animals here, you can interact with them, and now you're going to see a national television first. Spencer Christian is going to pick up an animal. I rarely do this. In fact, this is a first. This is a bat star. Ew. I mean, yo, fun, yes. Great stuff here. Today, a bat star, tomorrow, wrestling alligators. Joan?
I just lost $5. I bet that you wouldn't do that. Also coming up today, the girl next door that we all love so much, Doris Day, is going to be with us live here on our show. And all morning long, you're going to be seeing beautiful shots that are being provided by the MetLife blimp. It's been following us all the way up this coast and will be doing so all throughout this week. Right now, though, we'll catch up on the latest news from ABC News in New York and more.
And the handwriting of some of America's greatest writers is etched all over this region. And so Joel Siegel this morning has a look at this area's literary tradition.
This is one of San Francisco's most historic places. To do this right, we need a little atmosphere, a foghorn, footsteps, a gunshot. This is Burrett Street, and it's there on the plaque. This is where Miles Archer, Sam Spade's partner, was shot by Bridget O'Shaughnessy in the opening pages of Dashiell Hammett's Maltese Falcon. Sam Spade ate here at John's Grill, lamb chops and a baked potato. Dashiell Hammett would stop by for something stronger. One of America's great writers, he created the hard-boiled detective. He actually worked as a detective around the block. Robert Frost was born a block away. Jack London was born 3 blocks away. That's Jack London at J.M. Heinold's First and Last Chance Saloon, still there across the bay in Oakland. On this street in a basement steam bath, Mark Twain met a San Francisco fireman named Tom Sawyer. Robert Louis Stevenson lost his heart in San Francisco to a married woman. To entertain her son, he wrote Treasure Island. Henry Miller lived in Big Sur. Can you blame him? Poet Robinson Jeffers lived in Carmel. Today he's more famous for this house he built by hand than he is for his poetry. But in this part of the country, there's only one writer. In fact, we've given it his name. From the Gabalon Mountains he described in East of Eden to the sardine factories on Cannery Row. John Steinbeck's great books are still the best guide to Steinbeck country. Born and raised in Salinas, there really was a red pony. He called his first novel Pastures of Heaven after this valley he played in as a boy. As a young man, stone-broken, struggling, he hung out on Cannery Row at Ed Ricketts' lab, still standing. Today, the traps are set for a different kind of fish, tourists. But in the 30s, 16 canneries processed 200,000 tons of sardines a year. What did it smell like?
It smelled awful.
Artist Bruce Arris knew John Steinbeck.
This is John Steinbeck, seated on the floor at Ed's feet.
That's you in the back?
Yeah, this is me.
Are you sketching, drawing?
I'm sketching this scene.
They went to Baja collecting marine samples with Ed Doc Ricketts.
He looks like a tramp there. He wanted to be one of the people. This was just after his first successful novel, Tortilla Flat, which came out in '35, I believe.
This really happened. Steinbeck would write in longhand on ledger paper. One night he finished a novel. The next morning, his dog Toby had devoured his manuscript. Yes, John Steinbeck's dog ate his homework. The book was Of Mice and Men. The next night, Steinbeck started all over again. Why don't you write about nice people like us, the nice people of Steinbeck country asked, instead of migrant workers and prostitutes? Home in Salinas, the nice people hated him, burnt his books on occasion. In Europe, they gave him the Nobel Prize. When asked if he deserved it, Steinbeck said, frankly, no. A long answer for Steinbeck, who hated his celebrity. This is the only interview of Steinbeck on film.
Mr. Steinbeck, do you ever give any advice to any young novelists who might someday be Nobel writers?
No.
Are you often asked by them?
Yes.
Today in Salinas, his boyhood home is almost a shrine. There's a foundation to keep his works alive. The nice people named their library after him. And when the earth shakes here, as it does in Monterey County, the sons and daughters of the farm workers and the cannery packers know it isn't the fault line, it's John Steinbeck turning away.
I've interviewed some people on this program almost as loquacious as John Steinbeck. When we come back, actor, director, Oscar winner, and former mayor of Carmel, Clint Eastwood. We'll be back.
given to us by one of its longtime residents and its former mayor, Clint Eastwood, who has made this his home, and it's nice to have him here in person so we can say thank you for making our day here in Carmel. How are you?
Very nice, Joe.
You've made this your home, and so much so that I think I read somewhere where you said that you wanted to become mayor because you felt that the town government wasn't working. Do you feel that while you were in that position that you were able to make it work better?
Well, you always try to. Everybody who resides here wants the same thing for Carmel. It's just that everyone has different ideas of how to do it and what
But they're
it
all
takes to do it.
passionate about it, it seems.
Everybody's very passionate about it. There's a faction of people who've lived here a long time who like freedom and freedom of property rights and just to be left alone. And there's another faction that wants to legislate very heavily and regulate very heavily. So there's always that kind of little bit of a tension, but by and large the community gets along quite well. It all dates back, of course, back into when Carmel first started. It was that way too.
Easier directing a movie or easier directing a city?
Much easier to direct a movie.
Yeah. A little frustrating, so we shouldn't hold our breath for you to run for president at this point.
Absolutely not.
For anyone who doesn't know, I mean, you took over the Mission Ranch, and it was ready, I think, to go under, and you obviously felt something that you really wanted to make this thing stay, survive, and work.
I've been going there since the 50s, and it's been in existence since, well, it dates back as a dairy farm many, many years ago, back in the 1800s. And, but I always felt that it should be preserved. They were going to flatten it and put up condominiums there, and I felt that we'll give it one more chance and see if the world will allow it to be what it's always been, which is in recent years, in recent decades, it's been a restaurant and a hotel.
So you enjoying being an innkeeper? There's one more thing in your life to do here.
That's also a lot of work, but it's worth it, yeah.
You able to spend a lot of time? I mean, I know it's a demanding career to be off, shooting films all the time. You're able to spend a fair amount of time here?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You know, by East Coast standards, things that are in the 1850s are not considered very old out here, but out here, to us out here, that's very old, so we like to preserve that.
Well, he's got another thing to keep him home here these days. You have a little 3-month-old baby. Yeah. How is it doing this the second time around?
It's great.
Your other children are grown.
It's fabulous. Everybody, I recommend it to everyone.
Yeah? And yeah.
Me too.
He's also just wrapped work on a film, though, called The Perfect World.
A Perfect World, yeah.
And you're a Texas Ranger, right?
Right.
In pursuit of Kevin Costner, who is the bad guy.
Well, Kevin's an escapee. He's not necessarily a bad guy, but he's an escapee, and people are going to be really, I think, really impressed with his performance in the film. He's really quite extraordinary in it.
Well, this movie doesn't come out until later in November, I believe the 24th, but we're going to have a special treat here this morning, a little sneak preview. You put together a sneak preview of The Perfect World. Take a look.
Put the gun down, old-timer. You couldn't hit me anyway. Probably shoot the boy. Get in the car, Philip. Jump!
That's my car! Complicating law enforcement attempts to apprehend him, Haines is believed to have an 8-year-old boy with him as hostage.
This is not a penal escape situation. This happens to be a manhunt.
You know, Philip, you have American right. Eat cotton candy, ride roller coasters. You got a phone?
No.
Then go inside, lie down till we're gone.
I told that judge to send them up. I told him it's the right thing to do.
Me and you got a lot in common, Philip. Both of us is handsome devils. We both like R.C. Cola, and neither one of us got old man worth a damn.
At least now we know who's in charge.
You're not bad, are you, Butch?
Oh, yeah.
It seems to me that you have kind of been able to branch out. You feel like, Best Picture and Best Actor awards coming along, that you're finally getting vindication that you can kind of do just about any other kind of role, and if so, what are the kind of things you want to do?
Well, it was actually Best Picture and Best Director last year.
There you go.
It was a very good year for me. It was a very good year because Unforgiven clicked in, and it was great.
But In the Line of Fire is also very, very different. You wanted to even
very successful
do something even more different?
I think A Perfect World's different from a directorial point of view. It's a little bit different show. It's about retribution. It's a 60s drama. It takes place in the early 60s, and it's about seeking retribution and on several people. One character gets it, another doesn't.
And you're also directing Kevin Costner, and he's also directed. I mean, how did that whole thing work out? Directors working directors now.
He directed quite successfully.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's great because usually actors who've directed before have a good sense of the problems, so they're very understanding about it.
Makes it easier probably for you.
Makes it a little easier.
Meanwhile, you're going to be working on the game of golf. Thank you for letting us come to your city and make it a good day, huh, Clint?
It's a great city, and thanks, Joan, for coming out here.
We'll be back.
Hi, we're the Cardinal High Surf Team. Good morning, America! And good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Gibson.
And I'm Joan Lennon. It is Tuesday, November 9th.
Stop number 2 on our Great Pacific Coast Highway bus tour, and this is a pretty nice spot.
This is beautiful. Carmel by the sea.
Now, I remember when my family came through here. My wife and I took a driving vacation through here a couple of years ago, and after we'd come by here, she said, oh, I get it, California.
Yeah.
I understand California now. And if you don't get it when you're here, boy, you never will. We've been talking about the number of writers and musicians and artists who have loved this area because it really does provide inspiration. Among them, Doris Day, who has lived here for a number of years, the fresh-faced, fresh-scrubbed girl next door in so many movies. And she doesn't make many public appearances, but she's going to be nice enough to join us in this half hour.
And when you say the word jazz, what comes to mind? Probably the...
Oh, Herbie Hancock and Wayne Shorter?
Monterey Jazz Festival, and Herbie Hancock, and Wayne Shorter, his longtime collaborator, and they've played the Monterey Jazz Festival many, many times, and they are going to be here, and they're going to be performing.
Meanwhile, I knew that they were going to be here, so when she asked...
Yes. All right, Spencer, where are you?
With Joan, I'm over in Cannery Row at the Monterey Bay Aquarium, and behind me is the kelp forest, which houses some of California coastline's finest giant kelp, which is known in scientific circles as Macrocystis pyrifera. You like the way I said that? And this gentleman, this diver in the water here, is going to tell us all about the kelp forest and some of the fish in there that he's feeding. By the way, this display houses about 355,000 gallons of seawater. It's 28 feet high. The glass protecting it is 7 1/4 inches thick, so this is really something to see. We're going to show you more of this a little bit later. Charlie?
Thanks, Spencer. Very few people know that Spencer speaks Latin fluently. He just does the show in English because that's what most of the audience speaks. Let's go right back to New York, per usual, for the news of the morning. Here's Morton Dean.
Good morning.
And it's now 35 minutes after the hour. When we come back, actress, singer, and Carmel resident Doris Day, when Good Morning America continues here on ABC.
40s, 50s, and 60s. She was the girl next door that everybody loved. And it is actually rare that Doris Day makes a personal appearance, a public appearance. I think the last time we heard from her was on the occasion of the death of her good friend, Rock Hudson. And so we're especially happy that she came out today to be with us here in Carmel by the Sea. And she brought a little friend here. You have lots of little friends, fuzzy, furry little friends like this.
This is a big friend.
Who's this guy?
This is Buster, Big Nose.
Buster Big Nose?
Yeah.
Well, there are a lot of people with a lot of dogs out here on the beach today.
And he was bad.
Oh.
He was really bad.
He was saying, get out of my way to all of them, huh?
He was barking at everybody and growling and wanting to fight.
All right, people who are going to be watching right now are going to say, gosh, she looks great. What's your secret? Is part of it being in an idyllic setting like this for life?
Well, you're very nice to say that. I don't know. I don't know why. I'm so busy, I don't have time to think about how I look.
What are you busy doing? What's a typical day like for Doris Day in Carmel by the Sea?
Oh, I'm up about 5:30.
Are you really? You're an early riser? Oh, good. So you're up when we're up.
It was easier when I was in films. I'm up about 5:30, and then I let everybody out and in. And tidy.
All the little friends.
Oh, yeah, I have a big house, you know, and I have 11 acres, just up the valley, 3 miles, and it's wonderful. I don't mind getting up, and I'm used to it, you know. I've always done that.
Well, when did you fall in love with this place? When did you first come here?
Oh, I don't know what year it was, because I never remember years. But I made a film, Julie.
And you came here to make that?
And we came here, and I had never been here before, and this was just, you know, the small town I love. I'm a small town person. I really am.
And now you've got, what, the Cypress Inn? Is that the name? You're an innkeeper as well now, right?
Yes, and It's a landmark. It's such a beautiful old building. I adore it. And I really wanted to get involved so that we could bring dogs and cats.
All right, so I should explain, though.
The inn.
It's a hotel where animals are welcome, and you can go into the lobby there, and they're all running around having a good time, and nobody's saying, get your dog out of here.
That's right.
But you have more than that. You have the Doris Day Pet Foundation,
Oh,
right?
Pet Foundation and the Animal League.
Is this something that was from childhood, or where did this love of pets and wanting to really help them start?
Well, I think you're born that way.
Yeah.
You either love them, or you like them, or you don't care, And I've always loved them. I've always had pets. And I became involved in L.A. with Actors and Others for Animals. And then after that, after a couple of years of that, I started my own pet foundation.
Was part of this also, I would assume, when you first went out making films and they were abusive to animals back in the old days before they had all the rules?
I was a wreck.
Yeah.
They had to deal with me. They really did, because I couldn't bear it if the horses were left out in the rain, and everybody had to be warm, and everybody had to be covered.
And well fed and pet a little bit.
That's right, and petted.
Well, in addition to all this work with the animals, I just wanted to ask you, Golden Globe Lifetime Achievement Award, a few years ago, you said in the speech that the best was yet to come. Now, some people interpreted that we were going to see you in movies or hear you recording, and you want to do that
well, you might.
if the right thing comes along?
Yeah, you might, and I'd do it here.
Yeah?
I don't want to... Yay!
Everybody's got a favorite Doris Day movie or a favorite song of hers, but when I was a little girl, my mom would sing to me, whatever will be, will be.
Everybody was a little girl when they watched me.
Well, I remember...
It's the truth. It's the truth. It's okay.
I remember seeing it. I saw a documentary on you said, I don't think that would be a hit. I thought that was going to be a song that you would sing to little kids, like my mom sang to me, and I always sang that song to my little girls.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't exactly the romantic...
Sentimental journey.
Yeah, and it wasn't a romantic kind of thing that I really enjoy singing, you see. And I said, I don't think it's going to be a hit. And
boy,
there you are. Oh.
Do you find yourself, does it run through your head? I mean, those are the kind of little songs, though, that everybody's got when it pops into their head all the time.
Oh, yeah. I say it all the time, because it's really what life is, isn't it? Que sera.
Yeah, does it...
It's what will be, will be. And Jacqueline, my daughter-in-law, was saying to me, what do you think you'll be talking about now on the interview? And I said, who cares?
Whatever will be,
And she said,
will
what?
be.
And she said, don't you have thoughts about what you want to say? And I said, everything just happens. Whatever will be. Que sera,
whatever will be, will be. Well, you said once
that
you wanted to, all you really wanted in life was to marry, which you've done a couple times. And you have children, which
you really know how to hurt
You have Terry, your son,
yeah,
who's here with you today.
Yes, he was just here a minute ago. He's picking up our secretary who's coming up.
Okay, and you wanted to live happily ever after. Have we accomplished that last part?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, I'm really happy here, and I enjoy every day, Joan. I do. I love to get up, and I have a fabulous doggy and cat kitchen where all their food is prepared, and it's beautiful. Jacqueline helped.
And she says she also loves going to the supermarket.
Yeah.
Because you probably never got to do that when you were working in films,
Never,
right?
ever.
So just go down and hang out at the local supermarket. Maybe you'll run into Doris Day. It's such a pleasure to have you here with us on our show.
It's good to see you.
You and your little friend Buster here.
Yeah.
Doris Day.
Thank you.
Here in Carmel by the Sea, and we'll be back.
It is now 46 minutes past the hour, ready for a little underwater adventure. Actually, it's our guest who's underwater in the waters of the Monterey Bay. This is the volunteer diver here at the Monterey Bay Aquarium, Dan Blodgett, who's feeding the fish right now in the kelp forest. And boy, look at them go. They've been ready for this food all morning long. So, Dan, while you're there feeding the fish, I hope you can talk to us about the kelp forest. First of all, tell us what is so important about kelp that it deserves its own exhibit here.
Well, it's besides just being incredibly beautiful, the macrocystis kelp that we have here is quite a prolific plant in the Monterey Bay. We've got one of the biggest collections of it around, It protects our shores from erosion, and one of its most important things is its habitat for just hundreds of species of fish.
Which we can see here now. And I guess it's pretty apparent why they call it a kelp forest, because it literally looks like an underwater forest.
It does, with all the same features as a regular forest, with a canopy and a holdfast or a bottom part.
I should point out to our viewers that your voice sounds a little different from mine, perhaps even better, because you're on an underwater sound system. Tell us just quickly, Dan, of the different species of marine life in there.
Well, we've got the sharks that you see are leopard sharks.
Right.
We've got senorita fish. Up top we have anchovies and sardines. Different species of starfish. We've got all sorts of different rockfish, which are the ones with the stripes on their eyes. Okay. And perch. We have several species of perch.
I think you need to devote your attention to the feeding right now, Dan, so we're going to let you go back to your work. But thanks for joining us. That is absolutely beautiful in there.
Okay.
Enjoy it. I'm going to stay out here and stay dry. We're going to have some Monterey jazz for you in just a moment when we come back with Herbie Hancock and Wayne Shorter. Stay tuned.
Coming up in just a couple of minutes, because about 15 minutes northeast of here is an annual event that is every music lover's dream, and I'm talking about the Monterey Jazz Festival, and we have with us two guys who have probably played that festival a whole lot more times than they would want to admit. Keyboardist Herbie Hancock is with us, and saxophonist Wayne Shorter. Great pleasure to have you two guys here.
That's for sure. Do you know how many times you played the Monterey Jazz Festival? Have you ever counted them?
Probably, I don't know, 8 or 9 times.
Yeah?
Kind of forget after a while.
But you guys first played, what, 30 years or so ago?
If it's 8 or 9 times, then you play, what, about once every 10 years?
Yeah. But it was probably 30 years ago that Miles Davis... did you guys come together about 30 years ago, or what?
Yeah.
Miles Davis. Now, years can go by, though, in between. And then somehow, what I marvel about is that you, when you play jazz, can sit back down together after not playing together for years. And I mean, how long does it take to recapture it, or does it just somehow happen? Well, how do you do that? With no music in front of you, it just all happens.
The tune that we're playing today, we just decided to do it yesterday.
Yesterday. See,
Yeah.
that's what I mean.
And I've never really played the tune before. Wayne, did you play it before?
This was a song we played at proms and dances, and this is like girlfriend song.
The old days when you just play weddings and what takes most of your time up these days?
Well, I'm working on a new album, for one thing, for Mercury Records. I also have a video company.
What label was that?
Oh, it's Mercury Records. But the important thing is that have Hancock and Joe Productions. We've got a How to Sing video called Singing with Seth. And just if you call 1-800-SING now,
oh, okay.
you can find out about it.
What's new with you?
Now, what's that girlfriend song you're going to sing?
No, we're playing actually.
No, he knows.
What's the girlfriend song you're going to be doing?
It's called Bewitched.
Bothered.
Bothered.
And
Bewildered.
Bewildered.
Okay.
Yeah.
You guys remember that one.
Wayne Shorter.
We should also say Jeff Littleton on bass and Gene Jackson on drums.
Right.
All right, guys, we'll get out of your way here.
All right.
do the curls.
And Stan, and we're going to head up to Stanford University where we're doing the show tomorrow.
And then on Thursday, it's Napa Valley, the wine country, and on Friday, the city by the sea, San Francisco. So
Okay.
have a
On we
great
go.
day.
See you tomorrow.
Keep on waving. You have a flip shot. Go forward. This way.
Aircraft designs.
Uh-oh. Straighten up and pull back. Oop, one wheel.
Uh-oh.
Straighten up and pull back. Oop, one wheel.
Oh, my God.
There we go.
Oh, my God.
You did that without any of Charlie's help.
We're about to introduce Hurricane Andrew into the formula.
Oh, jeez. Come on out here, hot shot.
I figured in my best Top Gun manner that I could show Joan how to do it.
Now you're into what's called a pilot-induced oscillation. That's good. Okay, now just hold that.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm in deep trouble, Joan. Joan.
Okay.
Deep trouble.
I'd pull up and out if I were you.
Yeah, we got to pull out. Are we below the... No, we're done.
Yeah, no, we're stuck. We got to land.
Joan, we're gone.
It's very easy to overreact.
Oh, man, is it ever.
That's what I did. I did the same thing.
Yeah.
I also had, I think, some wins. I mean, I just overreacted. So you did exactly the same thing I did. You overreacted.
Nervous as hell in there. It really is nerve-wracking. It's fun.
She came out of there saying, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore.
After that, the bus seemed much more appealing.
Now 12 minutes before the hour. When we come back, some Wednesday morning quarterbacking with Stanford's head football coach, Bill Walsh. Coach as teacher when Good Morning America continues. Research that's going on in this area of California. Also, California's public education, once the best. But now, we'll talk about it.
Also, some Stanford students who made good. And also, tomorrow we're going to be in Napa Valley. It'll be a very fine day. It's the wine country. And San Francisco is on Friday. We'll be back.
We got to stop with Spencer's lines.
Travel.
Here at Stanford University is, of course, world-class. However, our science editor, Michael Gillen, reports that there is one area of study here that is on decidedly shaky ground.
San Francisco's 1989 earthquake killed 62 people, injured thousands, and destroyed $6 billion worth of property. But scientists say the worst is yet to come. From here, you can see the Hayward Fault. It runs right along the hills in the background. The scientists believe that it's one of the faults that's very likely to rupture next. It runs right through the San Francisco Bay Area, which means that when it goes, and it's only a matter of time, it's going to make the 1989 quake, which was centered 60 miles from here, seem like a minor event.
The problem is that there's a very high probability of earthquakes like the Loma Prieta earthquake of similar magnitude elsewhere in the Bay Area, along the Hayward Fault and along the San Andreas Fault. And the problem with these earthquakes is that they will occur in closer proximity to the population center of the Bay Area. So the consequences of these earthquakes are likely to be much more severe.
Mark Zoback is Stanford's head geophysicist. For him and his colleagues at the U.S. Geological Survey, fancy computer programs are the next best thing to a crystal ball.
The areas shown in red indicate those areas.
These color-coded soil maps predict which parts of the Bay Area will shake the most during a quake. Landfill neighborhoods like San Francisco's Marina District are the worst. They quiver violently, even in the slightest tremor.
Large earthquakes will occur in the future in the San Francisco Bay Area. We know that. It's a certainty. The purpose of this research is to reduce the hazard of those earthquakes to lives and property.
Inside the laboratory, this state-of-the-art shake table simulates the rattling of a powerful earthquake. And Stanford scientists watch closely to see which structures survive the best. Out in the field, scientists measure every little movement of the ground using something called a global positioning satellite system. Here's how it works. The ground near a fault usually moves about an inch every year. The antenna on the ground creeps along with it, and all the while satellites 12,000 miles up keep track of its position, warning scientists of any unusual stops and starts. Where are we exactly, Mark?
Well, we're in the San Andreas Fault Zone.
actually in it. Finally, by seeking evidence of earthquakes past, scientists hope to find clues about earthquakes yet to come.
How far back in time does this trench go, Mark?
Well, about 2,000 years.
That's incredible.
Yeah, and look
now,
here.
What is this?
This is the 1906 break.
Oh, you see it right here.
That's right, where these coarse gravels are up against these finer sediments.
Now, let me ask you, Mark, what's the point of all this? Are you looking for an historical pattern to earthquakes or what?
That's right. By determining how frequently they occurred in the past and how big they are, we can make projections about when they're likely to occur in the future.
Fabulous.
Given its location in Northern California, Stanford has always been at the epicenter of earthquake activity. But given its remarkable facilities, it's also become one of the world's great epicenters of earthquake research.
What we have to do as we improve our understanding of earthquakes is to transmit this knowledge around the world so that when earthquakes occur there in the future, they won't have such devastating consequences.
Now, even today, you can see some very vivid reminders of that earthquake. Take a look behind me. Now, what you're looking at up there were some wooden supports that were built all around the cracked stone arches. Now, graduation was approaching, and they didn't want it to look unsightly, so they asked the senior art majors to try their hands at decorating these makeshift structures. So, you know, it's some pretty colorful and fanciful artwork. You might call it earthquake art. It's still there today, though, because that repair work still needs to be done. Coming up next, we're going to take a look at California education. Does the public school system make the grade? We'll be back.
There's something wrong this morning. I'm hearing bells. Good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Gibson.
And I'm Joan Lennon. It's Wednesday, November 10th.
I don't know if it's proper to say. And you have
providing us spectacular aerial shots all week long. At the 1992, where's the blimp? You'll pick me up somewhere. There you are. Hi there. At the 1992 Olympics in Barcelona, the Stanford swimming team won so many medals they had to bring them back in a heavy transport plane. And we're going to meet one of the stars of that swim team, Summer Sanders, coming up in this half hour. Joan?
All right, Spencer, right now we'll check up on the latest news with ABC News in New York and Morton Dean. Hi, Mort.
Wars and California's deep recession have taken a toll. Outplacement firms like Permatemp are keeping busy. So far this year, job losses in Silicon Valley's high-tech industries, unheard of a few years ago, total more than 8,500. Total jobs lost since 1991, 46,000.
Nothing's permanent in Silicon Valley anymore. In fact, there's nothing permanent in the job market. You have to derive your sense of security from your own skill set and not from loyalty to a specific employer.
In spite of tough times, success stories in the dozen or so communities that make up California's Silicon Valley are far from extinct. Consider workstation manufacturer Silicon Graphics, whose computers produced the dinosaurs in the summer blockbuster Jurassic Park.
Our corporate philosophy is to sell creative products to creative people. We want to be out there leading the revolution of what technology is capable of actually delivering to people.
That technology is delivering big bucks to Silicon Graphics. Sales at the 12-year-old Mountain View company are growing by about 30% a year, this year surpassing the billion-dollar mark. Yet even nimble, cutting-edge firms like Silicon Graphics have begun to feel the pressures that come when a company, indeed an entire region, grows up.
Many of us now who are 10 years or 15 years old as corporations start looking around and saying, you know, we're going to be in it for the long haul. You can't make decisions that would put you out of business 5 years from now because you don't care you're not going to be there in 5 years.
Once upon a time in the 1980s, Silicon Valley was synonymous with entrepreneurial optimism in California and America. And as success stories like Silicon Graphics show, in many ways, it still is. But while many corporate executives here see signs of positive change, they also believe that California's strict regulatory climate has made the region a tough place to do business. Take Intel, the world's leading manufacturer of computer chips. The $6 billion company's headquarters remain in Silicon Valley, but production work is farmed out to, among other places, a new billion-dollar facility in New Mexico.
The biggest impact has been in the manufacturing arena. The cost of doing business here, regulatory bureaucracy, if you will, has just driven those manufacturing jobs out. We had a major expansion in Albuquerque just because the total cost of doing business there is less than it is here.
The Intel situation, as I understand it, the basic issue was
the failure of California to grant a sales tax exemption for purchase of new equipment. Most states provide that kind of exemption.
Economist Lynn Reeser agrees that the state has been too tough on business, but like many experts, says the situation is improving.
I think California took our businesses for granted during much of the 1980s. Finally, in the last year, our governor and state legislature have worked together to reform our regulatory process.
So what's the prognosis? A full economic recovery for Silicon Valley is unlikely until California comes out of its recession, and few see that happening until at least mid-1994. But when it does, the Valley will once again be in the vanguard.
Entrepreneurial spirit is the key driving force in Silicon Valley. Maybe seeing a little bit of discouragement with this last downturn, but I think it's only temporary.
Now, I just want my relatives to know I'm okay. Whoa, whoa, whoa here. This is the kind of Where's Waldo shot of the morning.
We are now coming up on 46 minutes past the hour. At the 1992 Summer Olympic Games in Barcelona, Stanford athletes won 19 medals. That's more than many countries won. And one of the stars of Stanford was Summer Sanders, who won 4 individual medals for swimming, 2 gold medals. And Summer is still studying here at Stanford, still swimming also. And she is our guest this morning. Good to have you with us.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Thank you. Listen, when people who are very young achieve greatness, international prominence, I think one thing that people always want to know is how has it changed their lives, or has it at all?
Well, I think you're talking about coming back to a place where it just humbles you just being here. There's so many, outstanding academic students and athletes, just, in all different sports. So it helps coming back to Stanford just to be amongst a bunch of greats so that you feel like you're no different, And
But you are recognized for your achievements. I mean, there must be some difference in the way people relate to you on campus now, though.
Well, I think so, but I'm so comfortable with the way I was before I went to the Olympics that I really didn't want to change. So I have, I have the same friends. I have, and if they saw me changing, they for sure would slap me around a little bit.
So you do have a normal life after the Olympics.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's what I wanted. I mean, when you go to a crazy meet like that where there's so much pressure and so many people and wanting this and wanting that, the thing that I wanted the most was just to come back to what I had.
APO in Cincinnati. We brought them back to the quad for the morning. Yeah. A little different. You were here during some rather tumultuous times.
Yes, I was here during the tumultuous early 1970s when there was literally gunfire across this quad.
Very different morning this morning. But you came here after getting your degree at another school and before going off to Harvard to get a law degree. But there were so many writing programs. Why did you choose this writing program?
Oh, the young writers in America who I most admired had been through this program. People like Robert Stone and Tilly Olson and Tom McGuane, and it just seemed to me the ultimate in adventure, especially in the early 1970s, to come to the West Coast and come to Stanford.
You came here to the West Coast from where, Minnesota?
Yes, just outside of Minneapolis.
I read in some piece of literature, this research, that you said you came here because of the weather. Is that true?
That was half of it, actually. I mean, one of my...
We heard that from another number of people this morning.
I'm sure one of my fondest memories was being here as a freshman, and in February, out inside of my dorm, outside, laying out in the sun under a palm tree, and I thought, boy, you wouldn't be doing this in Minneapolis. But that was half the reason.
When you look back at your days here, what was the single best thing that they did for you here?
Well, I think the single best thing, there are a couple of things, but the one thing is that the students here are so diverse. They're not only intelligent, but each of them brings a special quality here. And so when you come here, you learn so much from the people that are surrounding you. And the other thing was it gave me the opportunity to go abroad. I studied at Oxford as well through Stanford, and I think those two things really are my best memories from Stanford.
And I think I read also that they gave you a little bit of bad time when you wanted to go off and do the Miss America thing, but then they gave you the freedom to go do it.
Right. Well, I was a senior, and all my friends were getting prepared to go off and work on Wall Street, and I said, well, after the first quarter, I'm going to quit. And I just told a handful of people, I think I'm going to try and become Miss America. And I think at that point they thought, you're crazy. I mean, quitting to try and do that. But I think that here at Stanford, they foster that kind of dream making.
Go ahead and try it.
Whether it's going to be becoming an Olympic star or becoming Miss America or becoming a famous writer, they all support you on whatever you choose to do.
Scott also took his hand at teaching while you were here. Didn't you also teach as part of your program? How would you grade yourself as a teacher?
I didn't think I was the greatest teacher that Stanford had ever had. I enjoyed it. But I found it a strange experience, and it taught me that I didn't want to be an English professor, which is how I ended up going to law school. but it was still a very interesting experience.
Did you hear a few hisses around here when I said that you'd gotten that Harvard degree? All of a sudden I remembered.
The rivalry of America's great universities, yeah.
What was the single most important thing that they gave you here? What was that lesson that you'll carry with you all your life?
What I got from my years around the Stanford Writing Center was the contact with both established writers, people like Wally Stegner and Dick Scowcroft and Nancy Packer, and younger writers, the best known of whom now would be Ray Carver, Alice Hoffman, people like that who were around and who you could exchange ideas with.
What would you say to those people who say, if you're going to write particularly, novels, you don't need to go to school, you just need to get life experience? And what do you say to those people?
I think you need time to do it. It's true that you can't teach talent, but what the genius of the Writing Center has been is to take young writers during their formative years and to give them the time to write and some guidance that'll shape them.
Create the environment and then let you do it.
Right.
I'm glad we could bring you both back this morning. Thank you. Nice to have you here. And good morning.
Great Pacific Coast Highway bus.
Wait, Charlie! Wait!
Good morning, America. I'm Joan London.
And I'm Charles Gibson. Good to have you with us on this Thursday, November 11th. And we are 4 for 4 now. 4 beautiful spots that we have brought you to on this great Pacific Coast Highway bus tour. But there are some conditions this morning of which you need to be apprised. Number one, I've lost my voice. I'll lose my heart in San Francisco tomorrow, and I've lost my voice in the Napa Valley today. But we are in the Napa Valley where
It is a little misty here.
Has descended. The audience was nice enough to join us this morning.
Yes, I tell you what, this is some intrepid souls over here.
But rain doesn't hurt the winemaking process, and so...
I'm told as long as it doesn't come before the crush.
Crushing of the grapes.
And they've already been crushed, so.
That's what we're told, anyway. But we have come to what is the quintessential winemaking country in the United States. 3/4 of all the wine produced in America is produced in California. The majority of that in the Napa and Sonoma Valleys, which are just north of San Francisco. And if this looks a little bit like France, that is no accident. First of all, it's raining right now in France, we are told. But second of all, it reflects this house that is here, this 18th century chateau, reflects the heritage of the family that owns it.
Yes, this home right behind us, this is the home of Domaine Carneros, and it is 130 acres here of fertile soil that nurture the grapes for making sparkling wines. Domaine Carneros is a partnership, actually, with the great French champagne house of Taittinger and some others. Domaine Carneros kind of symbolizes the international flavor that you find here in Napa Valley, but it really is first and foremost a place for producing American wines. And in this half hour, we're going to taste the flavor of the whole winemaking area. Also, we will talk with 3 generations of the prominent winemaking family of the Mondavis. Right now, though, Spencer Christian, he's south of us. He's just north of San Francisco in Muir Woods. Good morning, Spencer.
Good morning, Joan. I'm at Muir Woods National Monument, home to the giant redwoods. And I'm glad this is a 2-hour program because it would take that long just to begin to describe the beauty and the majesty of this place. But imagine for just a moment 300 acres of land inhabited by trees 250 feet tall, measuring 14 feet across, with an average age of 600 to 800 years. That's just a little bit of what we're going to show you here at Muir Woods in the next couple of hours. Joan?
All right, Spencer, right now we are going to check up on the latest news with ABC News.
Idea of how rich and fertile this soil is. Just a little bit of rain. I walk over here on the mud, and you can just see how much you pick up on your shoes in just a couple of seconds.
But the Napa and Sonoma valleys here really are beautiful. This is the heart of winemaking country, and so it's a good place to start for a tour of the area in California where wine is made. Just an hour north of San Francisco, nature has put together just the right elements, which come together with the efforts of man to create some of the world's greatest wines. There is more here than just wine. Example, there's an eruption every 40 minutes at this Old Faithful geyser in the north end of Napa Valley, fed by the same underground mineral springs and magma of extinct volcanoes that formed the Mayacamas Mountains and made Calistoga, a small, sleepy Western-style town, famous for its mud baths and spas.
You're suspended in that mud. A lack of gravity gives you a chance to relax 100%. And that's what Calistoga is all about.
But wine is the key. And this area's combination of volcanic ash in the soil, cool sea air from San Francisco Bay, and early morning fog makes for ideal grape growing conditions. Tours are given throughout the region at the more than 250 wineries operating today. Here at Behringer's, a winery that dates back to the late 1870s, the tour takes you through caves where the wine ages in French oak barrels.
Does anybody age their wine for over 20 years here? Are you like me? Do you like to age your wine very carefully on the car seat on the way home from the liquor store? All right.
At the end of the tour, as at other wineries, a taste of the vineyard's finest. But for California's recent vintages, there has been trouble in this paradise. A disease that virtually destroyed the vines of France, Italy, and California a century ago has returned to the vineyards of Napa and Sonoma. Phylloxera, a tiny aphid that destroys the roots of the vine, is forcing wine growers to replant nearly 80% of their acreage.
And usually within maybe 3 years, up to 5 years after a vine has phylloxera, it's no longer economical to produce grapes and make wine out of the fruit.
California's winemakers may be struggling to get the bugs out, but for connoisseurs, for casual wine lovers, and for travelers just visiting the region, Northern California appeals to all the senses, but most particularly to taste.
Here's to your health, here's to your happiness, and definitely here's to world peace. Cheers. Cheers. A beautiful area where Joan and I are today. Spencer, as we mentioned, is deep in Muir Woods. Spencer?
Indeed, I am, Charlie, and if these giant redwoods here could talk, I think they'd have quite a story to tell. People from all over the world are drawn to this spot, which is the home of California's elder statesman of nature.
Muir Woods is a place of wonders, from towering redwoods and sprouting seedlings to the tiniest of creatures nestled in a giant's branches. It's a place to explore in groups or to reflect in quiet contemplation.
Well, my first thing I felt like doing, and I did do when I came here, was I was crying. I felt as though I was almost intruding on the beauty of this place.
Well, I'm a native Californian, and it looks as California used to look before everybody started building on it and so on. So this is an awfully nice place to go, wonderful smells, and reminds us that we still have a lot of the natural heritage here.
The woods were a gift to the U.S. government in 1905 and named for the pioneering conservationist John Muir, who raised the country's awareness of the fragility of America's untouched natural areas.
If something was named after him and he had such an insight into the natural preservation of beauty and nature, that there must be something worthwhile looking at if it has his name.
Muir was born in Scotland in 1838 and moved to the United States as a child. His love of nature became his life's work. Muir founded the Sierra Club in 1893 and continued to educate the public throughout his life. Of the woods named for him, Muir stated, "This is the best tree lover's monument that could possibly be found in all the forests of the world. You have done me a great honor, and I am proud of it." John Muir was right. There is perhaps no better monument to these wondrous redwood giants than Muir Woods.
Oh, it certainly is beautiful here. It's now 15 minutes past the hour, and coming up next in Good Morning America, California's first family of wine, 3 generations of Mondavis, on what it takes to run a winery, when Good Morning America continues.
Believer. From his early 20s, when he began working in the vineyards, till the time that he co-founded his own vineyard, he has believed that they could compete, and Robert Mondavi Jr. Is with him this morning, his son, also a co-founder, and the next generation of the Mondavis. We also have grandson Rob, who is 22 years old. 80 years old, just got back from Europe. It's a little like Europe here right now, Mr. Mondavi.
Well, I've been gone 21 days. We did see a day of sunshine. I said, now we're going to see sunshine in Napa Valley, and here I bring...
In sunny California, you brought it back with you. Did you know, did you just somehow know back then, and what made you so certain that this area could compete?
Well, after 25 years of research work, I realized that we had the natural elements, the climate, the soil, the grape varieties to produce wine belonging in the company of the world's greatest. But I also knew we had to learn the knowledge of making wine, and I knew that something was going on in Europe. I went there in '62, and they made each of their grapes differently. Their Cabernet differently from their Pinot Noir, Chardonnay differently from their Riesling. Well, I did that research work over here, experiment, and continued doing that. We had helped set the tone and pace for winemaking throughout the world.
Those are all the right ingredients into which you were born, and you grew up in this. You want to tell me about the life here?
I had the pleasure of being raised at the Charles Krug Winery in St. Helena, and my jungle gym, if you will, were the tanks, the barrels, and the cellar, and as I got a little older, my babysitter was the cellar master. So I had the pleasure of truly growing up in the wine business.
You know, people at home might think of Falcon Crest, remember the TV show based on the California winery, but what is family life like, Rob, for you growing up in the Mondavi family?
It's pretty fast-paced, considering most of the family is gone all the time on business. They're all over the country and really just trying to make the family image and the sales boom.
I was talking with your dad earlier, and you say that there is a sense of family is very important to this family. Also, that you kind of extend that over to the business.
Yes, our philosophy is that our employees are part of the extended family. We want to work with them the way that we'd like them to work with us as part of a larger family.
I imagine you have much happier employees, though, that way.
Well, much more so. Not only that, I knew when I went into this business, I knew the wine business had an affinity for family life. You may not make all the money in the world, but it's a beautiful way of life if you learn to excel. And this is what we wanted to do. We wanted to excel, and I can assure you I wouldn't trade it. You can make all the money in the world you want, but we have what I call the good life.
Well, you know, that's interesting. I really do have that sense of family. It really strikes me. And you had a falling out with your brother over the Charles Krug Winery. It really kind of was the reason for founding this one. Have you guys resolved that?
We have resolved that, but really, there was still a lot of love. You know, there's differences
You can
in
have
family.
differences in business.
That's right. But to me, there's love, and there's always has been that love. But that's true on almost anything you do. But to me, there is, the winery has an affinity for families.
There was a day when there was a real snobbery about European wine. I mean, you've lived with it. You've grown up with it. Do you feel that that has disappeared, though, now with the excellence that we have in our own wines?
Yes, the wonderful thing is that we in California are doing to Europe what the Japanese in autos did to America. And it's great to be on the winning side. The other thing is that people are so intimidated about wines. You don't need to drink this wine with that food. If you like white wine with steak or red wine with fish or chicken, enjoy it. Wine is meant to be a complement to the table, not a test.
Drink what you like. Like what you drink. It's just that simple.
They're saturated in this. They were raised in it. One generation to the next. I mean, is it just kind of written that you're going to go into this too, or where do you stand on this?
It's not written at all. My family is very open to anything. We have many grandchildren. He has many grandchildren, I should say.
Well, you say it in the family sense.
And what's nice about our family is that whatever is going to make us happy is what they support.
You're studying business, though, right?
No, I'm studying English literature.
English literature?
Yes.
But I heard you're going into a business program to work in San Francisco, investment banking?
Well, my plans are, after I graduate from Santa Clara University this year, I plan to work with an investment banking firm. Gosh, what was that? Weiss, Peck & Greer. And one of our members on the board, Phil Greer, is involved in that company. And I'm hoping that maybe he'll give me a position there.
Well, it's nice to get to know all of you, and we'll enjoy a little bit of wine.
It's Evelyn Santa on the Napa Valley Mom. Good morning, America.
Good morning, America. I'm Joan London.
Good morning. I'm Charles Gibson. Good to have you with us on this Thursday, November 11th. And there's nothing wrong with your set. Don't adjust the volume.
The voice
I just have a cold and
It's
I'm
still
losing
there.
my voice, which is probably a blessing for most people.
All right, all along on this trip, I've played tourist in Big Sur and then Carmel and then Stanford. But now that we're up in this area, this is Napa Valley. And not too far from here is where I grew up, and that's Sacramento, California. And I'm going to take you on kind of a sentimental journey coming up.
And we're going to show you some other parts of California. I should just mention, though, we are in the Napa Valley today in a wine-growing country, and this is really gorgeous. We do have a little bit of rain falling, but the vineyards around are beautiful. The natural setting, all the gorgeous homes that are here, that really are the centerpieces of the vineyards, are marvelous. This is a great area to tour, and I hope you had a chance to see the tour that we gave you of the area in the last half hour. California, I think it is fair to say, has been home to a lot of people who, what should we say, march to the beat of a different drummer. There are a lot of eccentrics in California, and Denise Richardson in this half hour is going to give you a tour of cosmic, I can't get it out, cosmic California. Spencer, meanwhile, is deep into the woods, over the river and into the woods, in the Muir Woods this morning. Spence?
Yes, Charlie, beautiful woods here, too, at Muir Woods National Monument. You know, when you walk through a forest like this, you always wonder about the danger of fires, but actually fires, on a limited basis, of course, play an important and positive role in the life cycles of plant and animal communities. For example, here, fires clear the floors of the forest so the redwood seeds can reach the soil, the mineral soil. And they also recycle nutrients through ash back into the soil. Providing foraging, of course, for animals, enhancing the foraging. We don't have fires today. We have the first significant rainfall of the fall and winter season. And you can almost see the trees coming alive as they receive the first rainfall here. By the way, speaking of rain, I think it was Confucius who said, "A man who lets a smile be his umbrella has a wet face." Charlie?
All right, Spencer. As usual, we're going to go back to New York to get an update on the...
Because Great Pacific Coast Highway bus tour continues here on ABC.
Life regression therapy, California has been sort of a center for the cosmic healing arts. And so Denise Richardson took a tour of New Age California.
Northern California is a hub for this kind of activity. I think, you know, possibly dating back to the original pioneer spirit. You know, the further west we go, in a sense, the further we push our boundaries into the unknown and the new.
This is the New Age Expo, held recently in Northern California, where many come in search of alternative treatments for what ails them, physically, spiritually, emotionally.
You know, what's going on in the world at large is a reflection of the mass consciousness.
Shakti Gawain has been called a guru of the movement.
We all go through these kinds of what I call healing crises in our lives. You know, we lose a job, we lose a relationship, and at first it really seems like a terrible, painful, scary thing, and it is. But underneath that, what's happening is that we are growing.
So there in the land of alternative healing, I undertook my own quest, starting with osmosis, a Japanese bathing technique said to remove toxins from the body and improve inner awareness.
Oh, welcome to osmosis.
Hi.
We have two reasons for the name osmosis. One is it explains the process in the bath, where your body is actually being influenced. We also have the whole cultural osmosis, because we have this Japanese aesthetic.
How does that feel? It feels warm.
The enzyme bath is comprised of a fragrant mixture of cedar, rice bran, and over 600 active enzymes.
It's one of those rare places where you can't feel guilty about not doing anything.
Fermentation is actually nature's purification process. So you are, in fact, immersing yourself in this very powerful dynamic, which is a building block of nature.
Feeling undeniably cleansed and relaxed, but unsure whether I felt anything deeper, I met with Mitani Dantien, an actual hands-on healer.
I've learned how to breathe in a certain way so that I mobilize some internal healing energies, and I tap into energies, universal energies, that kind of flow through me. For instance, a woman came to me and she had a torn retina and the beginnings of glaucoma. So we did 3 sessions, and when she went back, this is what the doctor said. He said, I don't know what you've done, but you no longer have glaucoma, but that can happen. I don't know what you've done. You no longer have a torn retina, but that can happen too. I really want to know what you've done because you don't have any scar tissue. Your right leg is longer, and there is a difference of about a full inch. So what I'll do is just stand back a bit.
I'm now feeling a shifting.
And they're equal.
Oh, then I saw her face.
Regressive therapy is when a person goes back in time, and it is a cleansing. It's getting rid of the negativity. My modus operandi is to induce hypnosis.
I see period costume. Someone's going to find a note and someone's going to be hurt. My father is going to be hurt.
What's the worst thing that could happen? The very worst thing that could happen to your father as a result of the note.
He could die.
And?
It'd be my fault.
Let yourself heal yourself, and then you can let go of the guilt, and you can let go of the problem. Let yourself know. Now, at the count of 3, you're going to remember everything and more. 2, 3. Eyes open, totally alert.
I've experienced healing in the past few days.
You've been Californiaized. Oh, I know, I'm relocating. How do you feel?
Actually, I'm not sure anymore.
Denise with a look at the other side of California. I'm told that they still, in wineries where they make champagne, they still turn the bottles by hand. They make champagne here at Domaine Carnero, so I'm going to turn some of the bottles. We can do a television show and help out the folks here at the Chateau all at the same time. We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, Joan goes back to her...
Silverado Country Club and Resort, tucked in amongst the gentle hills and ancient groves of the beautiful Napa Valley. For the finest in championship golf, conference facilities, and gracious dining, Silverado Country Club and Resort.
Well, coming here to Napa brings me very close to my old stomping grounds because I grew up in Sacramento, California, which is not too far north of here. And the other day I had a chance to visit. And you know that old saying, you can't go home again? Wrong. Sacramento, the state capital, where the California gold rush all began. Back when I grew up here, compared to Los Angeles and San Francisco, Sacramento was a sleepy town where you could spend lazy summer days cooling your feet in the American River. But over the past couple of decades, Sacramento has grown and grown, suburb upon suburb, one of the fastest developing areas in the country. This is Fair Oaks, where I grew up. And coming back home here with my mom Gladys and my brother Jeff seemed so strange. It was still country back then, just a few houses and a small landing strip. My dad was a doctor in this rural community, but his passion was flying, and he and a few friends built a small airport right next to our house. Today, the fly-in ranch and the airport are gone, replaced by this sprawling housing development. Really, the only reminders of my early days here are my mom's photographs and this street sign, Earl Blunden Way, named after my dad who died years ago in a plane crash while on a medical trip.
Paragraph, contiguous 8mm axial.
I wanted to follow in my father's footsteps and become a doctor myself. And after high school, I worked in the radiology department at the American River Hospital, which my father helped found. I can remember working like a dog here in the X-ray lab because I was the new kid on the block, and I so wanted to be a doctor. But it only took about a summer, really, before I found out that I wasn't cut out for shots and stitches, and perhaps becoming a surgeon wasn't for me.
What lengths are they going to be showing this year in the fashion business?
It was Sacramento television that would eventually catch my attention after college, beginning as a weather person and consumer reporter, and eventually an anchor. This is the state capitol in downtown Sacramento, a place where I spent a lot of time as a consumer reporter, monitoring legislative sessions. In fact, I got so involved that I decided to run for the state assembly. But right about the same time, I got a call from ABC TV in New York, and the rest is history. There are more than 1.5 million people now in the greater Sacramento area. The suburbs are linked together by an efficient new light rail system. By contrast, old Sacramento along the river has been preserved to remind locals and visitors what life was like here at the beginning of the century. No matter how much Sacramento changes, it will always be part of Old West history. It will always be the state capital, and for me, it will always be home. And Sacramento is still home to my mom, Gladys Blunden, and my brother, Jeff Blunden, and they've been following me around Northern California, just like that MetLife blimp. So I'm going to put them to work. Who do we have on the show next? Wolfgang Puck. And what is he going to talk about?
Cooking with wine.
Very good. Do it with me. We'll be right back.
Back now to the California wine country, and we've been talking this morning about wines for drinking, but wine obviously used extensively in cooking as well. Problem is people don't know which wines to use in cooking their favorite recipes, and so our friend, Chef Wolfgang Puck, who owns a restaurant in every single town in California, is with us this morning. Great to have you back, Wolfgang.
No, but we have one in San Francisco, in case you're hungry. You know.
Oh,
So
are you?
okay.
You mentioned at least one city. I knew you could.
What are the different ways?
Well, you can use
wine?
white wine, red wine, champagne, any kind of wine to cooking. You know, like, for example, you can use even red wine with fish. But we're going to make, for example, a shrimp dish here. I'm going to use white wine, a good Chardonnay, and make a light mustard sauce with it. We also made already some chicken in red wine and some fruit in red wine. So it's really whatever you really feel like.
What are the primary ways wine is used in cooking?
Well, it is very important when you use it. You can marinate food in it. For
Okay.
example, chicken and beef. That way tenderize it and gives it flavor. Or you just deglaze it. Many times when you cook like to order, like we're going to do that, you just deglaze it and cook the wine. But you always have to cook the wine really well. If not, you're going to taste...
Because you want the alcohol to evaporate,
alcohol,
right?
Yeah.
The alcohol evaporates and the flavor of the wine goes into the food.
Absolutely.
Then,
It's like the backbone. The acidity of the wine gives the sauce a good backbone.
Wait a minute, those shallots?
I put in some shallots here.
Shallots, okay.
A little bit of tarragon if you like that.
Okay.
And some white wine.
Oh, Nellie, that
Just
critter.
like we do it at home. Right, Charlie?
And now we're going to take out the shrimps here.
Okay.
Okay, we cook them for a while.
So
a
you take
little bit.
those out, and then you're going to use what's in there.
What's in here
and
to make
thicken
your
it.
sauce, yeah.
Got it.
And with the wine, you scrape off all the caramelized juice of the shrimp, you know, and then you add a little touch of cream if you want to.
There you go.
A little bit of butter. All right, that should be enough.
I
And
love
a
the way
piece of
Wolfgang
butter.
measures always.
Yes.
Okay, you
So
whisk it
careful
well
with this.
together. Add a little salt and pepper. There we have
So
it.
then that cooks down into the
That
sauce.
cooks down, you know.
Here, can I just show you this right here? Because this is what the finished dish looks like. And so it's a nice, creamy, thick sauce.
Yeah.
What did you do with this dish?
And this one is a red wine sauce.
Coq au vin. Coq au vin, which means chicken with wine.
Chicken in
Right?
red wine, and I marinated it in a little bit of Petit Syrah, which is a very heavy red wine.
Petit
so that way it
Syrah.
gives it a beautiful reddish color.
Now here, just so that they understand, this is where you put the chicken in with all the
The
vegetables.
chicken,
You put the
vegetable,
wine in
garlic,
here
and
let
then
it marinate.
you use the Petit Syrah here,
Okay.
and just let it sit overnight. Even, I don't want to put it on your
And
clothes
then,
too much.
that's okay, I have a burgundy.
Okay,
You're done.
all right, perfect. So you know you are cooking with me.
I'll whisk.
All right.
Okay, don't burn it though. And
Now,
here we
let's
also
talk about the last one here.
here we
That's
have
okay,
some
Charlie.
poached fruits in here. You see some raspberries, some
So now
figs,
this has
pears.
been sitting in what
No,
kind?
that we boil in red wine with a little peppercorn, a little cinnamon, and you can use it up. It's a little juice, so you serve it with a little biscotti.
Little raspberry. Ooh, but you have a little fig on here too. I
All
love
right.
figs.
Okay. Oh, very good, Charlie. Yeah.
So wait a minute. Can I just understand something?
I think Annie gonna hire you for Postrio to be the new chef there.
In general, if you cook with red wine, you serve red wine at the table.
Yeah.
And if you cook with white wine,
You
then
serve
you serve
red white wine. And you know, when you cook for 2 people, you can actually use the same wine to cook. If you cook for 10, you don't want to use expensive wine, you know, to cook. You use something less
Or you
expensive.
can use the cheaper wines in cooking.
In cooking.
A good tip for me.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Save the
The
expensive
you
wines
drink.
to drink.
All right.
Since for a shrimp for 2, you need a little bit of wine, so the rest you drink.
If you cook in red wine, you drink red wine. If you cook in white wine, you drink white
That's
wine.
right.
Good thing to remember.
All right.
Wolfgang, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Good to have you with us. We'll
Thank
take
you.
a break.
Yum.
Good morning,
Thank
America.
you.
Right back.
Holly Clash, she was abducted 1 month ago and is still missing.
We'll be back. Stay with us. Second hour coming up from the Napa.
Joan London.
And I'm Charles Gibson. Great to have you with us on this Thursday, November 11th. And your set is not wrong. This is still the Great Pacific Coast Highway Bus Tour. We have not gone to the Loire Valley of France. It just looks that way. We're in the Napa Valley, the great wine-producing region of California, and many of the houses here look like the chateaus of France. This is Domaine Carneros, where they make champagne here in the Napa Valley. We are getting a little bit of rain today. It neither dampens the beauty of this area, nor does it dilute the taste of the wine, which is very nice. I apologize. I have lost my voice. I left it on the bus somewhere, I think, between between our last stop and here, our last stop at Stanford and here. In this half hour, we're going to show you how wine is made here in the Napa Valley. And our guide to that is going to be actor and vineyard owner, Wayne Rogers.
Also in this half hour, a parent's nightmare, the abduction of a child. Not far from here, 12-year-old Polly Klaas was taken from her bedroom by a knife-wielding intruder. 1 month later, she is still missing despite a massive effort to find her. And we'll get a progress report from her parents and her grandparents. Right now, though, Spencer Christian is standing by a little south of us in Muir Woods. Spencer?
Yes, Joan, just north of San Francisco here, Muir Woods National Monument, home of California's giant redwood trees. I just happen to have one right behind me here. It is indeed a giant redwood. The tallest tree here in this park is about 250 feet tall, measuring more than 14 feet across. The oldest one is about 1,000 years old. The Latin name for these trees is Sequoia sempervirens, meaning forever living. And you can see why they call it that, because they live so long. This little fellow I'm holding right here in my hand is a close relative of the giant redwoods. It's a baby giant sequoia. And I feel like if I could stand here long enough, it would grow up right here in my hands. Well, of course, it would be bigger than my hands. We'll have more on Muir Woods in this hour. Charlie?
All right, thanks, Spencer. We're going to go back to New York. Just a quick thank you to our audience, by the way, who was...
Some intrepid souls.
Nobody taught them to come out of the rain, and I'm not quite sure why, but it was nice of them to come down. We're going to go back to New York for an update on the news of the morning.
We're at the Domaine Carneros winery, but it's been produced here as far back as 1780. Actually, the first vintners were Franciscan monks who planted cuttings from the old country. This is actually an old wine press, over 100 years old. But of course, the industry has gotten much more high-tech since then, as we are shown now by actor and vineyard owner Wayne Rogers as he takes us to a winery in neighboring Sonoma.
The state of California produces 80% of the nation's wines. Of that, 15 to 20% comes from right here in Sonoma County. These are the vineyards of Dick and Elise Arrowwood. And here we are at the Arrowwood Winery, where Dick has been making wine since 1987. Actually, Dick's been making wine for 29 years, but this is his winery, and his and his wife. I should count for her, too. You know, it's a long and a complex process, and it all starts with these little grapes. These are ready to be picked. The Arrowwood Winery will pick about 350 tons of grapes during this year's harvest, yielding close to 20,000 cases of wine. During what's known as the crush, the grapes, whose sugar content is just right, are fed along the screw conveyor into the stemmer crusher, crushing the grapes and removing the stems. The grape juice, seeds and skins, called must, are pumped through the must line into these stainless steel fermenting tanks where cultured yeast is added. Yeast is what converts the sugar in wine and grape juice to alcohol.
And carbon dioxide, correct.
And that's the purpose of yeast.
Precisely.
I got it. So that's why you want sugar content in the grape, and then the yeast does that.
Exactly. Turns it from grape juice into wine.
Dick, you know, traditionally people think of wine being made in wooden barrels, and I look around here and all I see is stainless steel.
Well, I think, Wayne, what's happened here is for two reasons. We get temperature control in the fermentation because it gives off heat, so we can cool it down by chilling the jackets in the tank itself, plus sanitation. It's easier to clean these tanks, and the more sanitary things are, the easier it is to make sure that the culture of yeast that you have is the right one.
During the 2 weeks of fermentation, the pumping over process takes the juice from the bottom of the tank and sprinkles it over the skins to increase the color, the texture, flavor, and complexity of the wine. The new wine is then stored in these 60-gallon wooden barrels. White wine until fermentation is complete, and red wine for up to 2 years or more.
Wayne, the reason that oak is used is it gives the wine a controlled oxidation and an aging potential. It allows the wine to develop and to soften and in fact, become wine.
Now, why French oak as opposed to American oak or some other oak?
French oak is a bit tighter grained oak than American oak, and it gives up its flavor potential at a much slower and much more controlled pace. I wish we could use more American oak, because American oak's about 1/4 as expensive as French oak.
The final step before bottling is blending. Now, Dick Arrowwood uses 5 different grape varieties to make his Cabernet Sauvignon.
How much Cabernet will make up this wine?
In this particular case, it'll be 80% Cabernet Sauvignon. We then take that and blend with that Merlot to add a little additional fatness and density to the wine. We use the Malbec to give it a little additional color and more fruit. The Cabernet Franc adds its aromatics and kind of a grapiness. We use the Petit Verdot for kind of a leather antique component, almost a cigar box character to it. This is kind of it gives you an idea of what type of system we go through. We may make several component blends up before we decide on the one we have, but this to us should give us pretty close to what we're looking for.
Terrific. What caused you to want to be a winemaker?
I suppose the ability and the love to want to make something that not everybody can do. Each year is different. Each year brings new vagaries that Mother Nature throws at you. And if you have the opportunity to be able to develop something from your own hands, your own handiwork, I think it really brings out the best that's inside any man or any person. So it's kind of fitting that we're ending this in the vineyard because that's really where it all starts. It doesn't start at the winery. It's what is out here, what Mother Nature gives you that is the wine.
Well, you do it very well. Cheers, Dick.
Coming up next, a little girl lost.
And I hope that young man is keeping Spencer dry, because that's where Spencer is today. Good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Gibson.
And I'm Joan Lennon. It is Thursday, November 11th, and yes, he is very, very hoarse today.
Absolutely, but we've got a little bit of rain in the air today, but a beautiful spot. We're in the Napa Valley, the California wine country at Domaine Carneros, where they make champagne here, and we really have saved the best for last, because you can't come to this area without a wine tasting, and so we're going to do that in this half hour. There's a lot of wine snobs, I think, who make wine tasting so forbidding and frightening, and you don't want to do it, but we're going to have some experts who will tell you that wine tasting can be done even by those of us who aren't terribly knowledgeable about
we'll
wine.
help them make you feel like pros by the end of the show.
And I promise you, while I've lost my voice, I haven't lost my taste.
All right. Also, I had Steve Fox is going to take us on a tour of the back roads of California's Highway 1. But as we said, right now, Spencer is in the backwoods.
Right you are, Joan, in Muir Woods National Monument, the home of California's giant redwood trees. And I've got a little sliver here of a piece of bark from one of the redwood trees here. This, I say sliver, because the bark can be up to 18 inches thick on these trees. In fact, that's one of the reasons that these trees can live to be about 1,000 years old. The bark contains a tannin that's poisonous to insects, so it repels insects. And the bark, because it's so thick and fibrous, also acts as a protectant against fires. I had to check several times, though, to be sure this was bark from a redwood tree, because I didn't want to be guilty of barking up the wrong tree. Charlie?
We've been waiting all morning for it. Come on.
Spencer comes up with 4 of these every day, and there's one every half hour. Let's go back to New York now for an update on the news.
Steve Fox takes us on a different tour of California's Highway 1, and we do mean different, when Good Morning America continues.
In California this week all surrounds the state's Highway 1. And nobody knows the highways, byways, and back roads of America like our own Steve Fox, who also happens to know California like the back of his hand. And so we asked Steve to find some of his favorite nooks and crannies along Highway 1, spots that we may have missed.
Just getting to Big Sur is at least half the fun, if you don't mind lots of winding road and steep curves overhanging the Pacific. If you're not watching closely, it's easy to miss one of Highway 1's little jewels, the Big Sur Inn, tucked away amidst the redwoods of Castro Canyon. It's a small place, 19 rooms, all hand-built, and they are far more quaint than luxurious. Fireplaces in some, no TV, no phones, but usually fully booked. The inn was built by a Norwegian immigrant, Helmut Grandpa Dietjen, starting in the early 1930s. When he died, Dietjen left it to a non-profit foundation whose task is to keep it going. Today, the Big Sur Inn is listed in the National Register of Historic Places. As you know, there are a lot of fancier places to stay in this area now, but this place is almost always packed. Why? What draws people here?
Old Big Sur, just to come see what Big Sur used to be like.
Now, to tell you the truth, the Big Sur Inn is the kind of place you don't actually like to tell a lot of people about because, frankly, it's hard enough to get a reservation there as it is. But on the other hand, it's a Big Sur landmark, so there you have it. Now, what we're going to do is continue north here along Highway 1 and check out a couple of things along the way. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the sum total of our grand plan. The Esalen Indian tribe once lived here, deep in the mountains of Big Sur. Today, the descendants of the Esselins, who until recently were thought to be extinct, operate a trail riding operation on a state park that long ago was Esselin tribal land. How do these trail rides help keep the tribe alive?
Well, they help us economically, by bringing money in for us to survive and to keep living, you know, as a people, as a race. It keeps us out there on our sacred ground, on the, you know, ancestral land.
Now, this is the Bixby Bridge, one of 20 bridges that cross the creeks and canyons of Big Sur. Before the bridge was built in 1932, a trip up to Monterey required a 20-mile detour inland on bad road. Now you can cross the bridge in about a minute. Over the years, this beautiful bridge has itself become a tourist attraction. When John Steinbeck wrote about Cannery Row, Monterey was a thriving fishing town. Today it hauls in mainly tourists. We dropped by to check out the sea lions, which had pretty much taken over the harbor back in 1990. In one case, actually swamping a tugboat. What kind of things did you do here to get rid of the sea lions?
We used ultrasound underwater, shooing them off with brooms. We tried fences, loud noises, and then, of their own volition, they left and went back to the breakwater. And
wait, let me see if I get this straight. They left because they got bored?
They haven't given us a clue. They just left.
Our last stop took us north over the Golden Gate Bridge, where Highway 1 merges with 101 for a few miles before breaking off on its own route through farmland and forest. The first thing you notice when you pull into the Johnson Oyster Farm in Inverness is that the pavement turns white, and the roadside bushes seem to be dusted with snow. Actually, it's crushed oyster shells. There's a lot of them here. Johnson's has been growing oysters from laboratory-produced seeds for 30 years, bringing them to maturity by soaking them for 18 months in the nutrient-rich waters of an estuary off Drake's Bay. They harvest 8 million oysters a year. 70% of their sales take place on site. Mark Johnson is a third-generation oyster farmer. First time I ever ate one of these things was right out here 13 years ago. Now I eat them all the time. They're still delicious. Do you have any idea how lucky you are to live in this part of the country?
I think about it every once in a while. It's nice and tranquil, quiet.
There's nothing like Northern California that I've been to.
No, this is a place in its own.
And with that, Steve got back on the road again. We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back to Spencer in Muir Woods when Good Morning America continues here on ABC.
Home of California's giant redwoods, and in honor of our presence here on the first rainy day of the season, I get to wear the ranger hat, but only for a short time. You know, I've told you all morning long that trees have been here for hundreds of years, but a guest joining me right now, Park Ranger Mia Monroe, has been here for only 11 years, but maybe she'll be here a little bit longer, too. Mia, you've got a cross-section of a tree here, and I would imagine there are ways you can show us that you're able to determine the age of these trees?
The cross-section is the way the tree tells us its own story, as well as about the conditions of the forest. First, we can count the rings and learn how old this particular tree was.
So that is true, that counting the rings tells you how old a tree is.
Exactly, because during the rainy season, it grows a little bit and puts a layer of wood down, which is a ring. So by patiently counting the rings, we learn that this one was 1,021 years old.
That is amazing.
It truly is.
Some of the rings are farther apart, spaced farther apart than others.
Exactly. We can tell that there's been regular periods of lots of rain, and during the rainy time, the tree grows a lot, and the rings are farther apart.
Okay, all right. Now, what about these scars? What do they indicate?
Well, they tell us that fire has been a regular presence in this forest. The scars occur 2 or 3 times every century in the ring pattern. So fire would sweep through this forest and leave a little bit of char on the tree and then do a lot of other beneficial things to the forest.
So by examining a cross-section of a tree, not only do you learn its age, but you learn a lot about its history and the conditions under which it lived.
Right. So we learn a lot about the forest and the general area, too.
And the bark really accounts for the longevity of the tree? It helps it to live longer?
Yeah, that's one of the factors. The bark and the wood have that special chemical tannin, which makes the tree resist fire, pests, insects, rot, all the natural disasters a tree could befall it.
Well, Mia, we're getting wet, so let's call it an end.
Okay.
Thank you for helping us to learn more about the giant redwoods.
Beautiful day.
Yes. Have you heard it through the grapevine? Well, you will coming up when we show you easy ways to learn about wine tasting as Good Morning America continues.
I want a new bottle. Don't give me that one. And our teachers today with us, we have Ron Wiegand, who is a master of wine and a master sommelier. I think I said that right. Those are the highest honors. He is also publisher of Restaurant Wine, a newsletter for the hospitality industry. Also with us, Eileen Crane, who is the winemaker and managing director here at Domaine Carneros Winery. And we're having a lovely morning with you. Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure to have you all here.
Well, it's been fun. Tell me when you have a wine tasting, what you're looking for, what you're trying to do.
Well, it depends upon how much money you've paid for the wines, whether you're in the profession or not, whether you're trying to buy a wine to put on a wine list, or whether you're buying a wine to have at dinner. Generally speaking, what you're looking for is a wine that tastes good to you. That's a point that I want to emphasize. Too many people that get involved in wine tastings think they have to take other people's opinions.
But people who really do know wine can tell you a very valuable wine from a not-so-good wine. What is it that they recognize in the really good wine?
What they find in a wine is that it's absolutely true to type and among the best of its types that's produced anywhere in the world. For example, we have some wines here this morning. Generally speaking, let's say take a Chardonnay. Chardonnay is the name of a grape variety. Wines made from it are called Chardonnay.
Sure.
The Chardonnay has certain characteristics. Generally, it's fruity. Maybe it has a little bit of a buttery flavor, an oak flavor. To find an outstanding Chardonnay, you look for the peak of perfection in those flavors. It should have an excellent aroma to it.
All right, we're going to taste this Chardonnay, all right?
Yes.
Okay. Look, can I pour, or what should you do? Actually, you pour. You probably know what you're doing.
I think people smell a cork. What are they doing?
Don't. I was always told don't.
You don't have to smell a cork. To me, smelling a cork is like smelling the package that your food comes in that you prepare for dinner. It's not necessary. It's an affectation that gets people messed up about wine. It's a ritual that's not necessary. You can't really tell anything about the wine from smelling the cork. You might as well smell the candy bar wrapper, you know, to try and determine if the candy's any good. It's not necessary.
So, do you
So every
the
time you
glass?
see somebody in a restaurant now, you can say, boy, are you affected.
All right, now do you usually smell the wine then before, or just taste it? Go for it.
What you do first is you look at the wine simply to see that it has a typical color. I mean, pretend this is apple pie. I mean, wine tasting is like tasting apple pie. You look at the pie to make sure it tastes like pie. I mean, it looks like pie first, and then you go and smell it, and it should smell like apples. In this case,
it's like that old saying, looks like a duck, tastes like a duck, it must be a duck. I know that's the bottom line here, right?
Right, but what's interesting about wine is every specific type has its own unique fingerprint. I mean, when you look at the apple pie, you know it's apple pie. When you smell a wine that has a lot of character to it that might be Chardonnay, it should smell like Chardonnay, generally speaking.
Well,
and this one does.
That tastes like Chardonnay to me.
Okay. When you taste the wine, take a small sip, roll it around the mouth, see what kind of flavors develop. If it has too much tartness, too much wood character, should leave a long aftertaste. These are all details in determining what makes one wine perhaps better than another.
All right.
Now we're going to move to a Cabernet next, is that right? That was real good, by the way. I mean, I didn't mean to let this pass. It was mighty tasty.
Delicious.
I don't think that's a real wine word, but it was mighty tasty.
Feel free to use words like that. I think.
May I just ask about the glass? I mean, is there any particular reason why?
And all-encompassing in its aroma. However, it was also mighty tasty.
This is a flute, am I right?
No, this is a standard wine glass. This is actually a small wine glass that we use for tasting often in wineries. That one is a flute. That's a champagne or sparkling wine glass, and this is a still wine.
While we taste this, Eileen, tell me about sparkling wines.
Well, sparkling wines are wine. Sometimes people think sparkling wines are only for christening ships or special occasions, but in fact they're wonderful dinner wines. They're wonderful accompaniments to food.
And a sparkling wine is a champagne, except we don't call it a champagne because champagne only comes from the Champagne region, right?
Well, you can legally call anything or many sparkling wines in the United States a champagne, but the term champagne comes from a region in France, and I believe correctly belongs to that region. We call our sparkling wine Carneros sparkling wine. It's named after our region, which is the Carneros. And it says that right on the bottle, right under Domaine Carneros by Taittinger, it says Carneros sparkling wine.
Ooh.
Thank you, Rob.
Tell me the critical thing that Rob just did in opening that, because it didn't fire over to Cleveland.
Well,
mine always does.
He kept his finger on the top of the wire. And one of the things about opening a bottle of sparkling wine is that you want to keep your finger on the top of your thumb, actually on the top of the bottle. Put your hand around the neck of the bottle, put your thumb on top, release the wire, release the cork by turning the bottle actually physically. And always keep your thumb on top once you've released the wire.
Did you just say to hold the cork and turn the bottle?
Yes. Hold
Yes,
the cork with the thumb on top, like that, and turn the bottle.
And I thank you for all of this.
Absolutely.
We're going to take a commercial break, and we toast you this morning. Perfectly appropriate way to do it with some of the local, not champagne, but sparkling wine. We'll be right back.
Highlights of Good Morning America's Great Pacific Coast Highway Bus Tour are available on home video. To order a video cassette, please call 1-800-543-4GMA. The cost of the video is $25.
City on the bay. And these cable cars, I think, along with the Golden Gate Bridge, symbolize San Francisco to people as much as anything else. They've been here in this city for 120 years, and they are rather quaint, but they are also rather necessary. And that's because of all the steep hills that exist in this city. These cars are really necessary to negotiate those hills. As it says in one of the guidebooks about San Francisco, when you get tired of walking the hills, you just lean against them. And those hills provide a spectacular vista of what is a gorgeous city.
And our vantage point this morning is San Francisco's Maritime National Historic Park. The locals here call it Aquatic Park. It is adjacent to Fisherman's Wharf, and it really reflects San Francisco's nautical past. And it is fishing and shipping that made San Francisco Bay really the major port on the Pacific coast. And so out in the middle of that bay is Alcatraz. And that's where Spencer Christian is this morning, where he belongs. Hi, Spencer.
Hi, Joan. Yes, here at Alcatraz, probably the most famous or perhaps infamous prison in U.S. history. Right behind me here, the warden's house, or at least what's left of it. And I'm just a mile and a quarter away from you guys over at your position at Fisherman's Wharf. There's a beautiful shot of the San Francisco skyline there. Among the more celebrated occupants of Alcatraz, Al Capone, Robert Stroud, the Birdman of Alcatraz, and today, Spencer, the Weatherman Christian. And I'll be taking you on a tour of this facility during the next couple of hours, and I'm told that if I behave well, they'll let me leave. Joan?
You may only be a mile and a quarter away, but it's a tough swim to get here, that's for sure.
Also, we're going to take a look at how immigration has changed the face, literally, of California. Right now, though, we're going to go back to New York, ABC News in New York, and Morton Dean. Good morning, Morton.
Good morning.
That this country, which is a nation of immigrants, finds itself wrestling uncomfortably with an overabundance of new faces. And nowhere is that problem felt more keenly than in the state of California. Since its earliest days, this state has attracted those seeking a better life, which is to say, just about everyone. More than 7 million immigrants have made California their home since 1970, and more than 4 million more are expected here by the year 2002. That and the sluggish economy has fueled the tension of racism and fear. The debate, of course, is whether these new neighbors add to or detract from the economy. Some join their new communities by opening small businesses. Others provide the cheapest of cheap labor, but then burden the state by drawing on tax-supported health care and other social services. A sign of the time, perhaps, as Mexicans dash across the California border, lawmakers in Washington have proposed beefing up patrols. It is no surprise, then, that immigration has become the issue in the race shaping up for governor next year. Perhaps that election will show where the nation is headed in this debate. And joining us this morning, the governor of California. Governor Pete Wilson is here, along with the state treasurer, Kathleen Brown, both contenders in next year's governor's race. And I appreciate both of you being with us. We have talked a lot about the California economy in this week that we have been here. The state losing jobs, and yet still so many immigrants coming in to this state. Are immigrants a net plus or minus?
Charlie, the immigrants are a problem because federal law requires that the state spend money that we should be spending on legal residents to provide them needed services. Instead, we're spending state tax dollars to provide services to those who are illegally in the country.
Are you saying then a net minus?
Yes, because in fact, the taxes, whatever taxes are paid, largely go to Washington. The impact at the state level is that we are unable to provide for working poor mothers the kind of maternity care which they're legally entitled to receive under state law, but the program won't be adequately funded after a certain period because we're instead having to spend money for illegal immigrants.
Let me take the same question to you.
Well, first, I think we've got to make a distinction between legal immigration
and illegal immigrants. We are all children of immigrants, and I think immigrants have built this state and built this country. But there is no question that illegal immigration is a problem in California. It is a problem because it costs taxpayers billions and billions of dollars. But the issue is, what is the cause of illegal immigration?
So you would say overall illegal immigrants also net minus to the state?
Illegal immigration is a problem in California.
Quick summation of the points that you would make to limit immigration.
I think you have to go to the core of the problem. The reason that people come here is for jobs. I've been to the border, the governor's been to the border, the Border Patrol, the INS say 85% of those who come across the border are young men, 18 to 26. They're looking for work. So to deal with the problem, focus in on the job site, increase fines and employers who would give jobs to illegal immigrants, and beef up the border, and give employers a tool that they can use to see whether people are here and are eligible to work, a Social Security card.
And the summation on your proposals.
You have to not only enforce those laws that relate to employer sanctions, but they also come not just for the jobs, but for services. They come for the health care. The example that I just gave is a case in point. They come for education. We're spending conservatively $1 billion a year on the education of children acknowledged to be in the country illegally. For the same $1 billion, we could provide every fifth grader in California with a personal computer, all kinds of additional services.
But what would you do to limit immigration?
I would reverse those things that the Border Patrol, the INS will tell you, are putting pressure on the border. They are an incentive to illegal immigration. We encourage people. That's the irony. Why do we even have a Border Patrol when we undercut them and undermine them by enticing people into the country with services which in the case of health care have increased 18-fold in this state in the last 4 years.
You wanted to comment?
Well, this is an area that the governor and I do disagree on. I think the reason that people come here is for jobs. And with the resources that we have, that is where we should focus our attention. I think that it is penny wise and pound foolish to deny kids an education. What do kids do if you kick them out and they're on the streets? They get into trouble. What kind of trouble? Gangs and guns and graffiti, and I think that's going to cost us a whole lot more.
Your disagreement notwithstanding, one of our guests on Monday has written that the talk of regulation and restrictions, any regulation and restrictions, he says is a kind of hysteria, trying to distract Californians, he writes, from the fact that they have politicians really don't have any ideas about what to do to get us out of the economic mess, that this is really a reflection of economic anxiety.
No, it isn't. It's a reflection of the reality that we can't spend for needed services for legal residents because we're compelled by federal law to spend instead to provide services to illegal immigrants.
So your feeling is if you
the answer is to first control the border. Now, all these problems arise from the failure of the federal government to control the border. If we had spent more on Border Patrol, we would be in the situation that they were in Texas, where they tripled the deployment, kept it on around the clock, and guess what? Stopped illegal entry. But because they have failed to do that, we now have expenditures by state taxpayers that are taking services away from legal residents that amount to almost $3 billion a year in California. And in fact, that is what's wrong, and with all respect to my friend Kathleen, she doesn't address that. She doesn't address the fact that we are having to spend these sums that we should be spending to provide maternity care to legal residents.
Before I run out of time, let me give
I just want to say that I think that the risk here is in picking solutions that seem politically attractive. Denying health care, denying education would result in putting kids on the street who are going to cost us a whole lot more money. Go to the heart of the issue. Why are 85%?
Failure to address that means you will never reverse what is currently a real and growing problem. I remind you, it's increased 18% or 18-fold in the last 4 years.
Let me give you the final 15 seconds.
The key here is to focus in on why people come to this country. They come for a better life. They come to get jobs. So let's cut off the jobs. Let's focus in on the employer. Let's focus in on giving them a tool and focus in on the border. That's where the real problem is.
I regrettably cut off the debate. For Kathleen Brown, Governor Pete Wilson, thank you both for being with us. An issue that you're going to hear a lot about in the midterm elections coming next year. And we'll be back.
Polls consistently rank San Francisco in the top 10 of the world's favorite cities. Now, our political commentator, Chris Matthews, actually lives in Washington now, but that's because he is a political columnist for the San Francisco Examiner. And he comes home here and visits San Francisco as often as he can, but there is little doubt in which city he has left his heart.
Most people, when they come to San Francisco, they think of the cable car, but the fact is, it's a lot more to this city. I come out here about 20, 30 times a year, and I see it the way a tourist sees it, but I see it more often as a tourist. And I've got some favorite parts of the city. When you see San Francisco the first time, everybody in their own way falls in love with the place. It's like you discovered it the first time. It's your San Francisco. And when people say San Francisco, they say it in kind of a delightful way. They go, San Francisco. They always say it like they love the place, and they discovered it themselves. San Francisco is one of the great walking cities of the country. Sometimes it's like a giant stairmaster getting up these hills. But there are some advantages, like, take a look behind me. Look at the views out here. One of the things you have to look out for out here when you're walking are the cable cars, of course. Can you imagine people coming from all across the world just to see a bus? We're up here on top of Nob Hill, and right behind me is the Fairmont Hotel, which is very famous, of course, because of the TV series Hotel. But it's also got a lot of history here. You know, the Fairmont Hotel was where the U.S. delegation stayed at the first ever United Nations meeting here in San Francisco in 1945. And Adlai Stevenson was a young aide to the delegation, and he used to give secret briefings every night to the press. And one of the reporters he used to brief secretly was a young Hearst reporter named John F. Kennedy.
Oh, how do you like this place? This is one of the
It's great. It's great. Let me tell you, what's even greater is I go from Italy here, and I walk right next door, and I'm in China. In most places in the world, you have to go about a 2-day trip to get from Italy to China. Here you go in like one door, and you're there. You know, one of the interesting questions, I guess, is why do so many Chinese people live in San Francisco? And there's a great historic reason is that they came here to build the railroad. They were the workers that built the western end of the great transcontinental railroad. They used to say that the western Pacific part of the railroad was built on tea, and the eastern part of the railroad was built by the Irish on some other liquid. This is the Buena Vista. This is like an historic place out here. It's where the Irish coffee was invented. But I've come in here after work once in a while. So what year was it invented here?
1952.
1952. How many have you sold since?
Well, we're probably at about the millions and millions.
Millions and millions. The devil may be doing it. We're down at Fisherman's Wharf, which everybody identifies with San Francisco. It's kind of like the Washington Monument of San Francisco, meaning if you're a tourist, you come to Fisherman's Wharf at least once just to see it. You know, the people like me who grew up in the 1950s, this was always a part of every episode of San Francisco Beat. They always ended up coming down to Fisherman's Wharf to chase somebody. You know, Charlie and Joan, I thought a great way to end a walking tour of San Francisco was to take a ride across Golden Gate Bridge over to here in Tiburon to Sam's Cafe, one of the great eateries in town, and make you guys a little envious.
Well, sorry, Chris, because we thought the best way to end that piece was something that would be very good to eat. This is Kathy Parata, and she has made us this cake. Look at this. Want to read off what's on here? It's our bus.
There's a little picture of Spencer and a little picture of you, and I don't know who this klutz is, but there's somebody.
This is my little hometown in Sacramento, California. This is terrific.
During the commercial break, Joan is going to eat the entire cake.
Sure.
Thank you very much for bringing that.
You're welcome.
That's
I love
very
your
sweet.
show, and I decorate cakes every morning to your show.
That's great.
Well.
I used to...
Hi, I'm Danny Glover in the Haight-Ashbury. It's the place where I grew up, and I'm going to take you on a tour. This is Good Morning America.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Gibson. That tour actually is going to be in our 8 o'clock half hour, but it's going to be terrific. I think that's one of the most recognized communities in any city in the country, and Danny Glover will give us a look at that in the 8 o'clock half hour.
And good morning, I'm Joan London. It is Friday. It is November 12th, the last day of our bus trip.
And we have an audience out here. Let's hear the audience, just so that you know they're there.
They're great. We're so happy the sun is shining.
Yeah, we've been very lucky on the weather all through this trip. But just a little bit of rain yesterday, but it's been terrific. It really has been a great Pacific Coast Highway bus tour.
But even with the sunshine, am I not right that the people that are behind us out in the water are totally certifiable?
Can you see the swimmers out there?
They're swimming in the water.
This is November, folks. Every day, I'm told, there are swimmers out there. We've got some rowers that are out there from the South End Rowing Club.
Oh, there they are, yes.
Yes, that's a group that's been around here since 1877. I'm told there have been swimmers out in the bay. Oh, you got the boat? There, we've got the shot of the boat. Good. I'm throwing curves here to the director, but this is terrific. Good activity. People really use the bay. There's a good relationship in the city, between the city and the bay, and it certainly is an absolutely gorgeous thing. Well, to talk about the city of San Francisco itself, Chinatown in San Francisco, the largest Asian American community in North America. And this is a center of trade with Asia. So in this half hour, our money editor, Tyler Matheson, on the Pacific Rim and the Bay Area.
Also those little cable cars that climb halfway to the stars, isn't that what Tony Bennett sings? We're going to be talking to, I'm told, a cable car gripman. He's going to give us the lowdown on those little street-hugging vehicles. I used to take those things to work every day when I lived here.
We rode one just at the beginning of the 7 o'clock half hour.
And right now, though, Spencer Christian is in Alcatraz this morning. How you doing, Spence?
Well, okay, Joan. I think I'd rather be locked up here than swimming around in that cold water this morning. I'm over here in Alcatraz in the main cell house, which was constructed between 1909 and 1912. Ironically, the first prisoners confined here were those who built the facility. Now, let's play visitor and inmate. I'll be the inmate. You're the visitor. Right now, you are looking at me from the area that was the visitors' area. You're walking into the visitors' lounge now, and I'll go over to the place where the inmate would sit. The visitor and the inmate were separated by this thick plate glass window. Visitation periods were limited to 45 minutes. They were earned by good behavior, and there was a guard in there where you are listening to all the conversations, so you couldn't say bad things about his ancestry. I'll tell you more about Alcatraz and give you a historical perspective in just a few minutes. Joan?
All right, Spencer, we should also mention that our trusty friends of MetLife Blimp is back with us this morning, giving us beautiful aerial views, and we thank them. Right now, we'll go back to New York with ABC News and Morton Dean. Good morning, Mort.
Good morning, and good morning.
It is now 37 minutes after the hour. The San Francisco Fireboat, courtesy the San Francisco Fire Department. How nice of them to supply it. A beautiful picture on the bay. When we come back, Spencer has a piece of the rock. Good Morning America continues.
Is literally the rock bottom of San Francisco area real estate. More than most, this is a place that remains captive to its very dark past.
Alcatraz Island sits in the middle of San Francisco Bay, a lonely foreboding place often shrouded in fog. During the 19th century, it served as a lighthouse, a fort, and a military prison. But in 1934, Alcatraz became a household word across the country, the ultimate federal penitentiary, housing America's most notorious criminals and most incorrigible prisoners.
When I come to the Rock, I could care less where they were sending me. I was a man with total blind hatred. I didn't care if I lived or died. Nothing mattered to me anymore.
Leon Whitey Thompson, convicted 6 times for bank robbery, was an Alcatraz inmate from 1958 to 1962. Today, he lectures kids on staying on the straight and narrow. He remembers all too well what life was like on the Rock.
This here was the island of no return. That's what they used to tell us, the island of no return. And I put the free world completely out of my mind. That's the only way I could beat time. If you keep the free world in your mind, you get thinking about women and all them other things. Next thing you know, you're going off a tear. So I had to block it all out.
Alcatraz inmates were there to eat, sleep, and work. No games, no classes, no privileges for good behavior. The Spartan cell blocks are divided by walkways referred to as Broadway, Michigan Avenue, and Sunset Boulevard. Today, 30 years since the prison closed, some 4,000 tourists visit Alcatraz daily, wandering past cells that were once home to Al Capone, Machine Gun Kelly, and Robert Stroud, the Birdman of Alcatraz.
He was more like Hannibal Lecter in the movie Silence of the Lambs than he was Burt Lancaster in the movie Birdman of Alcatraz. So he was a very dangerous man.
Frank Heaney was a guard on Alcatraz in the late 40s and early 50s. With airtight security and constant tension, life on the Rock took its toll on everyone.
It was, you know, very depressing to be in there. Those men spending up to 26 years, Alvin Creepy Carpet spent that many years on the island, and it was just a lot of despondency. Day after day, you just felt that way.
When they crack these bars in the morning, you come out of that cell and you go through your daily routine, and you always had to be on your guard. Like a caged animal, you always had to be alert. Even when you're in your cell, you had to be know what's going on around you all the time.
You can see a beautiful city of San Francisco, so close and yet so far. It's almost like holding water out to a thirsty man.
Scene of the bloody Battle of Alcatraz, the grim federal penal island surrounded by swirling...
Despite all the security, Alcatraz has experienced a couple of sensational events. In 1946, an escape turned into a two-day uprising, taking the lives of 2 guards and 3 prisoners. In 1962, 3 inmates actually did escape from the island, inspiring the Clint Eastwood movie, Escape from Alcatraz. Leaving carved dummies in their beds, they cut holes through the backs of their cells, climbed up a ventilation shaft onto the cell block roof, and eventually made their way to the water.
You could hear the muffled sound of them going across the roof, and when they did, all the seagulls took off, raising hell. It always made me wonder if there weren't a few guards in on this breakout, because nobody investigated the noise of them seagulls.
Those 3 men escaped in the cold waters of San Francisco and never to be seen again. We think with all the coldness of the water, the distance, that they probably perished.
In 1963, about a year after the escape attempt, Alcatraz prison was shut down, partly because it was too expensive, partly because the penal system philosophy was changing from punishment to rehabilitation. Today, as part of the Golden Gate National Recreation Area, the forsaken island provides tourists a chance to look back on what was once the most notorious address in America, Alcatraz.
But even today, 30 years after its closing, this place gives you an eerie feeling when you walk through it. Next, when East meets West here in the Bay Area, the result is big business. When Good Morning America continues.
Francisco Sunday. Join us as we wind up the Great Pacific Coast Highway Bus Tour on Good Morning America, Sunday.
With beautifully appointed rooms, fine amenities, and warm personal service, the Sheraton at Fisherman's Wharf will have an impressive new...
San Francisco Bay. San Francisco's role as a gateway to the Far East has really made it one of the most international cities in this country. But our money editor, Tyler Matheson, also executive editor of Money Magazine, says that that role with the Pacific Connection has really defined it not only culturally, but also maybe defining its economic future as well.
You might think you're on a busy Beijing street in some parts of San Francisco, but Chinatown is only one small example of the city's relationship to the Far East. In the past few years, trade with Asia and the Pacific Rim has grown to become a Bay Area economic lifeline.
Big container ships like the 900-foot-long President Eisenhower are big business here in the San Francisco Bay Area. Last year alone, the region's ports moved more than 6.5 million metric tons of everything from cars to furniture to spices to and from countries on the Pacific Rim. And in spite of troubled economies abroad and California's worst ever recession, that figure continues to grow every year.
Pacific Rim trade about doubles every 5 years. And even this year, we forecasted only 4% growth, but we know that it's growing to about 7%. So once again, it surprised us on the high side.
John Lilly is president of American President Line, the largest shipping company in the Pacific. Based in Oakland, virtually all of the company's business runs between the San Francisco area and countries throughout the Pacific Rim.
We know that the Pacific Rim, those countries are the fastest growing countries in the world today. So California is very fortunate in that we rely so much upon the Pacific Rim for our stimulus and our growth.
Louis Galoob Toys in South San Francisco relies on the Pacific Rim connection for its success. Toys are conceived and designed here, but are engineered and manufactured almost entirely in the Pacific Rim. Chief Operating Officer Lou Novak says the attraction is no longer simply cheap labor.
Long gone are the days when you placed your business in Hong Kong or China only for labor reasons. There is product development, engineering, managing the factories, managing the manufacturing process, quality control, and the ability to react almost instantly to special needs that we may have as a company.
But can the Pacific Rim react to the special needs of the recession-hit Bay Area as a whole? Like many experts, economist Barbara Bundy says emphatically yes.
The Pacific Rim means the Bay Area economy's future. It's that simple. The growth is there now. It's projected to be there in the 90s and into the 21st century. It's the most dynamic region of growth in the world. And we're part of it. We're part of it economically, and we're part of it demographically in terms of the ethnic constituency of people who make up the state of California.
And it's now 10 minutes before the hour. When we come back, a man who faces an uphill battle every day. One of the cable car grip men, when Good Morning America continues.
Where would San Francisco be without its cable cars? And where would cable cars be without Peter Pavlukevich? He knows how to operate them. He's here to keep us on the right track. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure meeting you.
You're a grip man, right?
Gripman, yes.
What does a gripman do?
Well, it operates the cable car and takes it up and down the hill, stops it.
I'm fascinated to know how these things work. As many times as I've ridden them, I'm not quite sure what's going on.
Well, there's a quick release device on the car that grips the cable.
There's a cable underground.
There's an actual cable
and it's moving.
It's moving at 9.5 miles an hour.
Right.
And when you pull up to a stop, you release the grip, and you set the track brake, and stops the car. And when you want to move it again, you release the track brake, start up and pull back on the grip, squeezes the cable, and pulls the cable car.
So it's completely up to you as to whether that thing's going down those really steep hills.
Right.
So when you talk about the grip, you're actually lowering something that grabs onto the cable, and the cable moves you up or down.
It squeezes the cable. The cable is always 11.5 inches from the surface of the road to the grip.
I see. Those grips better not wear out, right?
They wear out quite often. We change them every once in a while.
Now, Peter is the champion bell ringer of all the grip men. Is that right on the cable
For
cars?
this year, yes.
And we brought, is this your bell?
No, it belongs to the city, unfortunately, but I did polish it up for them.
Can you give us a demonstration of the bell technique?
You bet you.
Here we go.
That's one of them, and then there's this one here.
It's all in the grip, and with the bell all in the rip.
Right.
We'll be back. Peter, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Nice
to meet you.
America's Great Pacific Coast Highway Bus Tour is brought to you by
Morning America Sunday. And we're going to take a look back at the 60s. We're going to go to Haight-Ashbury. We're going to talk to Eldridge Cleaver and Carlos Santana.
We're also going to look at how San Franciscans and Northern Californians deal with bad events. The military base closings up here, the San Francisco earthquake of 1989, and the Oakland fire of 1991. All that on Good Morning America Sunday. Check your local listings. Right now we're going to throw it to Spencer.
Bill, I'll continue my tour of Alcatraz. By the way, a quick little note. When Alcatraz closed in 1963, reportedly the last words uttered on the place were by an inmate named Frank C. Weatherman, who said, Alcatraz never was no good to anybody. It was a weatherman who said that. Charlie?
You got it, Spencer. All right, those weathermen are always talking. We'll take a break. We'll see a second hour coming up. Hope you can stay with us as the Great Pacific Coast Highway Bus Tour continues from San Francisco.
Good morning, America. I'm Joan London.
And I'm Charles Gibson, still with about half a voice, but it is Friday, November 12th, and it's good to have you with us. This is the last stop of our Great Pacific Coast Highway Bus Tour, and it's a beautiful spot. The sun has come back to us, and we are in the gorgeous city of San Francisco.
Yes, we have a great audience here today with us.
Very nice of them to join us.
Beautiful pictures from MetLife Blitz.
We're going to give you some good pictures. This really is a beautiful city. We're going to talk about what I think is probably the most famous neighborhood in any city in America, Haight-Ashbury in this half hour. And I wrote down what I wanted to say about this because it's worth saying. First of all, Haight-Ashbury was the neighborhood in the 60s, right? It was the mecca of the counterculture. It was the home of acid rock, flower children, free love, and tie-dyed clothing. Jefferson Airplane and Grateful Dead were the house bands in Haight-Ashbury. Well,
and bell-bottom pants.
Things have now changed. Free love is safe sex. The flower children have mortgages. The Grateful Dead are still performing, and dead guitarist Jerry Garcia, who wouldn't be caught dead in a tie, is now designing ties, right? I mean, things really have changed in Haight-Ashbury, but in some senses, things have stayed the same. And Danny Glover has lived in that neighborhood for a long time. He's going to take Chantal on a tour of Haight-Ashbury in this half hour.
Also ahead, movers and shakers. They're kind of the people who pull the levers that can change the direction of any community. They can be clergy or writers or politicians, and we're going to meet three leading citizens of San Francisco. Meanwhile, Spencer Christian is on Broadway this morning in a supporting role, but not the kind of Broadway you want to be on, right, Spencer?
Right you are, Joan. This is Broadway at Alcatraz, so nicknamed because it's the main corridor here at Alcatraz and was the busiest hallway when they had inmates here. First-time inmate was, after being strip searched, was brought down this hallway and taken to his cell to be released only for meals, medical treatment, or earned privileges like work. I'll tell you more about Alcatraz in this half hour. Joan?
All right, Spencer. And once again, I should just point out that the beautiful aerial shots that you've been seeing all week long and that you'll see all morning have been provided by the MetLife blimp, which has just followed us right up this coast of the Pacific Northwest.
We'll run over to New York now for a quick update on the local news. Just run 3,000 miles to New York. Neighborhood of San Francisco that is synonymous with the 60s, with free love, with drugs and psychedelic music. But for Danny Glover and his neighbors, it really is a neighborhood of today. He was born there, grew up there, continues to live there. And he told Chantal why as they toured Haight-Ashbury's colorful and historic streets.
You know what's wonderful, too, about Haight-Ashbury? The people here are so devoted to Haight-Ashbury. Everyone is so familiar with everyone else.
Yeah. I mean, because people are here. People grow up around it. It's a neighborhood. It's a real neighborhood.
If you're going to San Francisco,
how you doing?
Be sure to wear some flowers in your hair.
You know, one of the great things about walking the street with you is that everybody knows you. And you're such an available man that they feel it's okay to just come up and say hello, and it is.
They see me they see me in all shapes and forms. They see me in the morning.
They see you sleepy.
It's really comforting that someone could come up here. Hey, sucker, I used to know you when you couldn't tie your shoes.
That's right.
It's really something comforting about that. You don't go too far this way. You know, you can't reinvent yourself.
They keep you in line.
You can't reinvent yourself.
Yeah.
You know?
It must be a real pleasure for you who grew up here to have your children grow up here.
Well, I tell you, tell this story about my daughter. We were talking about moving, and we were looking for another house. And she adamantly said, I don't want to live in any place else but Haight-Ashbury. It's hard to leave here.
Yeah, it is hard to leave here.
It's hard to leave this neighborhood because it is. I mean, there are real issues in this neighborhood, like any issue. There's a church out here. It used to be the Hamilton Youth Center. I used to play basketball up here. Now it's a homeless shelter. The place where I used to play basketball in the gym is a homeless shelter.
People here are so involved in making a difference and wanting to move things along and wanting to change things.
I think so. I mean, because there's a history behind there. There's a legacy with that, you know, from the time in the early 60s, you know. There's this sense that you can change things, you know. It attracts young people here, and sometimes those youth are in trouble. I mean, really. I mean, the early days, they attract young people. There were young people who were running away from home, you know, and were coming in.
A lot of people ran here.
A lot of people ran here, you know, because it was supportive in a way, you know.
Do you remember the Summer of Love and all that part of Haight? When was the Summer of Love? 1968?
1967, 1968, 1968.
Right.
Yeah. It was all the Summer of Love. I came out of high school in 1965, so it started for me. It started for me.
Don't you want somebody to love? Don't you need somebody to love?
And that's my wife.
I love it. That's your wife driving through town. I don't think I've ever found a place like Haight-Ashbury. I find places that are similar to things, but Haight-Ashbury is so different. There's no place like it.
Yeah, well, it's no place like it. You're right. There's some sort of something spiritual about this place as well.
Oh, yeah.
You know? There's something very spiritual about this place, you know.
And it's now 14 minutes after the hour. Just a quick mention, we've gotten a very nice greeting from some of the locals here in San Francisco. Not only a terrific studio audience, but signs posted around town, and we thank everyone for that. We take a commercial break. When we come back, some movers and shakers in California when Good Morning America continues.
A city is only as vital as those who lead it. And this morning we have invited 3 movers and shakers, if you will. With us this morning, some men who've made a difference here in California. First, we have Herb Haines, San Francisco Chronicle columnist, whose writings over 5 decades have made him as much a landmark as the Golden Gate Bridge, shall we say. Also, the dynamic and controversial Reverend Cecil Williams has for 3 decades opened his Glide Memorial United Methodist Church to all people in need and has worked tirelessly to help them rebuild their lives. And former California Governor Jerry Brown, who made California really a model for environmental and social policy in the late 70s. We welcome you all here this morning.
Thank you, Joe.
Herb, you know, it's been said that your column has really affected a lot of different things. I just listed a couple. Stopping U.S. Steel from building on the waterfront, stopping the proposed freeway through the Golden Gate Park. How influential do you feel your writings are? How does that affect what you say?
Oh, well, I'm basically an entertainer, but now and then, well, that's what I'm supposed to do, is amuse people. My first editor said, I don't care what you write, just be entertaining. And remember, I've got a very, my attention span's very short, so keep it short.
Well, then it must be good here, because you said when you came here, and I think I have down here, you came in 1936, you said you fell in love with the place. What did you fall in love with? What is it about San Francisco that you love so much?
I was conceived here in 1915. I was.
But he was born in Sacramento, in my hometown.
Okay. My parents were here to visit the 1915 fair. They spent all summer here, and I was born the following April in Sacramento, so I know I was conceived here. When I tell people my parents were here for the fair, they want to know if they were in a sideshow. You know, watch a column that's being made, or one of those shows.
But what is it about San Francisco?
Well, I've always had it in my blood, and my father lived here before he moved to Sacramento, and he just loved everything about the city. The food, he was a Frenchman. He loved food, wine, and all that stuff, and I love it too.
And diversity, which helps you in writing, right?
Diversity, that wonderful word, yes. We were diverse, we were always diverse.
I've got a quote also.
And also perverse, I might say.
I think I'll let that one go.
This is a great audience.
Reverend Williams, I've got a quote from you. I'm not into religion. Religion is so middle class, so status quo. That's not Glide. So what is Glide? What is your church doing that others are not?
Well, I think, first of all, you just used one of our key words, and that's diversity. We are a group of people who not only come together to pull off things, to make things happen, but we're a group of people who engage in their spirituality, acts of genuine concern, acceptance, unconditional love for all folks, no matter who they are. So that's spiritual to us, to come together and to go back out into the world, to empower people who are powerless.
And at some time, and you say, you know, the acceptance of everyone. I think it's what, about 6,000 members?
That's right.
About a third gay and lesbian, and at one point the United Methodist Church said they were going to excommunicate you.
Well, at one time, yeah, but I think they finally decided that that would not be to their interest to excommunicate me. And also, I would have raised so much trouble, they probably said, we're going to leave this man alone, you know. But they've left me alone, and that's the best thing to do. What we try to do is make sure that people are able to affirm, declare, and celebrate life as well as themselves.
Now, that's the positive attitude, but you also recently said San Francisco has become a city of infighting and outfitting, and the city has been falling apart. How so?
Well, I think it's because so many times politicians argue and fuss and fight among themselves, and the issues they talk about are not my concern and not our concern. And what they often do is think they know what we want and how we want it. And here in this city, I think we've just kind of gone down, 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 and we're not really pursuing how we can make this city even greater with its people and its diversity.
Those politicians, that's your cue, Jerry Brown.
Well, I don't think the politicians in San Francisco are any worse than they are anywhere else. I've been in politics all my life, and I am in the paradoxical position of trying to change it, because I think it's rotten to the core, and I don't think the problems of San Francisco are any different than anywhere else. It's a fantastic city, as you can see, looking out at the bay, the people, the creativity. But the politicians are definitely on another track. They're separated from the people, they're bought and paid for, and I've dedicated myself to shaking up that system and changing it.
Boy, you were born into it, you lived in it your whole life, and now you say you want to change it.
Yeah, because I know what it's like. It's rotten. You know, I hate to say it because I've been in it up to my elbows, but it doesn't work, and it doesn't work because the people in it are on a gravy train. All they do is spend their time raising money, separated from the kind of people that Cecil Williams is trying to take care of.
Well, you're governor here, three-time presidential candidate. Might you run again then? I mean, are you going to try to change this outside the system, or do you want to run again and try to change it inside the system?
Well, there's been I don't know where I'm going to change it from, but I'm going to change it because it can't keep going on the way it is.
Probably go back in. He'll change it outside.
Is he pulling this button here?
Hey, whatever you can change. Here's the point. Inside, you can't. It's too late. You got to shake things up from the outside. There's got to be some way for people to get their voice heard. And as long as the system rewards politicians from spending their time getting money from a handful, maybe 1% of the people, then they're never going to listen to the great majority. And that is the essence of the dilemma, and that's what I'm working on.
We're hearing all your frustration with it all, but in a sentence, what's the best thing about California and San Francisco here?
I think the best thing is the bay.
Just open your eyes, huh?
The fog. You get up in the morning, that fog blows in, it's clean, it's good, and it's a creative city.
mention the Chronicle, could you?
Yeah. Well, since they've never...
Well, I did.
Since the Chronicle...
The people.
Gotta
Don't
jump
leave
out.
out the people.
Thank
Don't
you
leave
all.
out.
Richard Porto here at Aquatic Park in San Francisco, where I swim every day in the bay. Good morning, America.
Yep, they're nuts, all right. There it is, a beautiful blimp shot over the city of San Francisco. The fog rolling in just a little bit, but we here at Aquatic Park have a beautiful sunny day. Good morning, everyone. I'm Charles Gibson.
And I'm Joan London. It is Friday, November 12th.
And I regret to say this is the last half hour, but it's been a wonderful Great Pacific Coast Highway bus tour. We've had a terrific time. We're going to take a little bit more of a look at San Francisco in this half hour. Chris Matthews in our 7 o'clock half hour mentioned how wonderful it is that you can walk from the Italian neighborhood to the Asian American, the Chinese, Chinatown of San Francisco in just 2 blocks. And yet it takes 2 days to get from one of those countries to the other. There is a wonderful mix of ethnic neighborhoods in San Francisco, all with their own distinctive restaurants. And in this half hour, Denise Richardson is going to take you around San Francisco in 80 meals.
We are also going to sample a long-running musical here, and it's a great show. It's called Beach Blanket Babylon. Love the name of it. And we'll have a performance. Right now, Spencer Christian, though, is out on Alcatraz. And we call you, but we don't have a cell phone.
Ooh. Joan, you should be barred from the program after a comment like that. I'm next to some bars right now at one of the cells occupied by the famous Robert Stroud, the Birdman of Alcatraz, so nicknamed because of the work he did on bird diseases. Now, Robert Stroud never had birds here on Alcatraz Island. He had birds in his earlier incarceration at Leavenworth, but he did spend time here from 1942 to 1959, and we'll talk more about the history of this place in this half hour. And we'll meet someone who grew up here. Charlie?
All right, thanks, Spencer. I want to just say I'm too cagey to get into this fight over puns. Let's go back to New York for the news of the...
36 minutes after, coming up next, the food of many nations, all in one town when Good Morning America continues here on ABC.
An old expression that armies travel on their stomachs. Well, our Denise Richardson took a similar approach when she made a tour of San Francisco's fabled ethnic neighborhoods.
I wish you could smell these cheeses. Okay, I have an admission for you. I love to eat. So when I got this assignment to visit ethnic San Francisco, I thought, what better way to show you the neighborhood than to eat our way through them? This is the Italian-American community of North Beach, where you can find what's been called some of the best focaccia in the country here at Ligoria's Bakery. It's been open since 1911.
We have our own recipe that was brought over here, and we've kept the same recipe that they've made here for years.
We won't tell. We want to share the secret.
Well, they won't let me do that.
Our audience can keep a secret. Now, we're going into an oven that's how old?
Over 80 years.
Wow.
We do everything Everything by
This
hand.
is absolutely delicious.
You everything by hand.
I've had some that's tougher. This is not. Community has changed considerably over the years.
Yeah, before it used to be basically all Italians. Now, as you can see, it's pretty much diversified between Chinese, Italians, and among others.
And if people could only smell what we're smelling, there's an aroma of coffee in the air. Next up, you might call a cafeteria on wheels. We're here in Chinatown, heading to the New Asia restaurant for a real treat, dim sum. Hi.
Dim sum means point to the heart or touch the heart, because dim means point or touch, and sum means the heart. So when the food comes around, you just point to this, you point to that, and then you eat so much of it, it just really touches your heart.
Oh, super. Oh, I'll take a pour.
This is
look at this. No pressure from Martin. So do people cook like this at home where you're serving a lot of
every night, every night.
Do you cook like this at home? Chinatown's very colorful. Is there significance to the variety of color?
Yes, the colors are very important to us. The color red stands for happiness. The color gold stands for prosperity. And then the color green stands for progress.
So we're going to show you this. It's usually a Friday or Saturday night event. You know, it's a long game. We play for a minimum of 6 or 7 hours.
Dim sum all day.
We can dim sum all day.
And mahjong all night.
How many times have you said to your friends, come on home with me, Mom's cooking tonight? Well, in the Mission District, which is home to San Francisco's Latino community, Mom is doing her thing in this kitchen. So, Mom, what are we cooking today?
We are going to cook the Mexican potpourri.
You cook all day. How many days a week?
7 days.
How many years have you been in business?
23 years already.
How many vacations have you taken?
No.
No vacation?
No.
And you're a mom. How many children do you have?
2.
You're putting your kids through college on this.
Right.
Mexican chalupa. This Mission Dolores, a Catholic church.
This is the new building.
This is a new one.
A new one.
Built after the earthquake in 1906.
Exactly.
And this one here?
This is the oldest building, 1776.
So this is Balmy Alley.
This is Balmy Alley, where we have seen over 30 murals only in this alley.
Why so many murals?
That is a way of expression. The kids, especially the teenagers, they say, hey, world, this is the way I think, this is the way I see things.
So I've done it. I've actually eaten my way through San Francisco. I'm so glad I did. So I'll pay for it tomorrow.
Many people leave their hearts in San Francisco. Denise left lots of tips at the restaurants. It's 17 minutes before the hour. When we come back, you'll meet a child who grew up out there on Alcatraz. Strange place to grow up. You'll meet her when Good Morning America continues.
Back on Alcatraz Island, and it's about time we pointed out that not all of the people who lived here were inmates. Some were children, the children of guards and others who worked here at Alcatraz. And joining me now is someone who spent a bit of her childhood here on Alcatraz, Joyce Ritz. Good to have you with us this morning.
Thank you.
And how in the world is it that you came to live here at Alcatraz?
Well, my father was an officer, and he was asked by Warden Johnson, or hired by Warden Johnson, to set up the program, the food program for the inmates. He had been chief steward aboard the Army transport, so he was familiar with how to buy and what to set up. And so we lived, we moved from Oakland right over to the island and lived in a little house down the hill.
And there were about 50 kids at that time?
About 30, I think, at that time.
Now, what did you do for school and things like that?
Well, we went to school in San Francisco, took the boat each day.
Right.
Had fun. We were segregated in some ways at school because Warden Johnson was very, very strict as far as visitors or publicity was particularly worried about, so we were rather a sheltered group at the time.
Wasn't like you could just bring friends home from school any old day?
No, any old time. No, none of that. And, of course, we were very time conscious because of our boat. We had to be on time everywhere and had our boat schedules.
And you still come back and visit?
Yes.
How does it feel when you come back?
Like I usually say, it's you go back to being about 16 again and running up and down the hills. And I like to come back because I like the National Park Service has done such a wonderful job of redoing the island and redoing the building, and it's fun to let people know that it wasn't just a prison.
Thanks for spending time with us, Joyce. We appreciate that.
Most welcome. Most welcome.
When we continue a San Francisco tradition, Beach Blanket Babylon, in just a minute.
There is a long, long-running musical review here in San Francisco that has become a legend. And as our Denise Richardson found out, it is as much fun behind the scenes as it is in the standing room-only audiences of Beach Blanket Babylon.
The church lady here, welcome to our little family friends.
The best description for Beach Blanket Babylon is it's a health spa. People come here, they laugh, boy, and now more than ever, we need a lot of laughter.
And go! And go!
Beach Blanket Babylon is a staple of the San Francisco stage.
I got you to talk with me.
Celebrating nearly 20 years of curtain calls to packed houses. While you won't find Frankie or Annette, you will find most everybody else doing things you never imagined they would.
My viewers want to know, what kind of man would you like today?
The theme of a show.
Right.
It's Snow White kind of walking through life.
That's a thin storyline. It's just a visual and audio assault on the audience. It's like seeing the Ziegfeld Follies on a postage stamp. What works is the incongruity of the image and the song and the placement. For instance, Anita Hill and Clarence Thomas doing a song together with a backup group of Ted Kennedy.
While their characterizations are on the money, it's their headdresses that take the cake.
I made a little hat which was about that high, and then it just kept getting bigger and bigger.
Where do you get your ideas from?
If you auditioned for me and you could whistle Dixie, smoking 12 cigars at the same time, and it is not in the show, it will be in the show next week.
Now, I can't whistle Dixie very well, and I've never smoked cigars. But they took me into the fold. And with a costume and a little direction, a star is born.
And now for a special San Francisco treat, the cast of Beach Blanket Babylon having a bad hair day.
Hello, Joan and Charlie. You always start our day. You make our morning special in your own charming way. We love you here in San Francisco, our city by the bay. Let's pull the stops, you both are tops, and we just like to say, good morning, it's glad to be with you. Good morning to Charlie, Joan, and Spencer too. San Francisco, open your golden gate, you'll let no stranger wait outside your door. San Francisco, here is your welcome one, saying I'll wonder no more. Other places only make me love you best. Tell me you're the heart of other golden west. The golden west. San Francisco, welcome me home again. I'm not able to go away no more.
Good Morning America's Great Pacific Coast Highway.
The road
leads up a mountain to the Continental Divide and down the western side, over more hills at the 7,000-foot level, and finally to our home away from home, the old Ferguson homestead, a grand and famous ranch of the early 1800s, which hosted such notables as the Roosevelt family, European royalty, and the infamous Billy the Kid. Our 3 mountains from the road into camp, coming up on the Continental Divide at this point. Just looking out over the countryside. Down the road toward Burro Mountain Homestead Campground. Through the trees and up the hill toward Burro Mountain Homestead. Down the stream bed. When it rains, the water roars and rushes and tries to wash out this road. Road to camp. One of the interesting things to see here that's the petrified bear. As close as I can get to the petrified bear.
This is Whitewater Creek on the way into Burro Mountain.
The gate. The wiggle is because the engine is shaking. This is the famous bat tree. At dusk, hundreds of bats pour out of a little hole in this tree and fly off to gather insects.
You'll probably get a little bit better picture of it just up a little bit here. A couple the other night we're sitting on that small rock there.
The bats fall out of a hole, dive toward the ground, and then swoop off. After entering the gate, one looks around and sees a beautiful stand of pine. One mustn't forget the flowers. Many wild flowers are in bloom here. Many of them are quite beautiful. This is evidently a thistle of some kind. There are also some beautiful purple flowers, such as these, just waving in the wind. And red flowers, such as this one, very beautiful to behold. And let's not forget the yellow daisy. And for the tired Burro Mountain walkers, we have a resting bench, complete with butt can. Every mountain campground must have rocks. This is an example of a Burro Mountain rock, covered with lichen and beautiful vines climbing over the top. As we pan around the area, we see more rocks, more prairie, just beautiful scenery wherever one looks. But even the wilderness has civilization. Speed bumps ahead. The road to the campground. Burro Mountain straight ahead. The first campers, boondockers. Ferguson Mountain on the right, Burro Mountain in the center. Coming into Burro Mountain Homestead Camp. Some of the campers on what I believe is called Cougar Gulch. Perhaps you can hear a generator running in the distance. This is the remnants of an old corral from when this was a famous cattle ranch in years past. This is also the location of a stage stop and a place where Billy the Kid hung out some. I think he hid here one time while running from the law in Silver City. This is a new pump house being built of native rock with volunteer labor by campers. I think it's a marvelous job and a beautiful little building. They've topped it off and will soon be ready to put the roof on. It will be a wood shingle roof. Up on the hill, we see the lodge. It's the old ranch house built by the Fergusons many years ago when this was pioneer country, with Indians hereabouts. They'll show more of this building a little later on. This is a view of Geritol Gulch, leased area. Very beautiful up in there. This is another scene of the lodge. Look who's coming. Somebody's waving at us. Hi. Hi. This building is called the carriage house. It's a workshop with tools. It also has the bulletin board and a place to get propane. Listen to that camper's generator. It's noon, so it's okay. Another view of the lodge. When one gets tired, sit down and rest. Watch the world go by. The carriage house. The campground. Not much activity at this time of day.
Be a conversation piece there.
There you go. Well, look who I found. The little woman. Hi, Arlene.
Get a picture of it.
Yeah. The washaterian.
Just for your...
People are out looking. Mountain.
Oh, here, we'll give her a...
Now you got those little socks there.
Feed the dogs some watermelon. Yeah, I'm only getting part of you, though.
No need to get so far away. Again? Okay.
Now I got you, George. I got you in my sights.
I've never seen that one before. There are all three of us now.
And Bill, I got you in my sights, too.
Well, they got their camera, they got all of their stereo equipment.
She likes watermelon.
Did they get B's
Okay.
guitar?
Stay nice. Well, Lord, I hope not.
No, that would be something else if they got that.
That'd be tragic.
Good, I forgot to look. We had 58 in our trailer this morning. We like to froze it, put the heat on. Yeah. I started to tell you last night, you know, I'm up late anyway. Here, Brandy. Here, Brand. This is what it comes in. Come here.
That's amazing. He showed me how close you can get if you were taking something in detail like a flower.
Oh, yum.
You could right on top of it. That's
Did
incredible.
you get the guy? You had some garbage?
Can't do that with
But
my
you get
camera.
down within what, a couple feet,
you have
John?
a...
Or close as you get there, huh, John?
Oh, I can get closer.
Flower? About 2 inches. There's 104.
Hey, say Limbaugh.
Cheese.
Cherry pie looks good, Bill. Cherry pie looks good.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the last one. It was just the top was there and stuff and all squished out, so I just put the crust in here as much as I could get. And then...
Cherry pie looks good, Bill. Cherry pie looks good.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the last one. It was just the top was there and stuff and all squished out, so I just put the crust in here as much as I could get. And then...
That's it, Bill. Give me a good face. What tastes better, the food or the fingers?
Yeah, I'll go through it. That's cheesecake. You don't like cheesecake.
I like the other kind of cheesecake better.
Yeah, what kind is that?
See the deer? Burro Mountain deer.
No, Beverly did not.
I wish we could make vertical pictures with this camera.
You can't make vertical pictures?
No.
I don't know if I can make it one at a time.
That's a pretty small pan.
Yeah.
The goodies.
I don't have yours either, Arlene. Okay.
Oh, yeah, people come from everywhere. And,
How you doing today, George? I'm back to Burro. You got on your way to Illinois?
I was driving.
You were driving?
I'm driving. Why, that's
Yeah, I saw you following you.
I'd like to find a new one.
How you doing, Jake? Florida. Delbert. Go back.
Now, they didn't get me with my mouth full.
Wasn't that food good?
Yeah, it sure was.
Ooh, did I like
Delicious.
it.
Yeah, we wait. Yeah, wait till everybody gets served.
Plus the wieners and the other stuff. There's all kinds of food.
Yeah, they were there.
Ah, you got some maps of the forest?
Burro Mountain, August 16th. George on his roof, fixing his air conditioner. He's right next to us. He's on St. Las Cruces.
How about a pitch scoop?
The music is from Gordon French and some other guy. Gordon's from Texas. Okay, we met them at Deming.
Saving myself a lot of work. I don't like to work around this stuff here.
There are sunflowers.
Plastic and I don't get along. I hate them.
John's getting ready. We're going into town. Guess I better help him. This is looking into the Tyrone mine. Some of the mine buildings, I don't know exactly what they are.
storm brewing, I believe. The clouds are getting pretty heavy. The three mountains that we can see from the campground. There's Ferguson, Burro Mountain, and I don't know what the other name is. We're up about 6,427 feet, I believe is what it said on the step. Can hear the thunder in the background. Clouds are pretty high. This is looking southwest from the lookout point. Come with these binoculars. This is looking northeast and toward Silver City. You can see the clouds building up again, going this way. Now I'm looking southeast. You can see the road down there. It's a road from Silver City to Lordsburg. Some of the waste from the mine. Some of the waste with closer look. Here are the mountains again. The one in the middle is Ferguson.
The one on the right is Ferguson. The one in the middle is Burro Mountain. And the one on the left is Jack's Mountain.
Really gonna have a storm over that way.
Yeah, it's raining now.
Here's some of the slag heap from the Jerome mine as we're heading out on the road to Burro Mountain.